Chapter 609. What nonsense are you talking about? After listening to him, Yi Qinghan slammed his palm on the bed. His face was so angry that Xiao He and Yi Qianrao were dumbstruck. He looked at Xiao He with extreme rage, his face serious and cautious. Realizing that his tone was a little harsh, he softened his tone and said, "Xiao He, listen carefully. Xiao He, listen to me carefully. You are not my, Yi Qinghan's, beast, nor are you my pet. You are my little brother, my blood-related brother. Without you, Xiao He, I, Yi Qinghan, would have died many times, let alone my achievement today. In this life, even the Grim Reaper can't separate us. Even if the world ends, we will die together. Do you understand? You've helped me enough. In the continent, I told Lord Devour that you should have your own life. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't cultivate. You can cultivate when you want to. Whatever you want, I will risk my life to help you get it. As long as you're happy, you can do anything. If you're unhappy, I won't be happy. If something happens, I will help you. If we can't handle it, we will die together. It's not a big deal. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in the quiet room. His serious and solemn tone made people feel that he was speaking from the bottom of his soul. "Yes, boss, I understand. Big brother, I." Xiao He was frightened by Yi Qinghan's shout. Then, he heard Yi Qinghan's forceful words. Tears flowed in his eyes. He buried his head in Yi Qinghan's chest and cried. When Yi Qianrao heard Yi Qinghan's words, her eyes became moist. However, the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile. She didn't feel jealous that Yi Qinghan thought so highly of Xiao He, even willing to die for him. On the contrary, she felt very proud. This was her man, an indomitable man. If Yi Qinghan could do that for Xiao He, of course, he could do it for her and his wives. She had no regrets in her life to be married to such a man. "All right, Xiao He, don't cry. You're a man too. Don't cry like a girl." Yi Qinghan continued to comfort Xiao He and looked at him guiltily. After she came to the God realm, she had less time to chat with Xiao He and care for him less. She secretly made up her mind to care for Xiao He more in the future. She smiled and said, "We've both become gods not long ago, so there's still a long time ahead of us. Cultivation can take its time, and there's no need to force yourself to cultivate. Do you understand?" "Yes. Boss, I'll listen to you. I won't force myself." Xiao He's tears turned into a smile, and his entire body became relaxed. He thought of how he constantly forced himself to cultivate in the war beast space, but the more he forced himself, the more irritated and worried he became. That kind of torture, that kind of helplessness and bitter loneliness almost drove him crazy. Now that he found out that Yi Qinghan was still treating him the same as before, or even a little better, he couldn't help but grin. Yi Qinghan saw that Xiao He had returned to her playful self and relaxed. Only then did he remember his original intention of looking for Xiao He. He hurriedly asked, "Oh yes. Xiao He, have there been any changes to the secret soul cultivation technique that you obtained from the baleful Yin stream? For example, turning it into another cultivation secret skill. Mutation?" "No. It's still the 9 revolution refinement soul, but it's so hard to comprehend. I'm only at the 1st revolution." Xiao He scratched his head with his claws and said doubtfully. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. "That's strange. The last time you imparted it to me, it was a record of the divine realm. But now it's suddenly changed into the soul silence cultivation technique." Yi Qinghan explained, but found that Xiao He's eyes were full of confusion, and there was no clue at all. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. But when he thought that this thing was imparted to Xiao He by the strongest person in the ancient dragon castle, the powerful soul cultivator Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao, Yi Qinghan felt slightly relieved. Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao's soul cultivation was so strong, and this was probably just a small trick to her. But he was even more puzzled. Emperor God Mo Xiao Xiao could predict that Xiao He would definitely impart it to him. And she knew that he had comprehended the soul's silent state. Don't think about things that you can't figure out. This was one of Yi Qinghan's good attitudes. Anyway, it was a good thing for him, a very good thing. When he thought about cultivating the soul's silent state to the 5th stage, he would be able to enter this state at any time, and he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he could comprehend the soul's silent state to the 5th stage, his cultivation speed would soar like a rocket, and he could even become a legendary soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan let Xiao He play by himself in the room, and Yi Yaorao also closed her eyes to cultivate. He started to sort out his thoughts and confirmed his current cultivation direction. First, he would cultivate the 2 spatial nomological laws that he had comprehended outside the Beehive Mountain to the phenomenal success stage. He would also comprehend the formless wind technique to the small success stage. After comprehending these 3 nomological laws to the phenomenal success stage, he would focus on comprehending the soul's silent state. As long as he could cultivate his soul, he wouldn't need to use the Slaughter God Blade and would be able to instantly kill a peak-stage God general martial artist with his body fusion battle technique. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan stopped thinking and brought Yi Yaorao and Xiao He out to tour the Battle God Pavilion. The Battle God Pavilion was divided into a few big areas. One of them was the castles around the White Jade Plaza. There was a hall for missions, a hotel for leisure, a place for practicing martial arts, an information pavilion where Yi Qinghan wanted to check on the cold ice jade body, a treasure pavilion where he could buy and sell items, and even a study hall where experts would explain their cultivation methods and experiences. However, when Yi Qinghan asked around, he gave up on the idea of going in. Every time a god king gave a lecture, it would cost 100 million god stones to listen in. There was no need to talk about god thearchs. Even if Yi Qinghan sold himself, he still wouldn't be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion once. Of course, if Yi Qinghan sold the unfettered pavilion's God Sword and Slaughter God Blade, he would definitely be able to enter the Battle God Pavilion to listen in for half a year. The east side of the Battle God Pavilion was the residence of a famous battle god who had god stones. Every courtyard had the name of a battle god. Yi Qinghan asked around and shook his head. If one wanted to buy a small courtyard in this place, not only would one need an astronomical amount of god stones, one would also need to be at least a 3rd-grade war god. For a martial artist like Yi Qinghan who had yet to become a battle god, this was something very far away. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan didn't plan to stay in the pavilion for long. There were a few big courtyards in the north side of the pavilion, but there were guards outside. Yi Qinghan only took a few glances from afar and didn't dare to go over. The Viper War God had said that he couldn't go over to places with guards. If it wasn't an important place in the pavilion, then it was the residence of some important people. In the hall for missions, Yi Qinghan indeed saw Lu Chun's astronomical reward. However, after strolling around the Battle God Pavilion for the entire afternoon, he calmed down a little. Fighting was prohibited in the Battle God Pavilion, and there were experts guarding the pavilion. He would probably be killed before he could even make a move. He was even more certain that once he became a battle god, he would immediately accept a mission and leave the Dancing Phoenix City. After leaving the Dancing Phoenix City, he would go to other cities to accept missions and slowly think of a way to go to the Longyang Manor and the Soul Devourer Manor. Chapter 610. East of the God of War Pavilion. Rows of courtyards were arranged in an integrated manner. The courtyards were not big, and the decorations were very simple. However, the houses in every city were extremely expensive. The houses in the Battle God Pavilion could not even be bought with divine stones. Being able to own a courtyard here was a symbol of one's status. At this moment, in a courtyard with the words "Viper" on the outside, 3 black-robed men were sitting in the courtyard, facing the demonic sun in the sky, leisurely drinking wine. "Big brother, how are you going to handle this?" One dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. He took a sip of wine and asked softly. The other war god also raised his head slightly and looked at the Viper war god with concern. The Viper war god sneered. He leaned back lazily and said with a smile, "What are you worried about? We didn't do anything. What are you afraid of? Besides, Lu Chun does not represent the Lu family. That old fart Lu Zhongshu is not so old that he would dare to attack me without any evidence. Moreover, even if he had evidence, he would not attack me for a useless disciple. After all, he has to give the pavilion master some face. As long as he does not attack, what does the Lu family have to fear?" One dragon and the other war god thought about it and agreed. Viper's strength was already at the top of the 4th grade war gods. One more step and he would break through to the God Emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the God Emperor realm, not to mention Lu Chun and the others, even Lu Zhongshu would not have to fear anything. One dragon was no longer worried. Instead, he thoughtfully looked up at the demonic sun in the sky. Then he laughed and said to the other 2, "Who do you think set up Lu Ji? Or killed him?" Lu Chun must have checked the scene and confirmed that it was not the ghost race. Otherwise, he would not be so angry. Who has such guts? When one dragon said the last 2 words, the 3 of them simultaneously thought of that weak green-robed man with guts. They thought of the words, "Go to hell," and looked at each other and laughed. "I don't think it was him. I have a whole new level of respect for him for completing the mission with a burden." Lu Ji had 4 peak divine general guards and seemed to have formed a team with 3 peak divine general warriors. It is impossible for this kid to have the strength to kill Lu Ji and the others without anyone noticing. Hee hee. The venomous snake war god filled the glasses of the 3 people once again, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said with certainty, "Among the warriors participating in the assessment, there are only 2 people who are suspicious. It's not Kong Luo, it's him. But I have a feeling that this was done by this kid. Firstly, he has a motive. Secondly, do you remember when I said that I sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation? Think about it, even I didn't notice his strength, and he didn't disguise it at all, but he could easily complete the mission. What did this mean? This means that he's either an expert much stronger than me, or he has a rare treasure that he used to kill Lu Ji. Who cares about him? I'm looking forward to the clash between Lu Chun and the forces behind this brat. I'm afraid that even Lu Zhongshu would be finished if he were to face an expert who could go up to the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion." Long war god stood up, stretched his body, and laughed out loud. The venomous snake war god waved his hand and said, "Why don't we care? The 2 of you should pay more attention. If there's a chance, we'll help this brat and do him a favor. I feel that this brat has the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. If we help him now, perhaps this brat will bring us some opportunities in the future." The surviving warriors of Beehive Mountain. Most of the warriors thought that Lu Ji was plotted by the venomous snake war god. Otherwise, Lu Chun wouldn't have been so furious and directly challenged the venomous snake war god. However, there were 2 people who didn't think that the venomous snake war god was plotting against Lu Ji. They were suspicious of Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo and Gu Yang. Kong Luo knew very well that this was most likely done by Yi Qinghan. This was because Yi Qinghan was at the scene at that time and even asked him to break out of the encirclement. In the end, he didn't go to that hall again. In the end, Kong Luo didn't go to the hall again, but he didn't see Lu Ji and the other peak god general powerhouses. Although he didn't go to the hall in the end, Yi Qinghan came out alive, and he even brought a large number of Ghost Clan's divine crystals. He had always concluded that Yi Qinghan was the strongest warrior among the warriors who participated in the assessment together. Moreover, Yi Qinghan and Lu Ji had a direct conflict, so the answer was obvious. He quietly sat cross-legged in the hotel room and did not activate the light mechanism inside. A faint ray of light shone in his eyes. In the dark room, he was like a gray wolf in the night. His green eyes were wide open, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Yang was somewhat suspicious because of Yi Qinghan's strangeness and Kong Luo's attitude towards him. In particular, Yi Qinghan had sold him 6 divine crystals in one go. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had a shocking amount of divine crystals, which made him even more suspicious. If he had enough divine crystals, why did he come out of Beehive Mountain so late? Was there something fishy going on? Or was he doing something? He touched his space ring, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Yi Qinghan was very clear that there were definitely people who were suspicious of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he had a conflict with Lu Ji, and he had come back alive and successfully completed the mission. However, since he had already done it, he wouldn't have any regrets. Ever since Lu Ji had taken liberties with Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan had sworn in his heart that he would kill Lu Ji if he had the chance. This had nothing to do with hatred. It was related to his principles as a person. He would repay those who treated him well, and it didn't matter if he scolded those who treated him badly. However, if someone touched his woman or his loved ones, he would kill them without mercy if he had the chance. For the next few days, Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stayed in the room and didn't go out. They just sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. Meanwhile, Xiao He paced around in his room all day. Eventually, when Yi Qinghan saw that he was bored, he got the hotel staff to send a large batch of fine wine and delicacies over so that Xiao He wouldn't be so bored. A few days later, it was time for the meeting with the Viper War Immortal. Before Yi Qinghan could go out and scout for information, the Dragon War Immortal had already notified Yi Qinghan and asked him to wait in the hall. Under such circumstances, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't let Xiao He show himself. Under his unwilling gaze, Yi Qinghan summoned him back. By the time Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo arrived at the mission hall, there were already 7 or 8 people sitting at a white jade table waiting in the hall. When Kong Luo and Gu Yang saw that Yi Qinghan had arrived, they hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Although the rest of the people didn't know why the two of them were so respectful to Yi Qinghan, they still greeted him in a friendly manner. In a short while, everyone had arrived. The Viper War Immortal had also arrived with the Dragon War Immortal and Kong Luo. This time, the Viper War Immortal led everyone to the second floor of the hall and finally entered a small hall. Chapter 6:11. All of you, think of a code name. For example, my code name is Viper War God, his code name is Dragon War God, and this one is Tiger War God. This code name would accompany you for the rest of your life in the immortal world. This code name might disappear with your death, but it could also be that this code name would spread far and wide, becoming something like the Lei Yun Martial God, the Xiao Tian Martial God, the Dancing Butterfly Martial God, a name that could shake the entire immortal world, a name that would terrify any martial artist. This code name will be bound to your Quasi-War God badge and your soul aura. There was no one in the small hall. After entering, Viper War God turned around and looked at the 11 of them seriously, explaining to them. As soon as Viper Warrior Legend's name was mentioned, everyone became excited. They also began to ponder, preparing to think of a nice and mighty codename. They also fantasized about how this codename would shake the entire immortal world in the future. Qinghan, what do you want? Yi Yaorao turned to look at Yi Qinghan, asking softly. Yi Qinghan didn't care about it. However, when Viper War God mentioned Dancing Butterfly War God, he remembered the moment outside Song City when the 4 peak god generals of the Golden Horn God clan heard Dancing Butterfly War God's name. He was so scared that his legs almost turned to jelly. He was excited. he didn't expect that Lord Devour would be so famous in the divine world. Pondering for a while, he said, "From now on, I will be called Frigid Night War God." Frigid Night War God. Good, that's a good name. I will be called Frigid Ice War God. Yi Yao Rao sneered. Although her smile was cold, one could tell that she was very happy. After a while, they had thought of their code names and started to register. The registration was just a simple record of information. For example, Yi Qinghan didn't register that he came from the Fire Dragon dimension or that he came from the Wuxia dimension. The Battle God Pavilion didn't care too much about the authenticity of such information. After all, there were tens of billions of dimensions. Who would go to each dimension for no reason? Then, Viper War God suddenly walked to the front and knelt on one knee in front of the white wall. Under the signal of the dragon and dragon war gods, they all knelt in front of the wall. Buzz, all of a sudden, the Viper War God waved his hand and shot a red stream of air at the wall in front of him. The airflow collided with the wall, but there was no explosion. Instead, the white wall began to light up and emit a gentle light. As the gentle light shone on everyone, they felt incomparably comfortable. It was as if they were babies returning to their mother's embrace. It was so warm that even their souls became incomparably calm and warm at this moment. Gradually, the scene in front of everyone began to change. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, everyone was shocked, and it was a shock that came from the depths of their souls. No one had ever seen such a scene before. Not only Yi Qinghan, but even Kong Luo, a martial artist who had been wandering in the divine world for many years, had never seen such a strange scene. Everyone seemed to have come to a world of magma. Below them was boiling hot magma that was slowly squirming. The scorching magma was burning the surrounding air. The sky was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The sky was covered with dense black clouds and lightning flashed. From time to time, lightning would strike down and hit the magma, causing the thick and hot magma to splash everywhere. The moment the lightning struck, everyone could clearly feel the destructive power contained in the lightning. This lightning seemed to be different from the lightning in the material plane. It was many times more powerful. Yi Qinghan felt that if he was hit by this lightning, not to mention himself, even the Viper War God would be destroyed. In the divine world, Yi Qinghan had never seen rain, let alone lightning. This was the first time he saw lightning in the divine world, and he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. This wasn't important. What was important was that there was a mass of black fog floating in the air. This black fog was floating erratically, and sometimes it disappeared, making it difficult for people to guard against it. Some martial artists didn't know what this black fog was. But Yi Qinghan was very clear that this was the aura of a demon, and it was even more terrifying than the aura of a demon king. What is this place? Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But when they saw the Viper War God and the other two standing there as if nothing had happened, they heaved a sigh of relief. As expected. When the Viper War God saw everyone's nervous expressions, he smiled and turned his head to explain, "Don't worry, this is just a simulated scene. If you really came to this place, not to mention the world-destroying lightning and the demonic aura in the sky, even the scorching aura in this space would instantly melt your body and soul. Of course, that includes the three of us. Don't speak, just watch carefully." Oh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of place was this? There was actually such a terrifying place in the divine world. Just the scorching aura of this magma could burn a peak god king expert to the point that not even his skin was left. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. 3 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky. These 3 figures appeared without a sound. There was no spatial fluctuation or sound at all. Most of them had ascended from a material plane, so they knew how to teleport. But teleportation should at least cause spatial fluctuations, right? However, the three of them had appeared without a sound. It was too strange. Moreover, the faint aura of these three people made everyone feel as if 3 million tall mountains were pressing down on their backs. Even breathing was incomparably difficult. The three people were wearing black robes, and there were 2 black horns on their heads. But their faces and bodies couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't because there was something covering them, nor was there any airflow blocking them. It was just that they couldn't see clearly, and everything was hazy. These are the 3 monarchs of the 9 nether demon world. The Viper War God lightly said, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Demons were the public enemies of the divine world. Everyone naturally knew that demons were constantly attacking the divine world. Yi Qinghan gulped. He had personally witnessed the terror of a demon king. And above the demon king, there was still the Azura king and the Azura king. If the Azura king's strength was comparable to a high-level war god of the divine world, then the strength of these 3 demon monarchs could be calculated. They were absolutely powerhouses on the same level as the 8 sovereigns of the human race, or even higher. Haha, suddenly, a long laugh caught everyone's attention. 3 figures walked over from afar. In this dangerous place, where death was lurking everywhere, 3 figures walked over leisurely. In this danger zone that was filled with fatal dangers, the 3 of them walked as if they were walking in their own courtyard. They were so relaxed and casual. When the destructive lightning struck down from above, it would automatically dissipate. The demon aura floating in the air would automatically avoid the 3 of them. Even the magma below calmed down after the 3 of them walked past. Chapter 6:12. These are war gods. Suddenly, a martial artist cried out absent-mindedly. These 3 people's attire was exactly the same as war gods, but the robes of these 3 people did not have any rank insignia. For example, the Viper War God had 4 demonic moons in front of his robe, which represented that he was a 4th-grade war god. Even a would-be war god would have a star. This is too strange. I am one of the 3 chief pavilion masters of the War God Pavilion, the founder of the War God Pavilion. The chief pavilion master at the front is still the supreme sovereign of Mount Supreme. Tens of millions of years ago, the 3 pavilion masters and the 3 monarchs of the fiend realm battled in this place for 3 months and 3 days. In the end, they succeeded in killing 2 monarchs and successfully suppressed and sealed the 3rd monarch under the lava. However, it also led to the death of the 2nd pavilion master and the 3rd pavilion master. The chief pavilion master established the War God Pavilion to protect the realm of gods and defend against the invasion of the evil demons. At the same time, every war god who enters the War God Pavilion must watch this simulation to commemorate the 2 pavilion masters who died for the glory of the realm of gods. The Viper War God spoke in a low voice. His tone was a little bleak and sorrowful. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a celestial realm, which made everyone feel better. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were actually able to watch a legendary battle between 2 peak experts. This was an opportunity that could only be chanced upon. If they could comprehend even a little bit of it, they would be rich. However, when one of the 3 sovereigns of demons raised the blade in his hand, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They returned to the hall again. However, when the sovereign of demons raised the blade in his hand and revealed a hint of murderous intent, everyone felt like their hearts were about to jump out of their chests and their blood vessels were about to explode. "Sir, why is it gone?" Kong Luo's eyes lit up, and his entire body emitted a beast-like violent aura. Seeing the scene in front of him disappear, he angrily looked at the Viper War God and questioned him. "Humph." The Viper War God tilted his head and sneered, "You still want to watch? Do you want to die? Not to mention you, even I don't dare to watch. If you look at it for one more second, your souls will be destroyed by the murderous intent contained in that blade. Of course, if you want to watch it, it's not impossible. As long as any of you become a 7th grade war god, you will be qualified to watch the battle once. 7th grade war god. A trace of disappointment appeared in the eyes of countless people. Could a 7th grade war god be promoted so casually? Not to mention a 7th grade war god, even a 5th grade war god was like an insurmountable mountain to the countless experts of the realm of immortals, let alone them. However, there were 2 people who did not show any signs of being discouraged. Instead, their eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. The Viper War God trio quietly observed everyone's expressions. After seeing the radiance in the eyes of Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo, they secretly nodded. A person's mentality could often represent a person's future. If a person was determined to become a superior person from a young age and constantly worked hard around this goal, then he would definitely be able to achieve it. In the end, even if this person didn't achieve much, he wouldn't be too bad. On the other hand, if a person had no ambition and only wanted to hold on to a few acres of land and live a mediocre life, then he could only be a farmer until the day he died. Yi Qinghan didn't have any lofty ambitions, but he was forced to constantly strive for one goal after another. Moreover, he could endure pain that ordinary people couldn't, and he could endure loneliness that ordinary people couldn't. What did it mean to be different? How could one be different if they didn't have any special characteristics? The Viper War God flipped his hand and suddenly took out 11 spatial rings. These spatial rings were different from ordinary spatial rings, as they had a small image of a demon on them. After distributing the rings to everyone, he smiled and said, "There are 2 war god emblems in here, which can be recognized by blood. There are also 2 sets of war god robes, and some rewards from the war god pavilion. Put on the war god robes, recognize the emblems, and give me one of the emblems." Yi Qinghan scanned the rings and realized that the things inside were exactly as the Viper War God had said. However, he didn't care for the rewards. There were only some divine stones and ordinary artifacts. He took out 2 identical emblems and recognized them with blood. He handed one of them to the Viper War God and was about to put on the War God robe, but the Viper War God waved his hand and stopped him. "Sir, why are there 2 emblems?" At this moment, Gu Yang suddenly asked. Not only him, but many others were also very puzzled. Hee. The Tiger War God at the side said, "Because once you die and your soul dissipates, the emblem stored in the War God Pavilion will change color. The War God Pavilion will know that you are dead and erase all information about you." I said it before. The Viper War God didn't care about what was happening over there. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan very seriously and said with a smile, "As long as you can return and complete the mission, I will personally put on the War God robe for you." After saying that, the Viper War God didn't wait for Yi Qinghan to speak. He took the War God robe from his hands and actually really put on the War God robe for him. He even put on the War God robe for him seriously. There was absolute silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Viper War God's gentle actions. They were all extremely envious. To have a peak 4th grade War God personally put on the War God robe for them was such a great honor. All right. I welcome all of you as War Gods of the War God Pavilion. I hope that your names will eventually resound in every corner of the divine realm. Make me proud of you. There is a War God record in the spatial ring. Everything that you have the authority to know about the War God Pavilion is in there. Of course, you can come find me at any time. I look forward to your growth. The Viper War God took out a white crystal from his hand. Then, he circulated the divine power in his hand. The crystal emitted a gentle white light that shone on everyone's bodies and the badges on their War God robes. Buzz! The white badges on everyone's left chest suddenly lit up. Yi Qinghan looked at them and saw the 2 faint words, "Frosty Night," flickering with a bewitching light. He saw that the 2 words, "Frosty Night," had also appeared on Yi Yao's badge. He couldn't help but feel emotional. He had finally become a war god. Although he was still a war god, as long as he continued to increase his strength, his rank would also slowly increase. Perhaps one day, the 4 words, Frosty Night War God, would resound everywhere and strike fear into the hearts of the Divine Realm's martial artists. After becoming a war god, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Yaorao directly to the mission hall. In the past, without the war god robe, he couldn't even enter. He could only look around from the outside. Now, he could go in and search as he pleased and accept any mission he wanted. There were many small halls for accepting missions. They were clearly marked as the War God Mission Hall, the 1st Grade War God Mission Hall, the 7th Grade War God Mission Hall. Of course, there were also general mission halls that didn't have any rank restrictions. For example, Lu Chun's Sky High Bounty was issued in the General Mission Hall. Let's go in and see if there are any good missions. Yi Qinghan was slightly excited. After bidding farewell to everyone outside the hall, he pulled Yi Yaorao along and walked into the War God Mission Hall. Everyone dispersed. Some went back to rest and cultivate, while others, like Yi Qinghan, walked into the War God Mission Hall. However, when no one noticed, one of them put on a bamboo hat and walked around the hall. Finally, he quietly walked into the General Mission Hall. Chapter 6:13. There were countless bars in the Quasi-War God Mission Hall. Dozens of beautiful women sat on them. Yi Qinghan looked around, found an empty bar, and sat down. Buzz! As soon as he sat down, a transparent barrier enveloped him and the beautiful waitress. Clearly, this was set up by the War God Pavilion to protect the confidentiality of the missions. "Hello, sir, do you want to accept a mission or turn in a mission?" The woman in front of him looked very young. She wore a black uniform and had a professional smile. Yi Qinghan checked and found that this woman was only at the heavenly god realm. It seemed like she wasn't a war god, but an employee hired by the pavilion. Yi Qinghan nodded at Yi Yaorao, who was standing outside, then turned around and spoke softly to the beautiful woman, "I'm here to accept a mission. May I ask if there are any missions to the northern prefecture? The further the better. Of course, it would be even better if there's a flying tool. And, sir, please wait a moment, I need to check." The employee carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's request, then flipped through the booklet in her hand. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, she checked for a while, then shook her head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, there's no mission that fits your requirements." "How is that possible?" "Check again." Yi Qinghan was a bit anxious. If he stayed in Dancing Phoenix City for too long, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. "Sir, there's no need to check. Because quasi-war god missions are very rare, most people in the north would hire war gods above the 3rd rank, so, after hearing the employee's explanation, Yi Qinghan felt a bit more at ease. Indeed, those who could travel across prefectures and use flying tools were all experts. They were all relatively high-level missions. Why would a powerhouse invite some trash divine general realm martial artists to accompany them? He nodded at the employee dejectedly and was about to leave when the employee spoke again. "Oh right, sir, there's a mission to Dripping Spring Prefecture." "That's right, sir, there's a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. You fulfilled the requirements, but they don't have flying tools. They only have ground tools, and they've hired service personnel. I wonder if you want to accept it." Dripping Spring Prefecture. Yi Qinghan had seen the map, so of course he knew this prefecture. This was the prefecture to the north of Longyang Prefecture, separated from Longyang Prefecture by the Beacon Smoke Prefecture. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He sat down again and asked, "Is this earthly tool fast? Can it be as fast as Tingluan?" Being a waiter meant that he was a servant, which meant that he had to serve others. However, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about that right now. A quasi-wargod level was too low. Perhaps he could wait here for 5 or 10 years without anything happening, but he didn't have the time to stay here for long. The attendant explained patiently, I'm not sure what kind of earthly tool it is. The customer didn't leave any information. However, although Kailuan is very fast, there are still some earthly tools that are faster than it. According to the information, even the lowest earthly tool can reach the speed of a god king. Do you need to answer it, my lord? How many people did they invite? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked again. 100. The attendant checked and said, they only asked for quasi-war gods and first-grade war gods. The mission will last for 5 years, and they will guarantee your safety along the way. Once you arrive at Dripping Spring Prefecture, they will ask you to stay and pay 10 million divine stones per person. Of course, if you want to come back, you will have to accept the mission yourself. Currently there are 63 people who have signed up. Do you need to sign up, my lord? 100 people. 10 million divine stones. Yi Qinghan began to calculate in his mind. To be able to invite 100 people as attendants, they must be powerful experts or young masters or ladies with divine stones. Moreover, 10 million divine stones was a good price for a quasi-war god. Someone who could offer such a high price definitely had the ability to guarantee their safety along the way. Yi Qinghan didn't care about divine stones, but he was happy that their safety could be guaranteed. Both of us will sign up. Yi Qinghan pointed at Yi Yaorao behind him and said to the attendant. Please take off your badge, I need to register. The attendant nodded with a smile and began to handle the procedures for Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. He informed the two that the mission would begin in 10 days and that someone would inform them at that time. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood as he left the mission hall with Yi Yaorao. The two didn't go back, but went to the information pavilion. Before, they didn't become quasi-war gods, so they didn't have the right to enter. Now, of course, they had to investigate the cold jade body. Moreover, Yi Qinghan wanted to see if there was any useful information. The information pavilion was located on the west side of the White Jade Plaza. It was a tall and straight building. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao walked straight inside. As expected, the two guards outside didn't stop them. As soon as they entered, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of white light and found himself inside a building. The scene outside couldn't be seen clearly anymore. Looks like this information pavilion is protected by a formation. There was a bar counter in front. The two walked over. Before they could speak, the attendant greeted them. Hello, sirs. You are quasi-war gods, so you can only look on the first floor. You can look through the information on the first floor as you please. Of course, you can't break it or take it out. Thank you for your cooperation. Yi Qinghan scanned around and found countless bookshelves. On top of the bookshelves, there were several tens of thousands of books. There were also various labels that categorized the information. Yi Qinghan knew that the information on the first floor probably wasn't that important. However, the two still held on to a sliver of hope and began to search. Dancing Phoenix City, East City. There was a huge mansion. This mansion was a few hundred acres wide, and there were several tens of thousands of buildings and courtyards. Martial artists who could own a courtyard in a place like Dancing Phoenix City were considered experts with some status and strength. Only a few big families in Dancing Phoenix City could own such a large courtyard. At this moment, a black figure was rushing towards the mansion's entrance. This made the guards outside the mansion tense up. However, when they saw the person's attire, they let out a sigh of relief. Especially when they saw half of the person's face under the bamboo hat, their faces revealed a flattering smile. Lord Shirlu, you're back. The guards bowed and bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. However, the person didn't even look at them and immediately rushed inside. This confused the guards. Lord Shirlu was usually calm and steady. Why was he so impatient? Paw! In a luxurious hall, Lu Chun's face was filled with anger. He smashed a black jade cup on the table onto the ground. The Lord Shirlu who was standing in front of him just now didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the furious Lu Chen. Chapter 6:14. With the influence of the Lu family in Dancing Phoenix City, it didn't take a few days to figure out what happened to Lu Ji before and after the test. First of all, Lu Chen eliminated the Viper War God and the other two as suspects. Although only 11 people passed the test, there were still dozens of survivors. These people all confirmed that the Viper War God and the other two did not come down after they left Beehive Mountain and flew to Crying Phoenix. After the Viper War God came out, some warriors saw Lu Ji. Another reason was that there was a faint aura of darkness at the place where Lu Ji died. The Viper War God and the other two did not cultivate laws of darkness. Of course, the most important reason was that the pavilion master of the Dancing Phoenix City's War God Pavilion sent a message to Lu Zhongshu, vouching for the Viper War God. Therefore, the Lu family did not continue to investigate the Viper War God. If he was not killed by the Viper War God and the other two, then it could only be the warriors who took the test together. The 11 War God candidates who passed the test became suspects. Kong Luo, who cultivated the Tao of Destruction and had the most powerful attacks, and Yi Qinghan, who had a conflict with Lu Ji, became the two most suspicious people. Just now, this Lord Shirlu brought news that made Lu Chen even more suspicious of Yi Qinghan. This was because the Lu family spy in the War God Pavilion had just sent news that Yi Qinghan immediately accepted a mission as soon as he became a War God. Moreover, it was a mission to the Dripping Spring Manor. If he did not have a guilty conscience, why would he leave Dancing Phoenix City in such a hurry? Old Shirlu, go to the War God Pavilion immediately and report all the remaining quotas. Arrange for our people to go in. Lu Chen's gloomy expression changed several times, then he turned to Lord Shirlu and said hatefully. Lord Shirlu thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Fourth brother, this mission only requires war gods and first-grade war gods. How can the family have so many first-grade war gods? Moreover, the first-grade war gods in the family are only peak divine generals." Lu Ji was with 7 peak divine generals, but they were all killed. No need for family disciples. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Go to the pavilion and secretly invite first-grade war gods. As long as there is a mission, regardless of success or failure, each person will be paid 500 million god stones. If anyone helps me take revenge, I will give 5 billion god stones. Also, send that wanderer kid in as well. Tell him that he owes me a favor and he can return it now." Wandering God of War. Lord Shirlu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this and smiled. But then he realized that it was wrong to smile at this time, so he quickly pulled a long face and said, "Yes, Wanderer has just broken through to the God King realm. If he were to make a move, it would be a cinch. Fourth brother, I'll go arrange it." After Lord Shirlu left, Lu Chen sat down again. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand heavily, hitting the armrest of the chair. In an instant, the armrest turned to dust. He raised his hand to look at the portrait across the hall and said absent-mindedly, "Don't worry. Even if I have to spend more god stones, I will avenge our son. Even if I have to spend everything I have, I will make sure all 11 of them are buried with G. There are countless spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. The most famous are the 10 great ancient gods' spiritual bodies. Each of them has a miraculous effect. Those who possess spiritual bodies cultivate at an extremely fast speed. If they don't die along the way, most of them will eventually become peak experts." Sigh, what kind of **T information is this? It's so vague and doesn't have any useful information. Yi Qinghan let out a deep sigh and put away the encyclopedia of spiritual bodies in the realm of the gods. After spending an entire afternoon in the information pavilion and flipping through almost all the books on the first floor, there was little useful information. The information on the first floor was basically a summary, without any detailed information. He also checked for information on soul stillness, cultivation of laws, and the like, but discovered that it was all vague information. Finally, he walked to the other side and glanced at Yi Yaorao, but he also shook his head. The two of them walked back to the hotel with some helplessness. The two of them had read the records of the war god and knew that the higher the rank of the war god, the greater the authority they would receive. After reaching 5th grade war god, they would not need to take on any missions. Every year, they would receive 100 million divine stones as a subsidy from the war god pavilion, not to mention the countless other privileges. For example, this information pavilion. Yi Qinghan was very clear that as long as he went up to the 3rd floor and above, he would definitely be able to obtain countless precious information from the realm of the gods. However, it was very difficult to increase the rank of the war god. For example, Yi Qinghan, who was a prospective war god, wanted to become a 1st grade war god. He would have to participate in the war god's test or take on 100 missions in order to increase his rank. Although the mission to Dripping Spring Manor had a reward of 10 million divine stones, which seemed like a lot, the duration of the mission was 5 years. If each mission was 5 years, then 100 missions would take 500 years. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to increase the rank of the war god. Of course, if one was powerful enough, he could directly take the tests one by one and increase his rank quickly. However, the missions of the war god tests were incomparably dangerous. Without absolute confidence, who would dare to risk their lives to increase their rank? Sir. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he saw a warrior standing guard outside his room. When this person saw Yi Qinghan, he hastily saluted. When Yi Qinghan saw him, he smiled and said, "Let's go in and talk." After opening the stone door to the room, Yi Qinghan took the lead and walked in. After entering, he immediately opened the defensive barrier of the room. Yi Yaorao brewed 2 cups of tea and handed them to the two of them before entering the room. Only then did Yi Qinghan open his mouth and say, "Kong Luo, what's the matter?" "Sir, there are some things that I don't know if I should say." "Of course, please don't misunderstand. I owe a great debt of gratitude to Sir." Kong Luo definitely has no ill intentions. Kong Luo hesitated for a moment and said with an awkward expression. A trace of vigilance flashed in Yi Qinghan's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Speak." "Just now, I took on a mission to Dripping Spring Manor. I hope that, Sir, you will also accept it and leave Dancing Phoenix City with me." Kong Luo nodded his head and said with a sincere look in his eyes. "Oh." Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. He asked calmly, "Why?" Kong Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, you and I both know that the Lu family is so powerful. Lu Ji is dead, so Lord Viper and the other two, as well as the 11 of us, can't escape suspicion. Lord Viper is powerful and has a backer, so he isn't afraid of the Lu family. However, we are different. The Lu family has countless ways to kill us. If we continue to stay in Dancing Phoenix City, I'm afraid we will be killed by the Lu family. Of course, sir, you may not be afraid of the Lu family, but it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, Dancing Phoenix City has been sealed for so long. I'm afraid there might be some problems. Kong Luo thinks it's better to leave as soon as possible." "Ha!" Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He said, "Brother Kong Luo, you and I are thinking the same thing. Actually, I've already accepted the mission to Dripping Spring Manor. This time, let's go together." Kong Luo was stunned for a while, then he said happily, "It's my honor to go together with Sir. Sir, I'll take my leave first. See you in 10 days. Chapter 6:15. After Kong Luo left, Yi Qinghan fell into deep thought. Did Kong Luo really care about him, or did he have other motives? Was it a coincidence that Kong Luo went to the Dripping Spring Manor with him? Was it because he was afraid of being marked as a suspect by the Liu clan and thus staying away from Dancing Phoenix City? Or was it arranged by someone else? Yi Qinghan never thought that Kong Luo would be truly grateful to him just because he helped him a little. The human heart was unpredictable, and under such a great temptation, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be moved. He always believed in a saying, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Loyalty was just a matter of not having enough bargaining chips for betrayal. In the face of absolute benefits, even father and son would turn against each other. Yi Futian summoned Xiao He and let him play around in the room. Just as he was about to enter the room to cultivate, he received a message from the waiter outside that someone wanted to see him. Why did the Viper War God summon me? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered a few times. They had only been separated for half a day, and the Viper War God had sent a message to see him. Yi Futian didn't know what was going on. Of course, he didn't dare not go. After all, he was indebted to the Viper War God. He went in and said a few words to Yi Yao Rao. Then, he let Xiao He play in the room and walked out alone. Yes, it's this courtyard. Yi Qinghan walked to the east side of the pavilion and soon found the courtyard marked with the word Viper. Just as he was about to knock on the door and enter, the door suddenly opened. The Viper War God and the Dragon War God were sitting in the courtyard and looking at him with a smile. Greetings to the two lords. Yi Qinghan walked in and bowed respectfully. May I know why the two lords summoned Qinghan? Sit. The Viper War God pointed to the chair beside him and personally poured a cup of yellow wine for Yi Qinghan. Then, he squinted his eyes and smiled. I heard that you accepted a mission. To the Dripping Spring Manor. Yi Qinghan just sat down and looked at the Viper War God in surprise. He just accepted the mission in the morning, and now the Viper War God knew about it. She looked at him doubtfully, but still didn't say anything. There are some things in the Dancing Phoenix City's Battle God Pavilion that are no secret to certain people. For example, me and the Liu clan. Seeing Yi Qinghan's awkward expression, the Viper War God let out a long laugh. He drank a mouthful of wine and looked meaningfully at Yi Qinghan. Liu family. Yi Qinghan understood what the Viper Warrior God was implying. Of course, he knew that he would be suspected by the Viper Warrior God and the Liu family. Yi Qinghan forced a smile and said, Sir, we are different from you. All 11 of us will be suspected by the Liu family, and I will be the biggest suspect. I have no choice but to run. You're such a slippery fellow. The Viper War God and Nilong looked at each other, but a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes. Both of them knew that there was someone behind Yi Qinghan, but why was Yi Qinghan in such a hurry to escape? Moreover, with his status, he was willing to accept the task of serving others. However, both of them didn't think too much about it. The Viper Warrior God was silent for a moment, and then he told Yi Qinghan why he summoned him today. Actually, the Liu family has already noticed you. Not long after you accepted the task, the Liu family has taken over the remaining 23 places. However, with my authority, I only know that the Liu family has inserted 23 people, but I don't know who they are. On the way, you have to be careful. So fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the Viper Warrior God reminded him, otherwise he wouldn't even know when he was plotted against by others. It seemed that he was too naive. The Liu family was such a powerful force in Dancing Phoenix City. The conflict between him and Liu Ji, as well as many things about Beehive Mountain, would probably be investigated in less than a day. Moreover, there was a reward of 1 million yuan. 23 people. He didn't know if these people were targeting him or Kong Luo. Or were they planning to kill both of them? Sir. During the mission, they wouldn't dare to openly target me, would they? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and asked. No, the War God Pavilion prohibits killing each other. Of course, the arena doesn't count. If they openly kill the war god and are photographed by the memory worm, no one can protect them. The Viper war god said with certainty. He then looked outside and said, according to my understanding, the sponsor of this mission is an expert of 5th grade war god level. If there are no special circumstances, he would not allow anyone to use force inside his divine pangolin armor. Therefore, relatively speaking, you are still safe. Of course, you still have to be careful. Especially if there are any special circumstances, you must be vigilant. Also, it is said that this sir has a strange temper. Don't anger him. If he throws you out halfway, no one can do anything about it. Yes, I'll remember. Yi Qinghan nodded and stood up. He bowed deeply to the two of them and said gratefully, on this trip to the Dripping Spring Manor, Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will be able to see the two of you again. Both of you have taken such good care of me. Yi Qinghan doesn't know if I will have the chance to repay the two of you. Ha! We are all men, don't be such a sissy. The Viper warrior god and the other war god quickly stood up and waved their hands. They said with a smile, if you have the heart, then work hard on your cultivation. When you, the Hanya war god, become famous in the divine realm, maybe we will go over to you to make a living. Yi Qinghan didn't say any more words of thanks. He bowed again and left. He was very clear that with how big the god realm was, it would be very difficult for him to meet the Viper war god again. Just like, when Niu Haiyan left, Yi Qinghan was also very clear that he would not have the chance to meet that fairy-like girl again. They cultivated quietly in the inn for 10 days. The 2 humans and 1 beast didn't take a step out of the inn. After 10 days, it was time for the mission to start. Yi Qinghan received a message from the staff of the War God Pavilion. He took Yi Yao Rao with him, but he didn't put Xiao He back into the war beast space. Instead, he hid Xiao He in his sleeve and followed the staff of the War God Pavilion outside. They gathered at the White Jade Plaza. Before long, the 100 people who accepted the mission arrived at the plaza. Yi Qinghan secretly investigated them and discovered that most of them were war gods. Only a small portion were first-grade war gods. Moreover, half of the war gods were third-grade divine generals. What made Yi Qinghan vigilant was that there was a divine king expert among them. Even though he had just broken through to the divine king realm, divine king experts were usually second-grade war gods. However, divine king realm experts were usually able to reach the rank of second-grade war god. They would never accept such a low-level mission. Combined with the information from the Viper warrior god, this person's objective was obvious. Everyone, enter the transportation array. A third-grade war god from the War God Pavilion was assigned to lead the team. This person looked at the list of names. When he saw that everyone was present, he coldly said, then flashed toward the small transportation array at the corner of the plaza. Chapter 6:16. My lord. My lord. 2 voices sounded behind him. Yi Qinghan turned around and saw 2 familiar faces under the bamboo hats. One of them was Wu Luo, but he wasn't surprised. However, he looked at the other person with astonishment. This person was Gu Yang, who had spent 10 million divine stones to purchase 4 divine crystals from him. Nodding at the 2, Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He pulled Yi Qianrao along and followed the crowd toward the transportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in a spacious courtyard. The third-grade war god was talking to a white-haired elder who was wearing a war god's robe but not a bamboo hat. They were talking in a low voice with a respectful attitude. Not long after, the 100 war gods were all teleported over. The white-haired old man turned his head and glanced at them. This glance caused the hearts of all the war gods to tremble. The casual glance of the old man was like countless sharp blades, piercing into their eyes and hearts, causing them to feel a burning pain. They were all secretly shocked. This elder was very powerful. He was at least at the peak of the God-King realm. A show of strength. Yi Qinghan sneered inwardly. This elder was clearly trying to show everyone his strength and make them behave during the duration of the mission. However, the stronger this old man was, the more Yi Qinghan felt at ease. Experts had their own dignity, so he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to play tricks under his nose. The third-grade war god didn't say anything. Instead, the elder calmly said, "My name is Luo Gue. I am the initiator of this mission. During the duration of this mission, I need your absolute cooperation. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything beyond your capabilities. Don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I will cancel the mission and throw you out. The reward for this mission is 10 million divine stones. However, if you perform well and satisfy me, I will give you 5 war god contribution points. If you arrive at the Dripping Springs City Lord's mansion, I will give you 5 war god contribution points. Alright, if anyone wants to back out, do so now. Otherwise, get ready to leave. 5 contribution points. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect that there would be an additional reward. Contribution points were good stuff. Completing this mission would only give 1 contribution point. A quasi-wargod needed 100 contribution points to advance to first-grade war god. Receiving 5 contribution points was equivalent to accepting 5 more missions. Of course, the crowd wouldn't back out. People like Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo, and some other martial artists with ulterior motives wouldn't back out either. Of course, there were also a small number of people who were secretly suspicious. This mission could be said to be one of the lowest-tier missions. 10 million god stones was already a lot more than the standard, but who would have thought that there would be an extra 5 contribution points? Contribution points were hard to buy even with god stones. Could it be that there was something special about this mission? Very good. This is half of the advance payment. Seeing that no one backed out, the old man nodded, then waved his hand and tossed a nameless godstone crystal card to each of them. 5 million godstones. Then, a silver stream of air emerged from his hand, and he lightly patted the ground. As soon as the crowd received the godstones, the third-grade war god cupped his hands and saluted the old man, then entered the transportation device and returned to the war god pavilion. As soon as the man left, the ground in the courtyard suddenly shook. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the soil on the ground automatically parted, revealing a giant hole dozens of meters wide. Rumble. As the ground continued to shake, a giant head peeked out from the hole. Its entire head was covered in brown scales, and its brown eyes emitted a faint cold light, making people shudder. However, when the huge beast saw the old man, it actually nodded at him in a friendly manner. Then, it opened its huge mouth, revealing a small scarlet tongue that was more than 10 meters long. It swallowed and danced in the air for a while before retracting. Go in. The old man nodded at the crowd, then unexpectedly walked into the giant mouth of the beast. In a flash, he disappeared. Countless martial artists blinked their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't dare to take a step forward. To carry out a mission inside the beast's stomach. What if it swallowed it? Ignorant. This is an earth tool, the pangolin armor. Its speed is comparable to a peak divine king. Moreover, its defense is even stronger than that of a phoenix. At this moment, one of the war gods laughed mockingly and said calmly. Then, he led a few people into the mouth of the giant hand. When the crowd looked, they saw that it was the divine king realm war god. Some people also recognized it as the pangolin armor, so they walked in without hesitation. Yi Qinghan had heard from the viper war god that the earth tool this time was the pangolin armor. He nodded to the people behind him, then followed the crowd into the giant mouth of the beast. As he approached the giant mouth of the beast, Yi Qinghan didn't smell the beast's stench, nor did he feel the beast's pressure. He calmed himself and pulled Yi Yao Rao into the giant mouth. Unexpectedly, with a flash of white light, they arrived in a large hall. The white-haired old man and the war god who just entered were inside. The hall was very spacious, able to accommodate nearly 1,000 people. Moreover, there were countless mechanisms and stone doors in the surroundings. This made Yi Qinghan secretly shocked. How big was this pangolin armor? Someone could actually set up a large formation on the pangolin armor. Building a space that could accommodate so many people didn't affect the pangolin armor at all. The old man waited for everyone to be teleported in, then glanced at the crowd and said, "There are 200 small rooms on the left. You can choose any room to rest and cultivate. Normally, you are not allowed to leave this room and this hall without being summoned. Of course, if you need anything, you can just tell the pangolin armor. Some simple items will be satisfied. There is a list of names in each room. For example, if you need a cup of blue illusion, you can just say, 'Pangolin armor, give me a cup of blue illusion.'" The old man said to the sky. Then, the space trembled and a bottle of blue liquid appeared in the air. The old man took it and drank it. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. Was this even possible? This pangolin armor was actually so magical? Some people couldn't believe it and imitated the old man's shout. As a result, the space trembled and bottles of blue wine appeared in the air, shocking everyone. However, the people who were familiar with the old man were puzzled. This old man said that they were not allowed to leave this room and hall. Furthermore, the treatment here was so good. It didn't seem like they were here to be servants, right? Yi Qinghan knew the price of this blue illusion. In the Dancing Phoenix City, it cost at least 1,000 god stones for a cup. Could it be that this old man invited everyone here just to let them enjoy the luxurious life of an expert? "Sir, may I ask what we need to do?" Finally, someone started to feel apprehensive. He bowed to the old man and voiced out his doubts. Countless people came to their senses and looked at the old man with puzzled expressions. There was no free lunch in this world. If something was out of the ordinary, it would be strange. If they didn't ask clearly, no one would dare to stay here peacefully. Squeak! Before the old man could say anything, a stone door in front of them suddenly opened, and a faint female voice rang out, "Hee, you don't have to do anything. During this journey, you only need to send out 10 people to fight with me every 3 days. Of course, don't worry, I won't toy with you to death. Hee." As the voice sounded, a woman slowly walked out of the stone door with a spiritual pet that looked like a white puppy in her arms. As soon as the woman walked out, the entire hall seemed to light up. Chapter 6:17. This woman looked very young. Her entire body was snow white, just like a snow fairy. She was wearing a snow white dress, but the neckline was very low. She was wearing a snow-white waistcoat made of an unknown fur, covering her jade-like shoulders, but leaving behind a deep and extremely attractive cleavage. Her facial features were exquisite. She had a pair of beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was because her skin was too white, but they seemed incomparably bright. Her hair was also silver. Other than her black eyes and pink lips, her entire body was snow-white. She was lazily hugging the long-haired puppy, which was white except for its black eyes. Leaning against the stone door, it had a fatal attraction. Elegant, luxurious, and noble aura. This was the first impression that this woman gave to Yi Qinghan. This woman's frown, smile, and every move had a noble aura that came from her bones. This kind of noble elegance, Yi Qinghan had only seen 2 people. Lord Devour and Yao Ji. Lord Devour had a faint elegance, but it wasn't obvious, as it was covered by his indifference. And Yao Ji also had a faint noble aura. However, the charming aura from her body had surpassed her noble aura. Anyway, Yi Qinghan couldn't forget the arrogance and extraordinary aura from them. However, this kind of arrogance and extraordinary aura didn't make people feel disgusted or disgusted. Quite the contrary, they thought that this woman should have such an aura. Yi Qinghan concluded that this woman was either a super expert or an old monster, with a noble aura that had been accumulated for many years. Or she was the princess of a super family. At least, she was at the same level as Niu Firework. Of course, Niu Firework had been suppressed and forgotten by her family since she was young. She had been wandering around, so she didn't have this kind of aura. The 100 war gods in the field weren't blind. They could see that this woman wasn't ordinary, especially when they saw the looming deep cleavage under her white waistcoat. Many warriors showed their infatuated faces, as if they wanted to bestow their souls to her. It seemed that deep cleavage had some invisible magic that made them not dare to breathe. However, they started to suppress their racing heartbeats and the swallowing of saliva. "I can serve you, miss. This is the honor of being a wanderer." A moment later, a calm voice rang out and woke them up. It was the war god king. He didn't know the woman's identity, but he recognized the waistcoat on her shoulders. He had once read about some luxury goods in the god realm by chance, and it just so happened that there was an introduction to this waistcoat. The soft fur on the waistcoat was very thin and slightly curved. It exuded a faint foxy fragrance. It was made from the fur of a very famous demonic beast in the god realm. Jade Face Fox. The jade-faced fox was a level 5 demonic beast, but its speed was comparable to a level 6 demonic beast. Furthermore, it was incomparably rare. This woman actually had a jade-faced fox fur waistcoat. In addition, the white-haired old man had a respectful expression when he saw this woman. The God King Battle God concluded that this woman was definitely the princess of a super big family. "I'm willing to serve, miss." At this moment, countless cultivators reacted. They straightened their backs and held their heads high as they spoke excitedly. The cultivation realm this woman displayed was only that of a first-level god general. Wasn't fighting her just fooling around. Of course, if they could form some sort of relationship with this woman, they would be able to achieve meteoric success. At that moment, the hearts of countless martial artists began to burn with passion. They fantasized about having some romantic stories with this woman on a dark and windless night. Seeing that most of the 100 cultivators present had eagerly opened their mouths, the woman chuckled and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She opened her red lips and lightly said, "There are 2 requirements for fighting with me. First, you can only defend and cannot attack. Second, you must smile until the end of the battle. Of course, anyone who performs well will receive a special reward." The woman's crisp voice echoed in the hall, making everyone even more excited. Fighting a first-level god general martialist, who was also a financial backer, meant that no one would fight back even if she didn't say so. Smile? Of course they would smile when playing with such a beautiful woman. Special reward. It seemed like this trip would be very exciting. Hence, most of the cultivators responded politely and proudly. Of course. A few people remained silent. When Yi Yaorao saw the crescent moons in the woman's eyes, she instinctively shrunk back and took a step back. This smile was too familiar. Niu Huohua had smiled like this back then. In the end, most of the people in the firework tribe were unlucky when they saw this smile. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes. He had always believed that there was a comparison between the rewards and the effort. Now that they had gained so much, the people present would probably have to put in a lot more effort. "You are the wandering immortal of war." The lady's eyes flickered as she swept her gaze across the crowd. In the end, her gaze stopped at the God King War God. She smiled sweetly and said, "Today, you and the 9 people behind you will play with me. Come with me." When the 10 wandering immortals of war followed the woman through the stone door, many people looked regretful and angry. Why weren't they the first? Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Then, they randomly found a room and entered it, no longer caring about what was happening outside. The room was not big and the furnishings were simple, but it was clean. Yi Qinghan picked up a list on the table and was shocked when he looked at it. The items on this list were similar to those in the heavenly rooms of the Wind Dance Hotel. Most importantly, there was an unlimited supply of these items. How many divine stones would they need for food and drink in the next 5 years? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This trip did not seem simple at all. As soon as Xiao He entered, he immediately crawled out of Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Then, he snatched the list and shouted, "Wow! So many delicacies and wine. Boss, I want to eat, I want to drink." "Hee, if you want to eat, just call for it. Call for whatever you want to eat. Anyway, we don't need to spend divine stones." Yi Qinghan rubbed Xiao Hei's head lovingly and laughed. Xiao He happily called for some food and a glass of wine and began to eat. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao looked at each other and smiled. They were about to sit cross-legged on the bed and start cultivating. However, before the two of them could enter meditation, a loud noise came from outside, as well as the sound of countless people gasping. Yi Qinghan did not activate the protective mechanism of the room, but he could hear the noise outside clearly. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time. Even Xiao He stopped enjoying the food. Yi Qinghan opened the door to the room and the two of them walked out. Then, they all gasped at the same time. In the hall, there were 10 cultivators lying on the ground. There was not a single part of their body that was unharmed. As for the Divine King Realm Powerhouse, all 4 of his limbs were dangling down. It was obvious that his limbs had been broken or even shattered. Moreover, there was a faint bloodstain on his crotch. Perhaps his 5th limb had also been broken. Chapter 6:18. My lord. This. More than 10 martial artists went over to help the 10 of them up. When they saw the miserable state they were in, they felt as though they had boarded a pirate ship. It was not easy to earn divine stones and contribution points. As long as a god-grade martial artist did not die, he or she could use the divine crystals to recover slowly. There were 100 people here, and if they took turns, they would be able to recover after a month of rest. However, god-grade martial artists had nerves too, and they could feel pain. If they were to experience such inhumane pain every month, they might go crazy after 5 years. This lady's timing was very accurate. Even if they were seriously injured in a month, they would be able to recover by then. However, she immediately started the second round without giving them any time to rest. This was even more painful than being a slave. However, some people could not understand why this lady, who was only a first-level god general, was able to injure these 10 people so badly in such a short period of time. Could it be a disguise? Could this lady be a perverted old demon who had a hobby of torturing people? Some of the martial artists wanted to ask these 10 people what they had encountered. However, half of them had fainted, and a few of them were breathing heavily. They could not open their mouths or did not want to open their mouths. The white-haired old man had already walked through the stone door in front of him. At this moment, no one could ask him anything. *T. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. His face turned ashen, and he almost went berserk. He did not care if he was tortured, beaten, injured, or even had his limbs broken. However, this lady was Yi Yaorao. If he saw Yi Yaorao being tortured like this, he could not guarantee that he would not go berserk. He would take out the slaughter god blade and perform a caesarean section on this lady. Qinghan, don't worry. We will see what happens next. Yi Yaorao knew what Yi Qinghan was worried about. She held Yi Qinghan's hand gently and comforted him. My lord, we have to split up. Otherwise, if you're seriously injured and there's no one to take care of you, you might not even know that you've been tricked. At this moment, Kong Luo's voice rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. He felt a wave of anger in his heart. He was very clear that there were more than 20 of Lu Chun's men among the 100 people. If he had suffered such heavy injuries like the wandering god of war, he would not even know how he had died. Glancing at Kong Luo and Gu Yang not too far away, Yi Qinghan nodded and sent a telepathic message to them. The two of you will form a team, and will take turns to look after them. If they are injured, at the very least, help them into their rooms and activate the defensive barrier to ensure their safety. Bang! Suddenly, a martialist knocked on the stone door in front of him. As he knocked, he said fearfully, "Sir, I want to withdraw from this mission. I don't want your divine stones anymore." Squeak! The door opened and the white-haired old man appeared at the door. He did not say anything, but a silver airflow appeared in his hand and he waved it toward the wall of the hall. As the silver airflow entered the wall, the surrounding walls began to fade gradually. Some dark soil appeared outside, and it was moving backward rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. Obviously, this godly pangolin was moving forward at a rapid speed. The old man's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Now, you are more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from Dancing Phoenix City. At your speed, it will take you 3 or 4 days to return. Also, according to our agreement when we issued the mission, you must compensate me with 10 times the amount of divine stones, which is 100 million divine stones. Are you sure you want to withdraw?" This, the martialist's mouth opened wide and his face was instantly filled with dejection. He did not dare to speak again. Many of the martialists in the hall also looked gloomy. Not to mention the possibility of encountering powerful demonic beasts in the next 3 or 4 days, just the 100 million divine stones alone was not something many of the martialists present could bear. It seemed that they would have to spend the next 5 years in this inhumane torture. The old man glanced at everyone's expression and sneered. "When we issued the mission, we clearly stated that you are here to be servants. The servants will fight with the masters and cultivate. This didn't violate the agreement, right? What's more, do you really think there's such a good free lunch in the God world? Freeloading, freeloading, freeloading." Everyone was speechless again and fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, the old man shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked in. The stone door closed once again. 3 days later, the white-haired old man appeared again and took away 10 people. This time, the 10 people came out after half an hour. Of course, they were directly transmitted to the hall. Without exception, all of them were seriously injured. 9 of them fainted, and 1 of them did not dare to mention anything about what had happened. Moreover, some of the people from the first batch had woken up, but they did not dare to say anything. Their faces were full of bitterness and horror. "My lord. We will go first this round." "Thank you." 3 days later, under the gloomy gaze of Yi Qinghan, Kong Luo and Gu Yang resolutely walked through the white stone door. Half an hour later, they were transmitted out again. Moreover, Kong Luo's injuries were more serious than that of the wandering divine king. Most of the bones in her body were broken, and her body was badly mutilated. She probably would not recover without lying in bed for a month. "My lord, don't be too arrogant inside. Otherwise, you will end up like me." Kong Luo opened his bloodshot eyes and vaguely glanced at Yi Qinghan's gloomy eyes. He grinned bitterly and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan before fainting. Fortunately, Gu Yang's injuries were not too serious. He would probably be able to get out of bed in a few days. At that time, he would be able to take care of Kong Luo. "Don't be too arrogant." Yi Qinghan's mood became even gloomier. He knew his temper very well. If he was stubborn, even 100 bulls would not be able to pull him back. If that woman really dared to make a move on Yi Qinghan, he really could not guarantee that he would not go berserk. Half a month later, although Yi Qinghan really wanted to hide, he was still called out by the white-haired old man. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and walked straight over. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the white-haired old man. "My lord, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder. Can you do my wife's share on my behalf? I'll take care of it myself." The white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan, who was behind him, and shook his head. Then, he sent a voice transmission. "I don't have the authority to make this decision. Go in and ask the young mistress yourself. Xiao He. Go back to your room and wait for us." Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He, who was hiding in his sleeve. "No, I want to follow boss." Xiao He replied with exceptional certainty. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He did not dare to leave Xiao He alone outside. He immediately recalled Xiao He back into the beast battle space. Then, he and the rest of the people walked in anxiously. Swoosh! As soon as they entered, they arrived at another teleportation array. They arrived at a room that was about the same size as the previous hall. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a training room. The walls were glowing with a white light, which was obviously a defensive barrier. The surroundings were empty, and there was only one direction where a chair covered with white fur was placed. The woman, who had an air of nobility, was currently sitting leisurely on the chair. One of her hands was caressing the small beast in her arms, while the other hand was holding a long whip that was emitting a white light. She was waving it casually. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she looked at everyone with a smile, like a child who had seen a new toy. Chapter 6:19. The 10 people felt a chill run down their spines as they were stared at by this woman. Even Yi Qinghan felt uncomfortable all over. This woman was just sitting calmly on the chair, but she was like an emperor sitting on the throne of the 9 heavens, giving off a feeling of superiority. That faint smile and the faint majesty of her body gave off an irresistible feeling. Demonis, Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. This woman was the second woman with the aura of a demoness that he had met in his life. She was just like that bewitching woman in the dream palace who wore a veil and a small red string around her waist. She was unpredictable and not easy to deal with. He had no confidence in his heart at all. In his life, he had fought countless battles, met countless great people, killed some great people, and experienced countless scenes. But now, he felt helpless when facing a woman. Most importantly, this woman had not done anything. She was just sitting there calmly with a faint smile, but it made his heart feel incomparably uneasy. He didn't know why, but he knew that he couldn't look at her anymore. So he closed his eyes, stretched out his hand to hold Yi Yaorao's hand, and stood there quietly. Instead, his heart began to calm down, and the expression on his face also began to relax. The 8 people beside him had very interesting expressions at this moment. Some of them had lustful looks in their eyes as they stared at the deep ravine between the 2 snow-white plump breasts. Their eyes had already become cloudy and vacant, leaving only their constantly opening and closing lips and squirming Adam's apple. But there were also a few people whose eyes lit up, their muscles contracted, and their hairs stood on end. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the woman in front of them was not a peerless beauty, but rather a pink skeleton. Hee, a burst of laughter that sounded like the song of an oriole rang out, reverberating throughout the hall. Following this laughter, those cultivators who had been in a daze suddenly woke up. Those cultivators who had been tensed up also relaxed. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao also opened their eyes at the same time. The martial artists looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with shock. This woman was not simple. If she was not a peerless powerhouse, then this woman was definitely one of the spiritual bodies in the immortal world with special abilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to make everyone fall into her trap so easily. Are you all ready? Can we begin? The woman glanced at Yi Qinghan faintly and the smile on the corner of her mouth widened. She stood up leisurely, placed the spirit pet on the chair gently, and strolled toward everyone with the whip in hand. Shaw shaw shaw. The woman wore a pair of soft white leather boots, which made a slight sound as she stepped on the white jade floor. He walked very slowly, but his walking posture was very beautiful, especially his pair of lotus root-like calves. They emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was very beautiful. As she walked over, everyone seemed to feel an invisible force of deterrence. They began to slowly retreat, their muscles tensed up, and divine power surrounded them. They were on guard against this woman's attack. However, there were still two people who did not retreat. Yi Qinghan did not retreat because Yi Yaorao was behind him. Yi Qinghan did not retreat because Yi Qinghan did not retreat. Surprisingly, the two of them had the same expression. They were extremely calm as they calmly watched the woman walking over slowly. Of course, Yi Qinghan was pretending to be calm, while Yi Yaorao had a cold personality. She always had this expression in front of others. You all seem to be afraid of me. What's the point of fighting like that? Since you don't want to play, then I won't play with you anymore. I will send you back. The woman's beautiful eyes swept over Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan again, then locked onto the 8 martial artists behind them. She tilted her head slightly, and a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes. She sighed faintly and slowly raised the whip in her hand. As the woman raised the whip, the 8 of them immediately released their divine power. They used all kinds of strange footwork and began to retreat in all directions. Yi Qinghan also circulated his divine power, but he did not retreat. Instead, he extended his hands to protect Yi Yaorao, but his eyes were locked onto the whip in the woman's hand. Whoosh! The white whip in the woman's hand flashed with a white light. Like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, it quickly lashed out and targeted one of the 8 martial artists. Yi Qinghan recognized that martial artist. He was a first-grade war god with a cultivation level at the peak of the divine general realm. When he saw that the woman was the first to attack him, he became slightly nervous. However, when he saw the speed at which the woman lashed out with her whip, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the speed was fast, it was still too slow for him. Moreover, the woman was so far away from him, and the whip was only so long. How could it reach him? Although he was puzzled and didn't understand how people in the past were injured, he still began to carefully retreat. However, as he retreated, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the woman in disbelief, then at the white light on the surrounding walls. He finally understood. His expression changed several times, but he still reacted quickly. He shook his divine power and began to retreat with all his might. Mystery of gravity. No, it's a gravity restriction. This training room has a gravity restriction. Of course, Yi Qinghan also immediately realized that something was wrong. Just a moment ago, he felt a powerful force acting on his body. His body seemed to have become many times heavier. It was as if a million caddies mountain was pressing down on his back. He had to circulate all his divine power just to stand up straight, let alone maintain his original speed. He turned his neck with difficulty and glanced at Yi Yaorao behind him, then at the woman. His pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone present understood why the people who came in to fight couldn't last more than an hour. It was because the gravity restriction in this room was ineffective against the woman. Alright, that wasn't important. What was important was that the whip in the woman's hand was actually starting to extend endlessly. Furthermore, countless tiny silver needles that were emitting a cold glow started to grow out of the whip. A high-grade divine tool. Only a high-grade divine tool could transform. The whip wriggled in the air like a venomous snake with its mouth wide open. It closed in on the martialist rapidly. As for the cultivator, he kept twisting his body as he tried to escape in fear. It was just that every step he took required all the strength in his body. He was drenched in sweat and his speed had decreased by several tens of times. He probably couldn't even match up to a first-level heavenly god cultivator. How was he supposed to dodge this whip? In the blink of an eye, the whip caught up to the martialist. Then, it extended further and bound the martialist tightly. The tiny silver needles on the whip started wriggling and piercing into the martialist's skin, muscles, and every pore. Chapter 620. Under such gravity, the martialist's speed was greatly reduced. He wanted to struggle, but his speed was too slow. He could only watch helplessly as the white whip wrapped around him like a meat dumpling. Chi chi chi, as the silver needles pierced into the martialist's body, his skin began to emit green smoke. The warrior's expression was one of incomparable pain as he opened his mouth wide. He wanted to cry out a few times, but he discovered that the head of the long whip suddenly flew up and directly blocked his mouth, making him unable to say a single word. He could only let out a muffled groan with a distorted expression. "I forgot to tell you, I don't like to hear too much noise, especially screams. Also, did you forget what I said? Here, you are only allowed to defend, not to attack. Also, don't look so sad, I like to see people smile." As she said that, the woman smiled again. Then, the whip in her hand started to move gently. As her hand continued to move, the whip started to wriggle like a python. The end of the whip was flung high up and then smashed heavily on the ground. Just like that, amidst the sounds of bones breaking, the long whip was swung again and again, smashed down, swung up, smashed down. Hiss, Yi Qinghan and the other 8 people blinked. They looked at the martialist whose body was a bloody mess and sucked in a breath of cold air. The corners of their mouths started to twitch uncontrollably and their faces darkened. However, when they thought of the woman's words, they wanted to laugh, but they could not. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched. He tried his best to make his expression calm, even though he could not laugh. However, he knew very well that whoever's expression was worse would become the next target. As expected, the whip stopped dancing and flung the martialist whose bones had been broken to the side. Then, it quickly moved to the left. This time, it directly bound 2 martialists. Moreover, the whip wriggled for a while and the 2 of them were tightly bound together, facing each other. Smile. Otherwise, you will realize that you will suffer so much that you will not be able to cry. With a chuckle, the long whip danced again, and the sound of bones breaking rang out again. When the 2 of them fainted again, the long whip began to search for new targets. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a faint sneer. His expression became even calmer, but he was cursing in his heart. This woman was a pervert. This room had a gravitational restriction, and her long whip was a high-grade god artifact. From the looks of it, it was not an ordinary high-grade god artifact. This was because Yi Qinghan believed that even if there was a gravity restriction, it was impossible for these unconscious cultivators to not have the slightest ability to resist when the whip approached them. There must be a problem with the thin needles on the whip, a big problem. Duel. This is called a duel. This was obviously pure torture, abuse, and humiliation. Moreover, it was the kind that no one dared to resist. Because she was the sponsor, she did not violate the terms of the mission. On the contrary, if you dared to terminate the contract, she had the right to make you pay double the amount of god stones and throw you out. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of paying the god stones, but he was afraid of being thrown out. If he was thrown out, the people sent by Lu Chen would probably chase after him. He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid of that God King powerhouse. Moreover, he did not know where they were right now. If there were demonic beasts running amok outside, it would be really dangerous. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan watched as the cultivators were bound by the long white whip one by one. In the end, they were all sprawled on the ground, either unconscious or on their last breaths. Fortunately, this woman had held back, and no one had died. When the long whip threw the last person on the ground, the woman looked at the two of them with a smile. Yi Qinghan felt even more anxious, and the smile on his face was no longer as cold as before. Instead, there was a hint of brilliance. Very good. I like that smile of yours. As long as you maintain it, I will make you feel better. The smile on the woman's face deepened. With a flick of the long whip, it swept past Yi Qinghan and whizzed towards Yi Yaorao. Clearly, Yi Yaorao's cold smile made her somewhat dissatisfied and uncomfortable. Wait. Yi Qinghan gently waved his hand as he stared into the woman's eyes. His voice was not loud. Although his voice was not loud, it was very calm and confident. He did not move his body, as if he was certain that this woman would stop. Yi Yaorao, who was behind him, seemed to have received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. She did not move and continued to stand there calmly. She did not even look at the whizzing white whip. Why? The woman's eyes lit up, but her hand did not move. However, the whip stopped right in front of Yi Qinghan's face and froze in the air. Her body did not move either. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with interest and asked softly. Beauty, don't you think that playing like this is very boring? Yi Qinghan spread his hands and began to transmit his voice. This, torturing the living dead, gives you a sense of accomplishment. I think this is no different from whipping a few dead dogs. With your status, I think it's a little tasteless for you to play this game. Hee hee. When she heard Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, saw the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, and sensed Yi Qinghan's provocation, the woman chuckled softly. As she chuckled, her body trembled slightly. The alluring cleavage on her chest became even more alluring. She stared at Yi Qinghan with interest for a while. Then, she transmitted her voice as well. Do you have any suggestions? If your suggestion is good, I can consider it. I can even give you a special reward. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was delighted. He calmly glanced at the 8 people lying on the ground and Yi Yaorao behind him. Then, he transmitted his voice again. Let them leave. The 2 of us will play a private game. How about that? I guarantee that it will be absolutely thrilling. If it is not thrilling, you can do whatever you want to me. How about that? Private game. Just the 2 of us. The woman's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons again. Her eyes shone brightly as if she was very interested. Just when Yi Qinghan thought that the matter was about to be settled, the woman transmitted her voice again. I'm very sorry. I don't really like to play private games with men. Why don't you let your woman play with me for a few days? Then, I'll let you go. How about that? F***ck, I've met another Lily. When Yi Qinghan saw the woman glance at Yi Yaorao, he recalled the scene where he had met Yinling, in the hidden city. Back then, Yinling had taken a liking to Yi Qingyu and the others. He had slapped her hard. However, that was in the Fire Dragon continent. If he dared to slap this woman here, the 2 of them would probably die. However, when he glanced at the woman's eyes again, he saw a hint of mockery flash in her eyes. A trace of anger flashed in his heart. He had actually been tricked. Looking at the woman's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, Yi Qinghan knew that if he played mind games with this woman, he would only end up being played by her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly bowed to the woman dejectedly. He transmitted his voice again. All right, you're amazing. I admire you. Let's not be hypocritical. How about this? I'll take on my woman's share for her. I wonder if you, beautiful lady, can satisfy my little bit of manly dignity. When the woman saw that Yi Qinghan had been defeated, she smiled. She looked very happy. Light flowed in her eyes, and she looked very charming. After a moment, she transmitted her voice again. No, can't. Chapter 621. I'll play with you for 2 days. As long as I don't die, you can play however you want. If you can play with me until I'm crippled and crazy, I'll give it to you. How about it? Yi Qinghan didn't give up. He continued to act tough and looked at the woman with a provocative smile. You have guts. This lady likes men with guts the most. The woman's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Yi Qinghan could hear that the voice transmission seemed to be praising him, he felt even more scared. He remembered Kong Luo's words before he fainted. He couldn't be too arrogant or he would end up in a miserable state. However, what could he do in this situation? He could only brace himself and do it. 3 days. The woman transmitted her voice again. Her tone didn't allow any refusal. In 3 days, as long as you can still move, you must play with me. And you must smile at all times. You must smile very happily. Deal. Send all of them out. Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. Of course, his face was still smiling. After sending the voice transmission, he didn't care about the woman anymore. He turned to Yi Qinghan and said gently, "Go back and wait for me." Qinghan. Yi Qinghan obviously knew that Yi Qinghan had been transmitting his voice with the woman. However, she knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. She didn't dare to say too much and just called out softly. Before she finished speaking, Yi Qinghan's figure turned into a white light and disappeared from the hole. Moreover, the 8 people on the ground were also transmitted out at the same time. There were only 2 people left in the empty hall and a spirit pet that was lying lazily on a chair as if it was asleep. Phew, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. He was completely relaxed. The smile on his face was extremely sincere. He looked at the woman's elegant face and the deep ravine under the snow-white waistcoat without any scruples. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He smiled and said, "All right, beautiful. Only we are left. How do you want to play? Whip and candle. Pirate captain. Come on, this young master is ready. Hee, what's the hurry? There are still 3 days. We can have some fun. Let's have a drink first. Mountain pangolin armor, Knight of Elan." The woman shook her head, and suddenly called out to the air. There was a ripple in the air, and a cup of pink liquid appeared in her hand. She laughed softly, and with a fling, the cup flew towards Yi Qinghan. Not bad. Yi Qinghan took the cup and drank it without hesitation. He believed that this woman wouldn't kill him, so it didn't matter what he drank. Moreover, he had promised this woman that he would cooperate with her, so even if it was poison, he could drink it. Of course it tastes good. This cup of Yulan's night is worth millions of divine stones on the market. This is one of the 3 major aphrodisiacs in Fallen Red City. Do you feel your whole body heating up? His entire body was becoming restless. Hee. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness, like a little fox. She widened her eyes to look at Yi Qinghan's reaction. 3 great aphrodisiacs. Damn, it's an aphrodisiac. What is this woman trying to do? Yi Qinghan felt his body begin to heat up rapidly. He felt the evil fire in his lower abdomen begin to burn chaotically. He felt a small tent begin to bulge under his robe. He didn't understand what this woman was trying to do. Of course, he wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that this woman really wanted to play a private game with him. It's really hot, and the fire of desire is burning my body. But, beauty, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? After experiencing the torment of the evil fire in the baleful Yin stream, Yi Qinghan's resistance to this kind of aphrodisiac was many times stronger. However, after thinking quickly for a moment, he didn't suppress the effects of the drug in his body. His eyes began to turn red, and his breathing began to become heavy. His body also began to tremble slightly. The small tent below him had completely turned into a large tent that could support the sky. This aphrodisiac is really powerful. The woman acted as if she didn't hear Yi Qinghan's words. She shouted excitedly, "Okay, now you can start to take off your clothes." What? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that he didn't hear wrongly, he began to feel confused. Could it be that my charm is really that great? This woman knows that my Yi family's marksmanship is very powerful. Does she want to have a unique style of battle? Looking at the woman's fiery gaze, Yi Qinghan began to hesitate. Although he didn't mind having a friendly match with this woman, the other party was his financial backer. It was just that the other party was a rich man, and he had accepted his god stones. In this way, it seemed that he had become a special profession in his previous life, a gigolo. This somewhat violated his principles. He, the mighty Emperor Han, had actually become a male prostitute in the god realm. It wouldn't be good if word of this got out. Should he take off his clothes or not? This was a problem. However, he only hesitated for 2 seconds before this thought was suppressed by the evil fire in his mind. His body began to tremble. As his Adam's apple squirmed, he began to take off his clothes. "Stop, that's enough. TSK, your muscles are not bad." Just when Yi Qinghan had taken off his underwear and the rest of his body was completely bare, the woman suddenly spoke. He stopped what he was doing. He looked at the woman in confusion and asked in a daze, "Can we start now? Do you want to do it, or should I?" Whoosh! The answer to his question was a long whip that whizzed over like white lightning. This time, the whip didn't bind him. Instead, it smashed heavily on his back and sent him flying. He crashed heavily into the white wall on the opposite side. Then, he bounced back and fell to the ground. From now on, as long as you have a breath left in you, you must think of a way to avoid my attacks. If you dare to not dodge, I will cut off your penis and throw it to my divine pangolin to eat. Hearing the woman's cold words, feeling the burning pain on his back, and sensing the whizzing whip with his divine sense, Yi Qinghan's heart that had been blinded by the flames of lust was now completely sober. For a moment, hundreds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Anger, shyness, grievance, desire. This woman is too vicious. Too perverted. Wearing only a pair of shorts, naked body, and a tent, Yi Qinghan began to jump left and right with great difficulty in order to avoid the attacks of the long whip. Bang! His back, thighs, and body were split open countless times. In some of the wounds, one could even see the eerie white bones inside. He had been sent flying countless times. His internal organs had already been seriously injured. His internal organs were all displaced, and he could feel waves of heart-wrenching pain. However, this pain was within the range of what Yi Qinghan could endure. What he couldn't bear was the mental humiliation. Naked body, wearing only a pair of shorts, and the tent he was wearing was very high. In the spacious hall, he was like a stray dog that was being whipped around. Most people wouldn't be able to endure this kind of humiliation. Moreover, the person holding the whip was a beautiful woman. This made the humiliation several times worse. Not only did this woman attack Yi Qinghan physically, but she also humiliated him mentally. Moreover, it was the most vicious kind. Chapter 622. Yi Qinghan thought of a phrase when he saw the woman's smiling face and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Venomous beauty. Bear with it. Bear with it. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and could no longer smile. He rolled on the ground, dodging the soft whips shooting at him. As expected, the whips left a deep scar on his back. The fine needles on the soft whips tore off a piece of flesh each time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why those people did not resist. It was not that they did not want to resist, but that they could not. Because the fine needles contained a kind of paralyzing poison. Every time they were hit, they would instantly become numb and lose all feeling. It would take a long time for them to recover. Yi Qinghan was still being hit again and again, while those warriors were all tied up by the whips. Their entire bodies were paralyzed, so how could they resist or dodge? Bear with it, Yao Rao is still outside. Don't be impulsive. Yi Qinghan repeatedly told himself not to be impulsive. There must be a lot of experts inside the godly mountain armor. There was at least a 5th grade war god. If he made a move, the two of them would definitely meet a miserable end. Most importantly, he was not sure he could take down this woman. The gravitational restriction in this room was too strong. His speed was too slow, and he could not get close to this woman. Wait! Yi Qinghan felt the white air flow from the soul ring soothe the restlessness in his body. The long dragon below him no longer raised its head. Yi Qinghan stood up with difficulty. Facing the soft whip whistling towards his face, he did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the woman and shouted loudly. What's wrong? Can't stand it anymore. The woman's hand trembled. She withdrew the whip and smiled. Her smile was still beautiful, but in Yi Qinghan's eyes, it looked like she was mocking him. You win. I give up. I don't want to play anymore. Yi Qinghan immediately took out a set of robes from his spatial ring. Without even looking at the woman, he put them on without a care. The woman tilted her head, but did not stop him. She simply said, You don't want to play anymore. All right, let your woman come in and play with me. She doesn't want to play either. Let's quit the mission. I'll compensate you with God's stones. I admit defeat this time. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and sighed. He had no way of dealing with this woman. It was impossible for him to gamble with his and Yi Yao's lives. The white-haired 5th grade war god on the godly pangolin armor was not someone he could defeat. If he left the mission and was thrown out, he would at least have a chance to live because he had the carefree pavilion. If he really had no other choice, he would bring Yi Yao Rao into the carefree pavilion to avoid the pursuit of Lu Chun's men. Then, he would slowly think of a way to go to the city to accept the mission. Originally, he thought that he could endure all kinds of torture and humiliation with women. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't bear such humiliation. The physical torture didn't matter, but the mental torture made him extremely sullen and humiliated. This kind of sullen and humiliation had reached the critical point that he could endure, so he would rather go out and risk his life than continue like this. Beauty. Can I ask for your name? Yi Qinghan nonchalantly put on his clothes. Then, he slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. Without waiting for her to speak, he asked a strange question. The woman put the long whip in her hand back into her spatial ring. She sat on the chair and hugged the spiritual pet. Her eyes seemed to see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. She didn't mind at all and said, Li Shuer, the only daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord. What? Do you want to remember me forever? Or do you want to repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future? My name is Yi Qinghan. My code name is Frigid Night War God. Please remember my name. Because this name will definitely become your nightmare in the future. Yi Qinghan coldly stared at the woman, then approached her step by step. With a flip of his hand, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He threw it forward and said, Here are 100 million God stones. Both of us will withdraw from the mission. Please transport me out. Ha! Li Shuer waved her hand, but the spatial ring bounced back to her as if she was throwing away a piece of trash. Then, she began to laugh. She laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. She pointed at Yi Qinghan and said, You're really funny. Nobody who knows my identity has ever dared to threaten me. Even a 5th grade war god wouldn't dare. You're just a trash 1st grade divine general warrior, a prospective war god, and you dare to threaten me. What right do you have to threaten me? What right do you have to make me have nightmares? Let me tell you, do you want to withdraw? Not a chance. Not only will I play with you until you go crazy, I will also play with your woman until she goes crazy. Inside my divine pangolin armor, even a 5th-grade war god will have to kneel before me. What right do you have? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. His body was like a crazed leopard. With a jolt of his divine power, his speed suddenly soared. At the same time, he merged with his beast as fast as he could. Then, a ray of purple light appeared. He reached out his hand and grabbed the swan-like snow-white neck of the woman sitting opposite him. Faced with such a crazy woman, he had no choice but to use an even crazier method. Since this woman said she was the daughter of some palace master, it meant that she wasn't some old monster with an exceedingly high cultivation level. Instead, she was the princess of a great family clan. This also meant that her cultivation level of 1st-grade divine general was real. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. Very lucky. As expected, Li Shui was stunned for a second. This second was enough for Yi Qinghan to cross the short distance between the two of them. Then, he grabbed her swan-like neck tightly with one hand, and used his divine energy to seal her divine crystal. Soul attack. A second later, Li Shui regained consciousness. She felt her neck being squeezed by a thick and strong hand. She felt the divine crystal in her body being sealed by a domineering divine power. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she let go of the spiritual pet in her hand and let it run away. Then, she raised her head to look at Yi Qinghan in astonishment and said, "I didn't expect that I would misjudge you. You're also a soul expert. Interesting, interesting." Li Shui's performance, however, made Yi Qinghan's heart tighten. He slowly spat out the divine power in his hand, and confirmed that as long as he exerted a bit of force, he would be able to twist the head off. Only then did his heart slightly calm down. He tried his best to control his voice, and said as calmly as possible, "Let the two of us go. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will do something that will make us regret. You don't dare to kill me. Of course, you can't kill me either. With your divine power, you can't break the divine weapon in my mind and outside the divine crystal. My soul is not destroyed, and my divine crystal is not broken. How can you kill me? Therefore, your threat is meaningless to me. However, I can tell you that you've succeeded in making me angry. Therefore, your fate will be somewhat tragic." Li Shui slightly raised her head, looking at Yi Qinghan's pure black eyes that were just inches away from her. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, still smiling, but the coldness in her smile was extremely obvious this time. Yi Qinghan had attacked in a hurry just now and hadn't noticed it. At this moment, with a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that Li Shui was right. In her mind and outside the divine crystal, there was a layer of faint white light shining. He also somewhat understood why the white-haired old man didn't stand guard at the side and let Li Shui play with a group of martial artists. It turned out that there was no one here who could kill Li Shui, and he had foolishly wanted to coerce her. If that's the case, then I can only express my regret. Yi Qinghan coldly snorted, glaring fiercely at Li Shui. He stretched out his other hand and forcefully tore off her white waistcoat. Chapter 623. Along with the tearing of the white waistcoat, Li Shui's flawless shoulders and two incomparably plump hemispheres were exposed in the air. That alluring ravine was completely exposed in the air. With a single glance, one could see two plump meatballs on both sides of the ravine. Stop. Yi Qinghan's crazy actions finally caused Li Shui's body to tremble slightly. The cold smile at the corner of her lips grew even wider. Nodding, she stared fixedly at Yi Qinghan and said word by word, "Do you know what you're doing? If you want everyone related to you to die, you can continue." Rip. The reply to her words was the sound of a robe tearing. However, Yi Qinghan did not completely tear her dress. He only tore a hole. Of course, if he continued to use force, her thin dress would be torn into two pieces and her white jade-like body would be completely exposed to the air. Sensing that his divine power was still sealing this woman's divine crystal, she could not use her divine power, so she could not use her divine sense to communicate. She could not take out the whip from her space ring either. Therefore, Yi Qinghan grabbed her robe with one hand in a rather unscrupulous manner, but his eyes stared coldly at Li Shuer. The threat was very obvious. Stop, Li Shuer was finally rather afraid. She did not dare to look directly at Yi Qinghan's devouring eyes. Slightly avoiding them, she then let out a long breath and said, Li Bai will come in very soon. It's still not too late for you to stop now. This time, the reply to her words was not the sound of a robe tearing. Instead, the hand that was grabbing onto the robe suddenly let go. Then, it reached in through the torn area and grabbed her large and soft jade ball in an incomparably domineering manner. Furthermore, it was a very forceful grip. Hiss, 2 cold breaths were sucked in at the same time. Li Shuer's pink lips were wide open as she stared at Yi Qinghan in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, licked his lips and blinked his eyes. He was a little angry at himself for being so impulsive. The remaining aphrodisiac in his body had not completely dispersed. Moreover, those 2 snow-white hemispheres had been swaying in front of his eyes for a long time just now. He had been forced by Li Shuer just now, and had impulsively reached in. He knew that once he reached in and squeezed, he had completely cut off his escape route. The situation had become a dead end, and there was no room for maneuver. However, when he thought about how despicable this woman was and how she had insulted him, Yi Qinghan felt a different kind of excitement in his heart. F***ck. Yi Qinghan exhaled heavily. Now that things had come to this, there was no way out, so he could only brace himself and go forward. His body did not move, and his expression did not change. His hand was still tightly grabbing that softness, and his eyes continued to stare fixedly at Li Shuer. He did not say a single word, just like a stubborn child. Feels great, right? After a long while, Li Shuer closed her little mouth and sighed. Then, she looked at Yi Qinghan very seriously and said, however, I can tell you very responsibly, you're finished, your woman is finished, your entire family is finished, your 18 generations of ancestors are finished. Is that so? Whether my 18 generations of ancestors are finished, I don't know, but I do know that you're finished. Yi Qinghan hated being threatened the most in his life, but this Li Shuer had threatened him time and time again, and even used his woman, his family to threaten him. This finally caused the suppressed rage in his mind to explode. His hand squeezed the softness a few more times, and then he turned her body around in a domineering manner. With one hand, he held both of her hands against her back, but pressed her head into the armchair, making her but stick up high. His other hand was not idle either, fiercely grabbing towards the robe on her buttocks that stuck up high. Hiss, when the 2 white petals of buttocks that made people dizzy were exposed to the air, another 2 sounds of cold air being sucked and resounded. Li Shuer turned her head around and stared at Yi Qinghan venomously, but at this moment, she was scared silly. She felt that her lower body was empty and cold, and she did not hold back in the slightest. At this moment, her face was no longer snow white, but had become ashen. This was too much. Yi Qinghan felt that the long dragon that had already shrunk back, began to slightly raise its head again. He knew that this time, it was too much, and he was afraid that it was going to be real. Forcefully suppressing the restlessness of his body, he closed his eyes and did not look anymore. Then, he reached out a large hand and heavily slapped the snow-white petals. Following a crisp paw sound, 5 clear palm prints appeared on the snow-white petals. Feeling that astonishing elasticity, Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, lowered his voice, and said, I can't suppress the evil fire in my heart anymore. If you don't want to continue, I think you should say something. No one dares to do this to me, no one. You will regret it. Two clear tears flowed from Li Shuer's eyes, and her pair of beautiful eyes were full of resentment. She instinctively wanted to continue threatening Yi Qinghan, but when she saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were closed, she realized that Yi Qinghan did not seem to be threatened at all. She could not help but choke a little, and then somewhat lost her head out of fear. She twisted her body, and her tone also began to show some weakness. Let me go, anything can be discussed. Don't treat me like an idiot, I need absolute safety. Yi Qinghan breathed a small sigh of relief, but then he saw Li Shuer's twisting body, especially her shining white buttocks, constantly twisting. He almost could not control himself and directly went up against her, secretly swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. He once again expressed his determination and growled, "Otherwise, I will risk my life to taste the peerless jade of the palace lord's daughter. Let her go. I can guarantee your absolute safety." Right at this moment, a faint voice resounded in the hall, causing Yi Qinghan to be shocked, and it also caused the tears in Li Shuer's eyes to flow out violently. Who? Yi Qinghan's body tensed up, and he suddenly lifted Li Shuer up, clutching her against his chest. His entire body's divine power surged, and his cold eyes swept across the hall. Finally, his gaze stopped on the snow-white spiritual pet on the ground, and he said with some surprise, "It's you? Can you guarantee it?" The voice that he had just heard was a crisp female voice, just like a little girl's. At first, Yi Qinghan thought that it was the white-haired old man who had come in, but then he realized that it was actually the beautiful spiritual pet on the ground, and he asked in surprise. "My words are the best guarantee. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." This spiritual pet was very beautiful, its entire body was snow-white, and its eyes were like two black gems. There was no expression on its face, and the light in its eyes was very calm. However, at this moment, it was standing upright, and it pointed a furry paw at Li Shuer. "Young lady, this," Li Shuer did not dare to believe it, and looked at this spiritual pet with a face full of shyness. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the cold gaze of this spiritual pet, she closed her mouth, and her pretty face was filled with a complicated expression. "Young lady." Yi Qinghan's heart shook again. Li Shuer actually called this spiritual pet young lady. Wasn't this Li Shuer the daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor's palace lord? The palace lord's daughter called a spiritual pet young lady. What kind of situation was this? The spiritual pet swept an indifferent glance at Li Shuer, but when it looked at Yi Qinghan, a trace of a smile actually flashed in its eyes, and its crisp voice continued to ring out, "Let Shuer, or put on her clothes first. I said that I can guarantee your safety, so no one here can hurt you." Chapter 624. All right. Yi Qinghan looked at the pair of gem-like eyes of the spiritual pet and finally nodded in agreement. It was as if the pair of eyes had an invisible magic that could make people develop an invisible trust. As soon as Li Shuer was released, the spiritual pet waved its furry hand and a special wave spread from its hand to Li Shuer's body. When Yi Qinghan saw this, he realized that she had easily removed the divine power seal he had placed on her. Li Shuer quickly took out a set of robes from her space ring and put them on in a messy manner. Afterwards, she stood behind the spiritual pet and did not dare to speak. Instead, she glared at Yi Qinghan with incomparable resentment. Yi Qinghan's body tensed up. However, seeing that Li Shuer didn't go out or call for help, he heaved a sigh of relief. Secretly, he began to use his divine sense to scan the spirit pet. With a sweep, he was secretly shocked. He actually detected that there was no divine power fluctuation on the spirit pet. What did this mean? It meant that the spiritual pet either didn't have any divine power cultivation and was a pure spiritual pet, or it was a divine beast with a much higher cultivation than him. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Shuer. I apologize for what Li Shui did to you just now. However, you've already punished her. How about we let this matter go? The voice of the spiritual pet was very delicate like a little girl, but the tone was very calm. It reminded Yi Qinghan of a person, Niu Huahua. He thought that the spiritual pet's surname was Li Tu. He couldn't help but be even more confused. What was the identity of this divine beast that looked like a puppy? Why did Li Shui listen to it so much? Or was it afraid of her? Miss Li Shui, I was impulsive just now and did something stupid. I'm very sorry for offending Miss Li Shui, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and felt a little embarrassed. He touched what he wanted to touch and looked what he wanted to see. He didn't expect that it was the other party who started to apologize in the end. He laughed dryly and continued, Miss Li Shui, is the guarantee that you made just now absolutely valid? If it's difficult for you, my wife and I can withdraw from the mission. I'm willing to compensate you. Of course it's effective. Actually, there are 3 5th-grade war gods guarding the godly pangolin armor. Do you think you can defeat Li Shui under the watchful eyes of 3 experts? Moreover, I didn't make a move just now. If I did, you wouldn't have succeeded. So you can be at ease, I have no ill intentions towards you. Li Shui's words made Yi Qinghan even more bewildered. He thought he was lucky that he didn't alarm the white-haired elder. He didn't expect there to be 3 5th-grade war gods here. Looking at the situation, it wasn't that they didn't know what was going on here. It was just that they had received Li Shui's orders and didn't make a move. Just now, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell, but he didn't know it. At the same time, Yi Qinghan was secretly on his guard. This Li Shui didn't stop him just now, but now came out to be the good guy. What was his motive? You can rest assured and stay here until we reach Dripping Spring City. No one will make things difficult for you. Moreover, you can also use the gravity restriction here to cultivate. Cultivating here is faster than other places, especially when it comes to practicing your footwork. It's definitely twice the result with half the effort. If there's anything, you can directly call Li Bai, who is the elder who issued the mission. I'll take my leave first. Li Shui left a few words and teleported away with Li Shui, who was in a bad mood. She left a baffled Yi Qinghan standing there in a daze. What's going on? Yi Qinghan rubbed his chin. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Just when he was at a loss, the space beside him fluctuated. A white-haired elder quietly appeared. It was the 5th-grade war god, the elder who issued the mission. Oh, Lord! Yi Qinghan was taken aback. He quickly turned around and cupped his hands in greeting. However, he was secretly on guard and very nervous. My name is Li Bai. War god Han Yi, there's no need to be nervous. Miss Li Shui's words are the law here. You can rest assured and stay here. The old man looked at Yi Qinghan with a meaningful gaze, and said with a smile, since the young miss has instructed, you can enter and leave this training room as you please. Han Yi, war god, do you want to train now, or do you want to return to your room first? Oh! Please, Lord, send me back first. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't think clearly, he knew that he had hit the jackpot. Because of Li Shui's inexplicable change of opinion of him, he not only survived a calamity, but also made this dangerous journey incomparably safe and relaxed. All right. I'll send war god Han Yi back. Li Bai waved his hand and a white light shone. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he discovered that he was already inside the stone door. Countless eyes in the hall in front of him were looking at him in disbelief. Obviously, he, the only person who walked in and came out, shocked everyone. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Li Bai and ignored the puzzled gazes of everyone in the hall. He pulled Yi Yaorao, whose eyes were filled with concern, back to his room. Li Bai didn't say a word. He turned around and walked through the stone door. The stone door closed and his figure flashed. Finally, he appeared in a small hall. Miss. In this small hall, there were 4 people. 2 elders wearing war god robes, Li Shuer, and a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. Li Bai bowed respectfully to the little girl sitting in the main seat of the small hall. Then, he looked at her with some puzzlement. Not only him, the other 2 elders standing in the small hall, as well as Li Shuer, who had a face full of grievances, all looked at the little girl with puzzlement in their eyes. Shuer, don't provoke this war god Han Yi in the future. You can't afford to provoke him. The little girl was very beautiful. She sat lazily on the main seat with a drowsy look. She glanced at the extremely wronged Li Shuer and said indifferently. This voice was exactly the same as that of that mythological beast. It was the mythological beast that looked like a puppy who called itself Li Shuer. Miss. Li Shuer looked at the little girl and thought of how she had been humiliated by Yi Qinghan and how he had taken advantage of her. Now that she had gotten Li Shuer's confirmation, she could only swallow this loss silently. She couldn't help but call out anxiously. But when she saw the faint cold light emitting from Li Shuer's gem-like eyes, she quieted down and didn't dare to make another sound. Miss. What's so special about this war god Han Yi that Miss values him so much? Li Bai and the other 2 looked at each other and asked in surprise. This Li Shuer's identity was extremely special, but she used the words, can't afford to provoke. There's nothing special about him, but he has a pet that's very special. Li Shuer's eyes emitted a ray of light as she thought of that purple light. She paused for a while and then said, I can clearly feel that his pet is of the same level as me, a supreme mythological beast. A supreme mythological beast. The 4 people in the small hall were slightly shocked. There were many mythological beasts in the divine realm. Not to mention a large number of low-grade mythological beasts, even high-grade mythological beasts were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. However, supreme mythological beasts were few and far between. But Li Bai still didn't understand. Even if it was a supreme mythological beast, it wouldn't make the arrogant Li Shuer lower her head, right? Don't have any ideas about this supreme mythological beast. I have some guesses about the identity of this mythological beast. The person behind him, even my father doesn't dare to provoke. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Li Shuer threw out another bomb and completely shocked the people in the hall. This. My lord's strength is above 8th grade and is infinitely close to 9th grade war god. On the floating continent, there are only 2 people that my lord doesn't dare to provoke, the Misty Monarch and the one in the north. Could it be her? The white-haired old man Li Bai moved his lips and murmured in a low voice. Then, he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Li Shuer and exclaimed. Chapter 625. You don't need to know too much about these things. Don't spread what we said today. It's better not to talk about the important people's matters. Li Shuer waved her hand, indicating that she didn't want to continue talking about this matter. She yawned and squinted her eyes. Her small face looked as if she couldn't get enough sleep. Miss, what about the Han Yi War Immortal? Do I need to explain anything? Also, do I need Miss Shuer to continue refining the snow god whip? Li Bai thought of the bewildered Yi Qinghan and asked softly. There's no need to explain. I'm just giving that divine beast a favor. It's easier for a divine beast with a strong background to survive. And those divine beasts that can survive will eventually be very powerful. Li Shuer's body flashed with white light and she turned into that snow-white puppy again. She laid on the chair and looked at Li Shuer indifferently. Continue refining. Go to the second training room. Shuer, don't go overboard. This is a lesson. There are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the immortal world. Maybe one day you'll provoke a super expert. Then it won't be as simple as a spanking. After saying that, Li Shui buried her head deep and slept soundly. She didn't care about the 4 people in the small hall anymore. The 3 old men looked at each other and smiled. But Li Shui's face was full of shame. The 4 of them didn't speak anymore. With a flash of white light, they were teleported out. Kong Luo. Are you familiar with the Li Quan residence? In a room in the hall, Yi Qinghan looked at Kong Luo who couldn't move. He thought of Li Shui's vicious methods. He still had some lingering fear. He patted Kong Luo's shoulder to comfort him. My lord, why are you asking this? And, which aspect are you referring to? Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan who didn't have any injuries. He admired Yi Qinghan again and was even more certain that Yi Qinghan was extraordinary. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Qinghan could recover so quickly because of the soul ring. There were still a few wounds on his back that hadn't healed. For example, the manor head's children and so on. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and said. He had just arrived in the divine world not too long ago. Putting aside the matters of the divine world, he knew very little about the Misty Talisman. Kong Luo had roamed the divine world for tens of thousands of years, so he should know a little about it. Mansion Lord. Kong Luo furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before transmitting his voice. The Dripping Spring Manor's Manor Lord is a peerless expert. It is said that he is a transcendent grade divine beast, and his strength is second only to the Misty Monarch. It is said that he has ruled the Dripping Spring Manor for tens of millions of years. No one had ever defeated him in a challenge. Moreover, in the past several 100,000 years, no one had dared to challenge him. Just like in the Manor Head Challenge competition a few years ago, no one had dared to challenge Leaping Spring Manor. As for his children, this information is definitely not something small people like us can know. A transcendent divine beast. Yi Qinghan was startled and thought of Xiao He. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Kong Luo, do you know how divine beasts are differentiated? It's very simple. Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan with a puzzled expression. This was common knowledge in the divine world. How could a powerful person like Yi Qinghan not know about it? But when he saw Yi Qinghan's nervous expression, he still transmitted his voice. The differentiation of divine beasts depends on the time of transformation. Generally, divine beasts that can transform at the heavenly god realm are the lowest low-grade divine beasts. Divine beasts that can transform at the god general realm are mid-grade divine beasts. Divine beasts that can only transform at the god the arch realm are supreme divine beasts. As long as the supreme divine beasts don't die prematurely, once they transform, they are all peerless experts. I see. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he wasn't sure about Xiao He's grade. However, since Xiao He hadn't transformed yet, he was at least a mid-grade divine beast or a high-grade divine beast. As for the transcendent divine beast, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about it. Lord Devour had said that when Xiao He transformed, he would tell him about his origin. If he wanted to wait until Xiao He had cultivated to the God Emperor realm, it would take millions of years. Oh right. You said that the divine world held the Palace Master Challenge several years ago. What kind of competition is it? Yi Qinghan recalled Kong Luo's words, and he was a little curious. Lord, do you really want to tell me? Kong Luo was completely defeated by Yi Qinghan. He was thinking in his heart, could it be that Yi Qinghan was really bored and was making fun of him for no reason? Didn't he know the most basic knowledge of the divine world? Seeing that Yi Qinghan turned around seriously, Kong Luo said helplessly, among the 8 sovereigns of the divine world, other than Mount Supreme, the other 6 continents and the Star Sea have 108 mansions. The 8 sovereigns don't appoint the mansion masters of each prefecture. In fact, the 8 sovereigns don't even care about the affairs of the divine world, and they are all managed by the mansion masters. In the divine world, the strong are respected. As long as you think you're strong enough, you can challenge the city masters or the mansion masters. Every 500 years, the city master challenge is held, and every 1,000 years, the mansion master challenge is held. As long as you successfully defeat them, you can immediately become the city master and mansion master. This is something that the 8 sovereigns have agreed on, and it's also written in the iron law of the divine world. It has never been changed. This challenge is quite fun. Yi Qinghan nodded to himself. The 8 sovereigns had made such a rule to stimulate the martial artists of the divine world to cultivate and fight hard. As long as you're strong enough, you can rise to the top and obtain glory and status. After all, the higher the realm of a god-tier martial artist, the longer their lifespan would be. If they didn't have a goal and passion, it was hard to imagine how they would spend their days. Did the Soul Devourer manner get challenged in the previous challenge? Yi Qinghan recalled that a few years ago, Lady Devour suddenly returned to the divine world. Now that he knew that she was still the mansion master of the Soul Devourer manor, Yi Qinghan guessed that she must have returned to participate in the challenge, and wanted to confirm it with Kong Luo. Soul Devourer manor. Kong Luo's face tightened when he heard those 3 words, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. He looked left and right, and even used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Then, he transmitted his voice, "Lord, you better not talk about the Soul Devourer manor. The mansion master of the Soul Devourer manor is not someone people like us can talk about." "Oh. What do you mean?" "Don't worry, the restriction in this room is open. Who can hear our transmission?" Tell me. Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. He had always been suspicious about Lady Devour's strength. Lady Devour was a mansion master, but she stayed in the Fire Dragon continent all year round, which made him very confused. Now that he had Lady Devour's information, he was naturally very curious. All right. The mansion master of the Soul Devourer manor was a very famous god emperor in the divine world, one of the 2 artifact refining supremes in the divine world. However, several thousand years ago, he suddenly died. Then, one of his subordinates, the dancing butterfly marshal Immortal, inherited his position. At first, no one was sure that the artifact refining supremes were dead, so no one dared to challenge him. However, in the challenge several years ago, someone finally couldn't help but take action. Because his subordinate, the dancing butterfly marshal Immortal, was very fierce in the divine world, and killed countless people, but she only had the strength of a 6th-grade war god. Of course, there would be experts who wouldn't let such a soft persimmon go. Several years ago, 4 experts challenged the Soul Devourer manor at the same time, but in the end, they all disappeared, and the dancing butterfly marshal Immortal is still alive. Chapter 626. Kong Luo gave some simple information, but it made Yi Qinghan understand a lot of things. Several years ago, when he fought with Divine Lord 2, Lord Devour did return to the divine realm to face the challenge of the experts. Moreover, he returned immediately after participating in the challenge. But why did she come to the divine realm the last time he returned? Kong Luo saw that Yi Qinghan had no reaction after listening to him. He swallowed his saliva and transmitted his voice again, "My lord, you don't know. The one who challenged the dancing butterfly war god was a very famous war god in the divine realm, the wolf-head war god." "Why? Is this wolf-head war god very strong?" Yi Qinghan was still thinking about Lord Devour, so he answered casually. "Of course." Kong Luo nodded and said with certainty, "The wolf-head war god is a recognized 8th-grade war god in the divine realm, one of the 5 great 8th-grade war gods of the Misty Manor. The Lord of the Dripping Spring Manor is also an 8th-grade war god." "What?" Yi Qinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Kong Luo in disbelief. The wolf-head war god was an 8th-grade war god, but Lord Devour killed him. Then, wouldn't Lord Devour be at least an 8th grade war god, or a legendary 9th grade invincible god emperor? He knew Lord Devour was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. According to the legends, the 8 sovereigns were 9th grade invincible war gods, but Lord Devour returned to the Fire Dragon continent immediately after participating in the challenge. This meant that he killed the wolf head war god easily. It also meant that he could be a 9th grade invincible war god, an invincible god emperor who had fused 5 occult and comprehended the ultimate occult. Impossible, impossible. Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered as he shook his head, not daring to accept this absurd fact. If Lord Devour was so strong, why would he let him summon Xiao He so easily that year? If she was so strong, why would she let a god master kill a small peak of heavenly god realm warrior for thousands of years? If she was so powerful, why would she let him bring Xiao He along and risk his life to come to the immortal realm to obtain the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord? After he had come to the god world, Yi Qinghan understood clearly that although the Fire Dragon Overlord position was hard to obtain, to an expert at Devour's level, it was just a word from him. So what was she doing this for? Was it fun to watch himself jump up and down, in water and fire? Or did she want to play him to death? However, on the other hand, Yi Qinghan believed that Lord Devour was really strong, terrifyingly strong. Putting aside everything else, just the simple necklace on Xiao He's body was enough to render a first-level God King Realm Fiend King immobile. What kind of divine ability was this? This was only one of her treasures. What if it was her? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan cursed under his breath. What was Lord Devour thinking? It was something that he could have done easily, but now he was forced to come to the god world alone and risk his life. He had almost died several times in the Yin Fiend stream. At this moment, Yi Qinghan even suspected that it was Lord Devour's scheme. Anyway, what was the purpose of her scheme? What benefits could she get? He couldn't explain it. Although Yi Qinghan had never thought about relying on Lord Devour for everything, he had to rely on her. However, knowing that Lord Devour was so intimidating, but she just stood and watched him dance on the tip of a knife. Shi Yan felt a little bit angry. After asking for a long time, he didn't get any useful information. Yi Qinghan felt a little lonely, so he returned to his room. He opened the barrier in his room, not disturbing Yi Yaorao, who was cultivating. He sat quietly on the chair, thinking. "Boss, let me out." After a while, Xiao He's voice arose in his head. Yi Qinghan didn't close the soul connection with Xiao He. Of course, Xiao He knew what he was thinking. "Boss. Don't be too sad. I think little Aunt must have her reasons. When we get to the soul-devouring manor, I will ask her personally. If she can't give a reasonable explanation, I will ignore her." Xiao He knew that Yi Qinghan was in a bad mood, so he said it directly after coming out. His eyes were shining with determination. In his heart, Yi Qinghan was much more important than Lord Devour. "Let's talk about it later. I don't know when I can get to the soul-devouring manor." Yi Qinghan laughed at himself. It would take 5 years to get to the Dripping Spring Manor. Now, buying the Flame Dragon Dimension and the Divine Stones were no longer a problem. The problem was the long distance. He didn't know how long it would take to get to the Misty Manor. Or, whether he could get there within 500 years was still a problem. "Boss. That divine beast is very strong. It's that Li Shui. Xiao He saw that Yi Qinghan was still very lonely, so he changed the topic. As expected, Yi Qinghan's attention was attracted. He asked in surprise, "Li Shui, why? You can feel her strength. Very strong. How strong?" "I'm not saying that she's very strong. I'm saying that her divine beast is of a very high grade. Because I can feel the pressure of a divine beast of the same grade," Xiao He said faintly. His body subconsciously released a trace of majesty, causing the temperature in the room to rise. Very high grade. How high? And do you know what grade you are? Yi Qinghan frowned and asked. I feel that I'm at least a high-grade divine beast. I might even be a transcendent grade divine beast. Xiao He raised his head slightly proudly. His small body seemed to be infinitely enlarged at this moment. I think you might be a transcendent grade divine beast. Because I think that Li Shui is the real daughter of the Dripping Spring Manor Lord. Her father is a transcendent grade divine beast. The chances of her being a transcendent grade divine beast is very high. If you feel that you're of the same grade as her, then you should also be a transcendent grade divine beast. Originally, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think about it. Now that Xiao He said it, he was a little suspicious. Because Yi Qinghan thought of Xiao He's father. Because Xiao He was the son of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was so famous in the divine world in the past. He was also so powerful. This meant that he was definitely a powerful divine beast. When he was young, Xiao He said that he was a divine beast, but Yi Qinghan laughed at him. Now, not only was Xiao He a divine beast, but he was also a top-notch divine beast. He couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it. Let's wait and see first. No matter how Yi Qinghan thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Li Shui was like this. Why was she so lenient to him? He knew clearly that if Li Shui wanted to deal with him, the 3 5th-grade war gods were definitely not their match. Even if they triggered Xiao He's necklace, it might not be of any use. A 5th-grade war god strength basically reached the cultivation of a god emperor. Chapter 627. For the next half a month, Yi Qinghan stayed in his room anxiously and almost never left the hall. To his relief, Li Shui's people didn't look for him. Even Li Shui, who hated him to the bone, didn't look for trouble with him. Every 3 days, the white-haired old man would come and take away 10 martial artists. After half an hour, these 10 people would be teleported out. Moreover, each and every one of them was seriously injured and only had half a breath of life left in them. It was as if Li Shui had vented all the anger she had received from Yi Qinghan on these cultivators. After waiting for a month, Yi Qinghan finally felt completely at ease. Li Shui was indeed very trustworthy, and no one came to harass him again. It seemed that this trip to the Dripping Spring Manor would really be very comfortable and satisfying. But he still didn't dare to be careless. Every day, he stayed in his room and began to cultivate with Yi Yaorao. Xiao He had nothing to do every day and ate all the delicious food provided by the pangolin armor. Yi Qinghan and the other 2 quietly stayed in the room, but it made the countless martial artists who came with them very angry. Especially the more than 20 people arranged by Lu Chen, their lungs were about to explode from anger. Everyone was suffering from extreme torture once a month, so why was it that the weakest martial artist could lie comfortably in his room to rest and cultivate? Most importantly, if they continued, they didn't know how to complete the task. If they made a wasted trip, they didn't know how to face Lu Chen's wrath when they returned to Longyang Manor. After another month, there was still no abnormality. Yi Qinghan finally felt completely relieved and began to cultivate seriously. Yi Yaorao continued to cultivate her law of ice with peace of mind. She decided to learn from Kong Luo and focus on one type of law, continuously fusing them. Little Black saw that the 2 of them had begun to cultivate. At first, he was playing around in the room alone, sleeping for a few days when he had nothing to do. Then, he felt a little bored and also began to cultivate. However, after cultivating for a few days, he began to play around. First, I will comprehend the power of space and space oscillation to the large success stage. As for the formless wind, the room is so small, so it is not easy to cultivate. Let's go to that training room later. After determining the direction of his cultivation, Yi Qinghan entered a deep state of cultivation. Space power and space vibration. Last time, outside the Honeycomb Mountain, he had accidentally entered a state of soul stillness. Not only had he comprehended two profound mysteries, but he had also directly achieved small success. It was much easier to cultivate now. As long as he continued to deduce and verify, he would be able to reach large success. Miss. The Frosty Night War God hasn't left his room for 6 months. After putting on the divine armor, Li Bai respectfully bowed to the snow-white little divine beast, who was lying lazily on a chair, in a small hall. Ignore him. If he leaves the room, report to me after he goes to the training room to cultivate. Li Shuai opened her hazy eyes and said indifferently. Then, she closed her eyes again, as if she would never get enough sleep. Li Bai was just about to bid farewell and leave when the little divine beast opened its eyes again and asked, "How far have you walked? Are there any fun places nearby? Staying in this mountain-piercing divine armor all day is so boring." Li Bai muttered to himself, raised his head, and said, "Miss, we are almost at the border between Longyang Prefecture and Beacon Smoke Prefecture. I estimate that we will reach the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range in another 3 months. The Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range has the most god bandits in the nearby prefectures. If Miss feels bored, you can go there to play. Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. All right. Call me when the time comes. I will have a good sleep and recuperate. When the time comes, I will have fun. You can leave first." When Li Shuai heard this, her gem-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with some joy. "However, Miss, the largest god bandit group in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range has a martial artist who is comparable to a 6th-grade war god. When the time comes, I hope that Miss can listen to the arrangements of the 3 of us. Otherwise, we will not dare to let Miss go out and play." Li Bai didn't leave. Instead, he bowed and said again, "The 3 of you are 5th-grade war gods. Together with the treasures that my father gave you, what is there to fear about a 6th-grade war god?" Li Shuai snorted with some dissatisfaction and glared at Li Bai. "It's always better to be careful." Li Bai didn't look at Li Shuai. Instead, he bowed and said respectfully. Li Shuai waved her furry hands and said impatiently, "All right, I got it." After she finished speaking, Li Shuai fell into a deep sleep. Li Bai sighed helplessly and left in a flash. "In 7 months, I have finally mastered 2 types of profound mysteries of space." Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and let out a breath. After cultivating in the room for 7 months, he had finally mastered 2 types of profound mysteries of space to the small success stage. He had successfully comprehended all 5 types of profound mysteries of the law of space. "Wow, boss, you have finally finished cultivating. I was bored to death." When Xiao He saw that Yi Qinghan had opened his eyes, he pounced over happily. He pouted his small mouth and complained. "Hee, Xiao He, isn't there no other way? In this mountain god's armor, even if you want to play, there is no place to play." Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly and rubbed Xiao He's head. Xiao He pleaded, "Boss, bring me out for a walk. Just a walk will do. If I don't move around, my body is going to rust. Go out for a walk." "All right, it just so happens that I want to go to the training room to cultivate." Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Yi Yao Rao, who was still cultivating. He nodded and left a note for Yi Yao Rao in the room. Then, he walked out with Xiao He and activated the room's restriction. There were only a dozen or so people sitting in the hall. When they saw that Yi Qinghan had come out for the first time in a few months, they looked at him with some envy. However, no one dared to say anything. No one knew what relationship Yi Qinghan had with the owner of the mountain god's armor. Of course, no one dared to offend him. "My lord, I would like to use the training room." Is that all right? Yi Qinghan walked straight to the stone door in front of him and knocked on it. As expected, the stone door opened after a while, revealing an old face. It was Li Bai. Of course. Come in. Li Bai smiled and nodded. He immediately activated the teleportation formation and brought Yi Qinghan to the super-large training room. Do I need to activate the gravity restriction? Li Bai asked Yi Qinghan again. Seeing him nod, he waved his hand and Yi Qinghan felt his body becoming heavy again. Li Bai glanced at Xiao He who had popped out from Yi Qinghan's sleeve. He left a sentence and left, War God Han Yi, if you want to go back, just call me. I will send you back directly. He. This place is so fun. My body feels so much heavier. Xiao He flashed out of Yi Qinghan's sleeve and wanted to fly in the air. However, he directly landed on the ground and said in amazement. Xiao He, you can play here. I will first cultivate the formless wind to the great accomplishment. I reckon that after the formless wind reaches the great accomplishment, my speed will be comparable to a third-layer divine general. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Cultivating in this gravity restriction was several times better than cultivating outside. His formless wind had already reached the minor accomplishment. Presumably, he would reach the great accomplishment after cultivating here for a period of time. At that time, he would be able to comprehend the soul quietude technique with peace of mind. Chapter 628. Beneath the vast expanse of land, a huge brown creature covered in ice-cold scales was advancing rapidly. This creature seemed to possess some sort of invisible magic. When it advanced rapidly, the soil and rocks around it automatically parted to form a huge passageway. When it swiped its 4 huge claws on the ground and swung its long tail left and right like a sharp sword, the passageway behind it automatically closed up. This was a divine pangolin armor. It was born with the earth element, but it had no offensive power. After being captured by a powerhouse, it was tamed and transformed into a tool for traveling on the ground. If someone could see through this divine pangolin armor right now, they would discover that the interior of the divine pangolin armor was extremely luxurious. A normal divine pangolin armor would at most be transformed into a large hole. However, this divine pangolin armor had been transformed into a large hall, countless small halls, and hundreds of small rooms. Even without the luxurious facilities inside, just the cost of the transformation alone would cost 10 billion god stones. At the moment, a green figure was moving quickly in one of the small halls. His body floated here and there like a cool breeze. However, it was extremely unnatural. Sometimes, he had to stop halfway. His face was covered in sweat, and his muscles were trembling slightly. It seemed like this movement was extremely difficult. Cultivating in this gravity restriction is indeed twice the result with half the effort. Under the omnipresent gravity restriction, the formless wind technique is even more difficult to use, but it is even easier to comprehend. Yi Qinghan didn't care about his image at all. He covered his face and lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. He could feel the muscles in his body jumping and trembling in joy. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and cultivated in this training room for a month. He only went out once and saw that Yi Yaorao was still quietly cultivating, so he immediately came back in to cultivate. The gravity in this room was at least 10 times stronger than normal, so cultivating in this place was extremely difficult. His entire body was enveloped in the gravitational force as soon as he entered. Even moving his hands and feet was difficult, let alone using his god power to run around every day. Boss is really diligent in his cultivation. He doesn't even play with me. I'm bored to death. Xiao He was very bored lying on the chair. It opened one eye and closed the other as it watched Yi Qinghan madly running and jumping around the hole. It was so bored that it began to yawn. He really couldn't understand why Yi Qinghan liked to cultivate so much. Cultivating was so boring, so why not just sleep for a while? Bored? Do you want me to play with you? At this time, a faint female voice sounded in his ears, causing his whole body to tremble. The hair on his head stood up, and he suddenly looked to the left. Yi Qinghan also noticed that something was wrong. He stopped and locked his eyes on a little green figure that had appeared out of thin air in the small hall. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked to be only 7 or 8 years old and was wearing a long green robe. However, Yi Qinghan felt that this person didn't look real. It was like a shadow, so he couldn't help but lean closer to Xiao He. You're that divine beast. Li Shui, Xiao He didn't look at Yi Qinghan. Instead, he looked at the little girl in surprise. His little mouth was wide open. He clearly sensed the familiar coercion of the divine beast. He jumped down and circled the little girl twice. He cried out in amazement, "How come you can transform into a human form? I know that you've definitely not cultivated to the realm of transformation." Who said that I can't transform into a human form until I've reached the realm of transformation? Didn't your elders teach you? This is just a very simple little skill. The little girl raised her head slightly arrogantly and snorted coldly. "Hello, Miss Li Shui, Yi Qinghan came to his senses. No wonder this little girl didn't look real. It turned out that she was transformed from that little divine beast. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed. This is fun. Can you teach me?" I, Lord Xiao He, can also transform into a human. I want to become a handsome guy like boss. Xiao He jumped up happily. His eyes shone with excitement. Li Shui nodded at Yi Qinghan and said to Xiao He provocatively, "I can teach you, but you must defeat me." Of course, both of us are not allowed to use our innate abilities or divine powers. We'll just attack based on our instincts. How about that? Defeat you? But my claws are very sharp. What if I hurt you? Xiao He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said worriedly. Hee. Although the bodies of us dream dragon riders are the best among the divine beasts, ordinary attacks can't break through our defense. If you can hurt me, I'll immediately teach you this transformation technique. The little girl chuckled. The arrogance in her eyes was very obvious. All right. Where are we going to fight? There's a gravitational restriction here. It's not fun. Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan and nodded at him. He waved his little claws and accepted the challenge without the slightest fear. Let's go to another small hall. Han Yi, if you want to come over, just send a message to Li Bai. The little girl waved her hand and teleported away with Xiao He. Yi Qinghan was very clear that it was very easy for this little girl to deal with them. There was no need for her to play tricks. She only needed to send a 5th-grade war god. Thus, he felt at ease and let Xiao He go over to play. It was also a good opportunity for Xiao He to investigate. After resting for a moment, Yi Qinghan continued to practice so close, yet worlds apart. As sweat dripped down and time passed, Yi Qinghan's speed became faster and faster. His figure under the gravitational restriction became more and more natural and graceful. He was really like a cool breeze. Regardless of the tall mountains or cliffs in front of him, he was like a cool breeze that blew past without leaving a trace. In another small hall, Xiao He and the divine beast Li Shui were having a great time fighting. Li Shui had reverted to her original form. The two beasts' bodies were very small and their speed was about the same. Their bodies' defense was also very strong. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, both of them were very unconvinced. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became. Two figures, one black and one white, shuttled back and forth in the small hall. Li Shui, is your skin made of godly metal? I, Lord Xiao He, have such sharp claws, yet I can't break through your defense. Xiao He and Li Shuai crossed paths again. The two beasts left heavy claw marks on each other's body. However, it was like metal colliding, emitting faint sparks and the sound of metal colliding. Xiao He stared at Li Shuai helplessly and said with some anger. Li Shuai was also helpless. She sighed and said, "You're not bad either. Looking at the situation, you can't beat me, and I can't beat you either. Why don't we just call it a draw?" "A draw. Not a draw. Continue, I still have an ultimate move that I haven't used yet." But Xiao He snorted coldly and bared his eerie white teeth. His body turned into black lightning again and pounced towards Li Shuai. "Humph. Who's scared of who?" Li Shuai charged towards Xiao He without the slightest fear. The two beasts met in the air again. They extended their sharp claws and slashed at the other party's body fiercely. The same slash was immediately repelled, giving off the sound of metal colliding. Swish! It was just that this time, Xiao He didn't take the opportunity to rebound away. Instead, he swiftly turned his head and opened his small mouth, revealing his eerie white teeth, and bit down heavily on Li Shuai's butt. Chapter 629. Aya. As this Xiao He opened his mouth, countless strands of snow-white fur floated up, along with a cry of pain. The originally beautiful fur on Li Shuai was small but had already become messy, and there were even faint bloodstains. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Li Shuai's small body suddenly bounced back to the ground, but she suddenly cried loudly, causing the originally somewhat complacent Xiao He to become a little baffled. He stretched out his little paw to wipe his nose, and was stunned on the spot. "Miss! What's wrong?" Suddenly, Li Bai appeared in the small hall, and when he saw Li Shuai was wailing loudly with traces of blood faintly seeping out of his body, his gaze couldn't help but become icy cold as he bent over in concern and asked urgently. "Get out! Who let you in?" "I said that without my orders, you can't come in. Are you deaf?" Li Shuai's face darkened, and she no longer cried, but shouted angrily at Li Bai. Li Bai was stunned, and then laughed bitterly. He gave a warning look to Xiao He, and then he flashed away. "Are you, alright?" After Li Bai left, Li Shuai continued to lower her head, and cried softly. Xiao He walked over slowly, a little embarrassed, and asked in a low voice. Bang! What responded to him was a heavy claw. Li Shuai waved her little paw, and sent Xiao He flying out, and he hit the wall heavily, and then bounced back. You cheated. I said that you can't use your innate ability and divine power." "Humph. If you can't afford to play, then don't play." Xiao He got up with a roll, and then looked angrily at Li Shuai. "I cheated." "You didn't cheat. You suddenly bit me just now, this isn't cheating." Li Shuai raised her head high, and replied unhappily. Xiao He laughed mockingly, and said, "You said I can't bite. I didn't use divine power, this isn't against the rules, right? I just used my body's instinct." This, Li Shuai blinked, and realized that this seemed to be the case, and couldn't help but not know what to say to refute, and was stunned on the spot. After a while, she pouted and said in a low voice, "But, you shouldn't have bitten me, there. Don't you know that you can't bite a girl there?" "Oh, I'll bite your thigh next time," Xiao He said generously. He then said with a sneaky smile, "Oh right. Li Shuai, this counts as my win, right? You can teach me the skill that allows you to transform into a human. Don't tell me you can't afford to lose." "Humph. You don't have to provoke me. Here you go. This jade talisman contains the cultivation method of this skill. Just refine it." Li Shuai flipped her little claw and threw a small jade talisman to Xiao He. "Ha! I, Lord Xiao He, can finally become a handsome man." Xiao He flipped through the jade talisman admiringly. He nodded at Li Shui'er with satisfaction and said, "All right, send me back first. I'll play with you in the future. I'll go back and cultivate for a while." "Wait." Li Shui'er's gem-like eyes flickered. She provoked him again and said, "How about we make another bet? In less than a month, we will reach the Phoenix Cloud Mountainous Range. By then, we can compete to see who can kill more god bandits, okay?" "No, my boss won't let me use my special ability in front of outsiders. If I don't use my special ability, I can at most deal with a first-stage heaven god. Furthermore, my boss will definitely not let me take the risk." Xiao He shook his head and rejected Li Shui'er's suggestion. "Then how about I send someone to compete with your boss? If your boss loses, you will lose. We will bet a favor. If you lose, you have to agree to a request of mine. Of course, it must be within your capabilities." Li Shui'er's eyes flickered and she immediately came up with a plan. "If you lose, I will let your mountain god armor send me to the Soul Devourer Manor. Do you agree?" Xiao He's eyes lit up as he asked. If Li Shui'er agreed and Yi Qinghan could still win, he thought Yi Qinghan would definitely be overjoyed. "Sure. This is a small matter. I can even let Li Bai escort you there." Li Shui'er didn't seem to mind at all as she agreed. Xiao He was even more excited when he heard this. He was very happy to be able to help Yi Qinghan and make Yi Qinghan happy. "How do we bet? My boss is only a first-stage god general. You can't let Li Bai compete with my boss, right? Then he will definitely lose. Li Shui'er is also a first-stage god general. Let the two of them compete. I will let two subordinates follow them to ensure their safety. Whoever can kill more god bandits in one day will be the winner. How about that?" Li Shui'er seemed to have a plan as she smiled and said, "All right, you send me back. I will ask my boss. However, I think he will definitely agree." Xiao He grinned. No matter how many treasures Li Shui'er, a first-stage god general, had, at most, a match for a third-stage god general. However, Yi Qinghan could easily kill a third-stage god general. This was a good deal. As expected, Xiao He went back and explained the situation. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. If he lost, it was just a favor. It was something that was within his capabilities. This naturally didn't matter much to Xiao He. However, if he won, the problem that had been bothering him would be solved easily. In the following days, Yi Qinghan cultivated even more diligently. He basically cultivated day and night. He wanted to cultivate the formless wind to the phenomenal stage before he reached the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. By then, his speed would be comparable to a third-stage god general. He would be even more confident. "Young mistress, how could you agree to such a bet?" In a small hall, Li Bai and Li Shui'er looked at Li Shui'er with a puzzled expression. "I'm happy." "Why? Can't I?" Li Shui'er glared at her coquettishly. Then, she looked at Li Shui'er and said, "Shui'er, you have to fight for me this time. If you win, I'll reward you greatly. If you lose, I'll get that Hanyu war god to spank your butt for a month." Li Bai and Li Shui'er looked embarrassed. Although Li Shui'er was young, she was usually very sensible. Why did she throw a tantrum today? Li Shui'er's sore spot was touched. Her face turned red. Thinking of that humiliation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, Mississippi. I've refined this snow god whip for so long. I'll definitely win this time. Phew, after 3 months, I've finally cultivated it to the phenomenal stage." In the cultivation room, Yi Qinghan's figure became increasingly ethereal. Under the 10 times gravity restriction, his body could actually float in the air continuously. Sometimes, he would stand horizontally on the wall. Sometimes, he would slide across the ground like a fallen leaf. Then, he would float into the air again. His speed was twice as fast as before. His formless wind mystery was already at the phenomenal stage. After 3 months of hard training under the gravity restriction, it had finally reached the phenomenal stage. But, this formless wind mystery has reached the phenomenal stage. Why do I feel that this so close, yet worlds apart hasn't reached its limit? Could it be that it can still be improved? Impossible. Ancestor Yiruoshue was only in the first heaven god realm. It's already amazing that she could come up with such a footwork that contains the element of wind. It's impossible that this so close, yet worlds apart can still be improved. But now, it's just that the footwork is ethereal and the speed has increased. It's far from reaching the concept of so close, yet worlds apart. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. He continued to use this footwork in the cultivation room. After wandering for a while, he still felt that this so close, yet worlds apart still had room for improvement. Moreover, there seemed to be a lot of room for improvement. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot and pondered hard. Chapter 630. The formless wind drifted with the wind and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. One moment it was here, the next it was far away. Yi Qinghan knew that the formless wind esoteric mystery was already a very powerful esoteric mystery that could increase one's speed by more than 3 times. However, he felt that it was still far from the level of so close, yet worlds apart. He began to recall the footwork of other warriors. He thought of Lei Yun martial Immortal, who strolled leisurely in dancing Phoenix City. Each step he took easily covered thousands of meters. He thought of the ghost race's constantly flickering figures and Neo Potion's earth movement technique. He knew that there were many other powerful footwork techniques in the immortal realm that could increase one's speed by countless times. However, he had yet to comprehend them. Could it be the fusion esoteric mystery? Could it be that this so close, yet worlds apart requires the formless wind esoteric mystery to be fused with another esoteric mystery? But I only know one elemental law of wind. What should I fuse with it? Yi Qinghan was troubled. He had only cultivated for a short period of time and did not know much about cultivation. There were a few 5th-grade war gods here who were as strong as god emperors. He naturally did not dare to send a message to Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He would not be able to help him much. After thinking hard for a while, he still had no clue and stopped thinking. Xiao He went to play with Li Shui again. He let Li Bai transport him out and returned to his room. Yao Rao, you're awake. How's your cultivation? When he returned to his room, he found Yao Rao looking at him with a smile. He was surprised and pulled her to sit on his lap. Ha! I've made some progress. I'm starting to fuse my second intermediate esoteric mystery. I should be able to fuse it in less than 10 years. Yao Rao was in a good mood. Her eyes were full of smiles. Ever since Yi Qinghan confirmed his safety, she began to cultivate in seclusion. She had been in seclusion for almost a year. What? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened. Yao Rao specialized in one type of law. For such an expert to increase their realm, they could only fuse and fuse. However, this kind of warrior's attack power was the strongest. Just like Kong Luo, basically no one in the God General realm dared to block his staff. Yao Rao had only fused one mid-grade profound mystery in Baleful Yin Stream and broke through to the Divine General realm. But now, she had already fused another mid-grade profound mystery. This speed of comprehension was like a rocket. Could it have something to do with that? Cold Ice Jade Body. Yi Qinghan pondered this for a moment and realized that it had to do with a spiritual body. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for Yao Rao's cultivation speed. He believed that his perception was pretty good. Moreover, he could enter the soul stillness state from time to time. His cultivation speed could be said to be very fast. However, compared to Yi Yao Rao, he was still a lot slower. I don't know either. I was just quietly comprehending it, and before I knew it, I had fused with it. Yi Yao Rao shook her head lightly, indicating that she didn't know. Who cares? Cultivating fast isn't a bad thing. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. In his heart, he thought that he still had to find out more about this cold ice jade body when he had the time in the future. He also had to think of a way to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if someone were to spy on it. As Xiao Chen spoke, his hand dishonestly reached into the room and groped around. He looked around and suddenly opened the restrictions in the room. He laughed softly and said, "Yao Rao, while Little Black is not back yet, let's mix fire and water together." Yi Yao Rao's face suddenly turned bright red, and her body started to twist non-stop. The space in the room started to slowly heat up. "Boss, this shape-shifting technique is so difficult to cultivate. I have been cultivating for so long, and I still have Li Shui's guidance. Now, I have only comprehended half of it. I estimate that I will need a few more months to master it." In the room, Yi Yao Rao continued to cultivate. However, Xiao He had returned from Li Shui's place. He said to Yi Qinghan angrily, "Take it slowly. This shape-shifting technique actually doesn't have much use. It can only change the shape of the body. It can't increase the attack or defense. I think it doesn't matter whether I cultivate it or not." Yi Qinghan felt that this shape-shifting technique was useless. A person's soul aura couldn't be changed. Even if the body changed, it could still be easily recognized. He didn't think that it had much use. He didn't understand why Xiao He was so interested in it. "This is fun. If I cultivate it successfully, not only can I transform into a human, but I can also transform into any divine beast. It's not bad to use it to scare people." Xiao He was enjoying it. His small eyes were filled with a fiery light. Then, he said excitedly, "Boss, if I cultivate it successfully, what do you think I will become?" Think about it slowly. Li Bai has come out. I'm afraid that we have arrived at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range." Yi Qinghan sensed that countless warriors had started to gather at the stone door outside. And the stone door in front had opened quietly. Calculating the time, Jiang Yi guessed that they should have arrived at the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. That bet with Li Shui was about to start. In the past 2 weeks, Li Shui didn't let anyone continue to fight with her. It was probably because she wanted everyone to follow her out. Carrying Xiao He, Jiang Yi glanced at Yi Yao Rao, who was still cultivating. He stood up and walked out. "We have reached the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Young Mistress has ordered that you can follow her out to kill god bandits. Of course, those who don't want to go out can continue to stay inside. This divine armor is absolutely safe. If you want to go out together, follow me out later." Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan had come out. She smiled and nodded at him. Then, she said something nonchalantly and walked into the stone door in a flash. In a short while, she brought Li Shui and 2 elders out. Li Shui was lying on Li Shui's arms and looking at Xiao He provocatively. "Battle God Han Yi, let's go first." Li Shui's eyes flashed with a cold light as she stared at Yi Qinghan. If looks could kill, Yi Qinghan would have died countless times over. Seeing Qinghan nod, one of the elders brought Li Shui and Yi Qinghan and teleported away. Following Yi Qinghan's departure, countless people's eyes started to twinkle. Wandering Battle God and the 2 martial artists exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. A moment later, more than 20 people spoke up, requesting to go out and kill god bandits together. They were carrying out Lu Chun's secret orders. However, if they continued to stay inside the divine pangolin armor, they wouldn't have any chance. Now, they might be able to seize this chance to assassinate Yi Qinghan. I want to sign up too. Once Wandering Battle God and the others signed up, countless other martial artists followed suit. They had been inside the divine pangolin armor for almost a year. What's more, it had been an extremely difficult year. Now that they finally had a chance to go out and vent their frustrations, how could they let it go? Most importantly, they saw that the 3 5th-grade war gods inside the divine pangolin armor were going to follow them out. Following a formidable martial artist was definitely safer than staying inside the divine pangolin armor. Chapter 631. In the vast mountains, a huge black hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, a huge beast's head appeared in the hole. This huge beast then opened its huge red mouth, and a few figures appeared in it. Immediately afterwards, a continuous stream of cultivators emerged from the giant mouth and stood quietly on a piece of flat ground outside. Isn't the Phoenix Dawn mountain range filled with god bandits? Why don't I see any god bandits? Li Shuai was carrying a small white beast. She was still wearing a snow-white palace dress, as well as a snow-white waistcoat. On the waistcoat, the deep cleavage was still incomparably alluring. She watched as everyone walked out of the huge beast's mouth, the divine pangolin armor disappeared on the ground again, and the black hole closed up. She scanned with her divine senses and looked at the elder beside her in surprise. Young mistress, the 3 of us are 5th-grade war gods. With such strong auras, even if there are god bandits, they would have long fled in fear. Who would dare to provoke us? The elder beside her smiled and then exchanged a look with Li Bai. The strong and domineering aura on his body started to weaken. Finally, when they used their divine senses to check, they felt that he was just like a god general realm martial artist. This made all the martial artists present sigh. Alright, let's split up now. I will be in a group. Li He and Li Hong will follow me. I will bring half of the war gods over here. Li Bai, you will bring the Hanya battle god and the other half to the other side. We will meet here in 3 days. Li Bai and the other 2 war gods were witnesses. Of course, the accompanying war gods could attack, but the 3 of them could only attack as a last resort. Does the Hanya battle god have any other questions? Li Shuai's eyes flashed with an eerie coldness as she stared at Yi Qinghan. The corners of her lips curled up in disdain. She had always thought that Yi Qinghan had launched a sneak attack on her that day and she had been too careless. What's more, the snow god whip had been refined for such a long time, and its power was many times stronger than before. She believed that there should be no suspense this time. After Li Shuai finished speaking, the 70 to 80 war gods behind her all looked at Yi Qinghan in unison, secretly shocked. From Li Shuai's words, it seemed as though they had come out to kill god bandits this time around because Yi Qinghan was competing with Li Shuai. What was the status of war god Han Yi? Why did Li Shuai hate him so much, yet he treated her so well? Why did he want to compete with him this time? All right. Yi Qinghan knew that Li Shuai had told him this through Li Shuai. Yi Qinghan sensed the wandering war god and the 20 or so people that Lu Chun had sent sneakily behind him. Yi Qinghan smirked and nodded. He looked at Li Shuai and said, "All right, I'll see you here 3 days later." Li Shuai snorted coldly, and brought her men to walk forward quickly. In a short while, they had already disappeared into the dense forest ahead. Senior Li. Let's go. Yi Qinghan looked at the wandering war god, Kong Luo, Gu Yang, and the others behind him. He nodded at Li Bai, who was beside him, and leaped forward into the forest on the right. My lord, be careful of the wandering war god and his men. I think they were planted by Lu Chun, and their goal is to kill the 3 of us. As they walked, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a voice transmission. He turned his head and realized that it was Gu Yang's voice transmission. Kong Luo also shot him a warning look. He knew that the two of them must have realized that something was amiss, and that was why they had been following him. They were afraid that the wandering war god would secretly attack them. Jiang Yi smiled and didn't explain much as he hurried forward. The group of people advanced fearlessly in the forest. Because of Li Bai's presence, everyone was very relaxed. It was as though this wasn't the Phoenix Glow mountain range, but the Phoenix Dance City. There were indeed many god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Not long after, a group of martial artists emerged from the forest. There were more than 10 of them. However, when they saw that this group of people were all dressed in war god attire, and most importantly, they sensed that there was a god-king realm expert among them, they immediately fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dense forest. The group was unfamiliar with this place and didn't dare to chase after them. They continued to advance. Within 2 hours, they met another 3 groups of people. However, after they checked out the group situation, they immediately fled. This, Yi Qinghan touched his nose and didn't understand. There was clearly a group of God King realm formidable martial artists, but they also fled the moment they saw them. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. At the same time, he was extremely depressed. If they couldn't even kill one person, wouldn't they lose for sure? Senior Li, what is going on? Why isn't anyone coming to kill us? Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only turn and ask Li Bai for guidance. Kiki. Li Bai smiled slightly as he scanned the war god robes that everyone was wearing and said, "There are more than 10 of us, and all of us are wearing the war god robes. They think that we are definitely here on some kind of mission. Since we are on a mission, and we are in the Phoenix Glow mountain range, which is filled with god bandits, there will definitely be experts accompanying us. The battle god pavilion will not send battle gods to their deaths for no reason. Furthermore, the cultivators here all look so weak. That can only mean one thing, with a super expert in disguise, who would dare to send themselves to their deaths." I see. In that case, Senior Li and brothers, please change out of your war god robes. Otherwise, we can only take advantage of them. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly as he cupped his hands at the group. Everyone silently changed out of their robes and continued to advance. As they walked, Yi Qinghan started to chat with Li Bai. This Li Bai was a 5th grade war god, and his skills were definitely above the god the Arch realm. It was also a kind of opportunity to chat with such a formidable martial artist. They might be able to realize something. Senior Li, why are there so many god bandits in this Phoenix Glow mountain range? Is there no one who can come and wipe them out? I remember that the Battle God Pavilion has a mission to wipe out god bandits. The group behind Yi Qinghan was also very interested in this question, it was just that they didn't dare to ask. Now that Yi Qinghan had asked this question, everyone pricked up their ears and started to listen carefully. Even though the wandering battle god understood a little, he still listened very seriously and looked like he was being taught a lesson. God bandits were divided into light bandits and secret bandits. Light bandits were usually martial artists who had violated the iron rules of the divine realm and were not accepted by the cities. They could only wander the wilderness and become god bandits. When they became stronger and had more divine stones, they could use them to wash away their crimes in secret. Secret bandits were those who did not seem to have any criminal laws on the surface, but they often killed and robbed people in secret. The divine realm's formidable martial artists were supreme. Once they left the cities, they could kill people as they wished as long as they did not leave behind any evidence. Hence, there were many secret bandits. Any martial artist who left the cities would be considered a god bandit if they covered their faces. The divine realm was very strict with light bandits. As long as they were found in the cities, they would be killed without mercy. Furthermore, the divine realm would also send out the prefecture army and issue missions for formidable martial artists to kill the light bandits that gathered outside the cities. God bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range were so rampant, and they seemed to be famous in the divine realm. Was this a publicly acknowledged fact? This was very abnormal. Hence, Yi Qinghan had asked this question. Li Bai looked at the respectful faces of the crowd and enjoyed their attitude. He paused and looked to the north of the mountain range. After a long time, he slowly said, "The god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range are famous in the Misty Continent. More than 10 years ago, there was even a 7th-grade war god martial artist who proclaimed himself king here. Not to mention the countless secret bandits here, even the light bandits that escaped from the divine realm number in the hundreds of thousands. What's more, there are many famous martial artists among them. Of course, the divine realm would often carry out killings in this place. However, the terrain here is very unique. No matter how many formidable martial artists they send out, they would not be able to kill all the bandits here. Or rather, the formidable martial artists that come to carry out the killings, do not even dare to enter the depths of the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Hence, there are more and more god bandits here." Chapter 632. Why not? Could it be that there are monsters in the Phoenix Glow mountain range? Or powerful demonic beasts? Could it be that the cleaners don't dare to enter? However, if there are powerful demonic beasts, these god bandits wouldn't dare to enter either. Why doesn't the divine world send a 7th-grade war god to clean them up? Wouldn't that be easy? Li Bai's words made Yi Qinghan and the others even more confused. No matter what kind of powerful demonic beast you have, if the realm of immortals were to send a palace master or an 8th-grade war god, they would be able to flatten the Phoenix Cloud mountain range by themselves. These repeated failures were a clear slap to the faces of the nearby absolute formidable martial artists. How could they tolerate a group of god bandits openly occupying their territory? How could they tolerate a group of god bandits openly occupying their territory? No. There are very few demonic beasts in the Phoenix Glow mountain range. Have you seen any along the way? With so many god bandits, no matter how many demonic beasts there are, they would all be killed. 8th-grade war god. Humph, the stronger the martial experts are, the more they wouldn't dare to go near this place. Even the legendary 9th-grade war god wouldn't dare to go near the center of the Phoenix Glow mountain range. What? Li Bai's words completely shocked Yi Qinghan and the rest. To them, high-level war gods were existences that they could only look up to. Even an 8th-grade war god was a top-notch martial expert in the divine world, let alone a 9th-grade war god. Yet, they didn't dare to go near the center of the Phoenix Glow mountain range. What exactly was in the center of the mountain range? Senior, is it because of the existence of the sealed god valley? At this time, the wandering war god suddenly asked. He had heard a few war gods talking about it before, but he didn't dare to believe it. Now, he asked in shock. Indeed, because there is a valley in the Phoenix Glow mountain range, or rather, a deep pit, a bottomless pit. The divine world calls it the Sealed God Valley. This Sealed God Valley is one of the divine world's 4 perilous lands. In fact, it is ranked 2nd. Li Bai glanced at the wandering battle god and nodded slightly. He continued, because of the existence of the Sealed God Valley, there are more and more god bandits here. Every once in a while, the Sealed God Valley will spit out countless spirit fruits. These spirit fruits are all very rare in the divine domain. Each of them can be exchanged for tens of millions of divine stones, or even billions of divine stones. There was once a martial artist who obtained a mutant fruit and auctioned it for a sky-high price of 90 billion. Therefore, there would be countless martial artists coming here every day to search for spirit fruits, or to kill martial artists to snatch spirit fruits. He fantasized about obtaining a rare spiritual fruit and exchanging it for a large number of god stones so that he could buy a house in the city and cultivate in peace. He would never have to go out and take risks again. It was just that, the conferred God Valley could only spit out so many spirit fruits each time. However, there were countless god bandits and martial artists here. Where would they find such a good opportunity to try their luck? Even if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit fruit, do you think you'd be able to avoid all the attacks and safely return to the nearest nether city that's 500,000 kilometers away? You are right, Senior. The greatest weakness of humans is greed. However, if humans are not greedy, they will not be enterprising. A world that is not enterprising will become lifeless. This is a very contradictory fact. Yi Qinghan flattered Li Bai without leaving any trace. Everyone began to move forward slowly, continuing to listen to Li Bai's explanation. There are two sides to every coin. This depends on how well an individual handles it. Li Bai looked at Yi Qinghan with admiration and continued, "All right, let's go back to the original topic. The number of god bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range is increasing. Of course, to the prefecture heads nearby, this is a matter of shame. They have also sent out countless formidable martial artists to exterminate the bandits. However, after a few rounds of extermination, countless formidable martial artists have gone missing. After a 7th grade war god from Beacon Smoke Prefecture went missing, no other formidable martial artists dared to accept this mission to exterminate the bandits. After that, 3 prefecture heads personally came to investigate. However, after a round of investigation, they quietly left and never mentioned anything about exterminating the god bandits in this area. This has something to do with the conferred God Valley. This conferred God Valley is so terrifying? Yi Qinghan asked softly. Li Bai's eyes revealed slight fear. He looked to the north and said, "The second most dangerous place in the divine realm, of course it is terrifying. This deep pit had an invisible magic. It didn't matter if you were a heavenly god, a god emperor, or even a 7th grade war god. As long as you got close to the deep pit, you would be sucked in by the strong suction force of the deep pit. Up until now, 4 7th grade war gods from the immortal world had been sucked in, and countless god emperors had been sucked in. Most importantly, none of them had ever come out. Not even one." "Chi!" everyone gasped. No wonder this conferred God Valley was called the Conferred God Valley. Even a 7th grade war god could not come out. The Conferred God Valley truly lived up to its name. Who knew what was in that deep pit? Did those formidable martial artists who were sucked in die or what? Also, this Conferred God Valley spat out spirit fruits from time to time. Didn't this mean that there were countless spirit fruits inside? What kind of world was inside? However, no one wanted to explore it, and no one dared to. Li Bai was satisfied with everyone's shocked expression. He paused for a moment and continued, "There are countless caves and tunnels in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Some were dug by martial artists, and some were formed naturally. Some of the tunnels lead to the entrance of the Conferred God Valley. Once you walk into one of these tunnels, you might be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. The god bandits here have a rough idea of which are the paths of life and which are the paths of death. Every time there are formidable martial artists who come to clean them up, they will lure these formidable martial artists into the tunnels. Then, they will think of a way to make them walk the path of death and be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. Hence, no one dares to clean up the god bandits here. After all, even formidable martial artists are afraid of death. They will not throw their lives away for some mission points and divine stones. All of you must remember, once you feel a weak suction force, you must immediately turn around and leave. Otherwise, if you walk another 100 meters, you will definitely be sucked into the Conferred God Valley. By then, even a divine emperor or a supreme martial artist would not be able to save you." Everyone nodded their heads and kept this in mind. This was no joke. Although they did not know what was inside the Conferred God Valley, a place that even a 7th grade war god could not walk out of was definitely a land of death. "My lord, you said that no one dares to clean up the god bandits. However, I remember that more than 10 years ago, a 7th-grade war god from the Leitang family of the Longyang prefecture, led a group of people to clean up the god bandits. However, this expert seemed to have disappeared. It seems like he has been sucked into the conferred god valley. The wandering battle god suddenly thought of something and said. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The Leitang family was Niu Firework's family. Although he knew that he would not be able to meet Niu Firework again, he still paid some attention when he heard about the Leitang family. Li Bai snorted coldly and looked at the wandering battle god with dissatisfaction. He said mockingly, "Humph. He is the stupidest genius in the history of the Leitang family. He reached the 7th-grade war god realm in 100,000 years. Instead of staying in the family to cultivate, he liked to go on adventures all day long. Didn't he end up in the conferred god valley? Does he really think that he is invincible just because he is a 7th-grade expert?" After the Leijin War, Immortal was trapped in the conferred god valley, the old bastard of the Leitang family was so angry that he almost killed all the experts of the Leitang family. He is the disciple with the most potential in the history of the Leitang family. He is a genius who could possibly reach the 8th-grade war god realm. He could even break through the last step and become a 9th-grade war god. However, he is trapped in the conferred god valley, and his life is uncertain. Leijin War Immortal. When Yi Qinghan heard this name, his eyes lit up. Didn't Niu Firework say that his father was the Leijin War Immortal? He didn't expect his father to be a 7th-grade expert and to be trapped in the conferred god valley. It was no wonder that Niu Firework's status in the family plummeted. It must be because his father was trapped in the conferred god valley. Some of the old bastards in the family didn't like to see her. Seeing her reminded them of the Leijin War Immortal. This also caused Niu Firework to be forced to leave Longyang City and go to the Huihua tribe. Chapter 633. Alright, your prey is here. 2 first-stage God King martial artists and more than 100 God generals dared to come and kill us. God bandits nowadays are really rampant. Li Bai suddenly turned his head and looked to the left as he sighed in disdain. God bandits are here. Everyone's spirits were lifted. With Li Bai around, everyone could easily kill martial artists and earn divine stones and divine crystals. If they were not careful, they might even obtain a rare spirit fruit. That would be a great fortune. Everyone's god powers surged as they drew their weapons and locked onto the forest on the left. Swish! Countless air-piercing sounds rang out as countless black figures suddenly appeared from the forest on the left. They were all dressed in black armor and had black scarves covering their faces, only their eyes could be seen. One look was enough to tell that they were secret bandits. This group of people did not waste any more words as all their god powers surged and charged towards the group. The 2 formidable martial artists in the lead glowed with yellow god powers as their terrifying aura made it hard for Yi Qinghan and company to breathe. Let's do it. Li Bai took a step forward as he stood in front of the group, and the pressure on them was instantly lifted. He didn't even look at the 2 long sabers that were slashing towards his head. Instead, he turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan and the others indifferently. Just when the chi waves from the 2 long blades were about to slash Li Bai's body, Li Bai suddenly waved his hand indifferently. A formless stream of air rushed out from his sleeves, and those 2 long blades instantly broke into pieces. At the same time, those 2 god kings seemed to have been hit by a 10,000 gene heavy object, as they flew out in a straight line. Their chests had clearly caved in, and their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Kill! Wandering battle gods saw that the 2 god kings were severely injured and that no one in this group of god bandits was a match for him. He knew that this was a great opportunity for him to get rich as he raised the spear in his hand and charged forward first. Kill! Kong Luo's eyes were filled with a burning desire to fight as he was the second to charge forward. Countless other martial artists followed suit as well. However, Yi Qinghan was the last one to charge forward. The 100-odd god bandits on the other side had originally followed the 2 god kings and charged overexcitedly. They did not expect that the two god kings would be severely injured the moment they met. The opponent's warrior was like a ferocious tiger rushing down the mountain. While he was greatly shocked, he hurriedly picked up the weapon in his hand to fight. However, as he fought, he quickly retreated. While the other party's morale was low, Xiao Chen's side could attack without fear. Countless cultivators killed to their heart's content, feeling extremely delighted. However, a moment later, everyone was shocked to discover that even though they were all peak divine generals, they could not compare to the speed of a first-layer divine general martialist. This Han Yidaran really hides his strength. When Xiao Chen swung his staff, a peak divine general cultivator could not dodge and got his head and upper body smashed into mush. When he turned his head, he saw Yi Qinghan moving around like a ghost. Every time a purple light flashed, and every time the white soft sword in his hand swept out, a martial artist would die. Yi Qinghan's killing speed was several times faster than his. He couldn't help but lament that his judgment was indeed correct. This, Han Yi War Immortal, was truly savage. It is indeed him. That's right, young Master Lu Ji was killed by him. The wandering battle god and the martial artist sent by Lu Chun all looked at Yi Qinghan with twinkling eyes. Lu Chun's judgment was indeed correct. This Han Yi War Immortal could kill martial artists so easily. What's more, he had a direct conflict with Lu Ji. That was definitely right. Of course, there were also martial artists who started cursing in their hearts. This Han Yi War Immortal never fought head-on. He made use of his strange footwork to move around the battlefield and specifically targeted the weaker god bandits. Alright, let's forget about this. However, why did you have to stick your nose into a god bandit who was half dead when others were killing him? Wasn't he obviously robbing them of their divine stones? However, countless people didn't dare to voice their anger. After all, Li Bai, who had a close relationship with the Han Yi War Immortal, was standing beside them. They could only curse in their hearts and continue to rush towards the few remaining martial artists. Not bad, not bad. This soul-type skill is very strong. It seems like the outcome of the battle between Lady Xue and you is still unknown. In less than an hour, more than half of the god bandits on the battlefield had been killed. The remaining ones had all escaped. Of the two god king formidable martial artists, one had been killed by the wandering battle god, and the other had escaped. After Li Bai attacked once, he stood at the side and watched everyone else perform. It was obvious that he wasn't interested in a battle of this level. Although there were more than 100 god bandits this time, there were only slightly more than 10 peak stage god general formidable martial artists. The rest were second and third stage god generals. The two god king formidable martial artists were severely injured, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. On the other hand, on Yi Qinghan's side, besides Yi Qinghan, the others were all peak stage god generals. The difference in their skills was huge. It was easy for him to kill them. When Li Bai saw that everyone had finished packing, he smiled and said, Han Yi War Immortal has killed 18 second stage god generals and 16 third stage god generals. Everyone, please bear witness. Once you're done packing, let's go and continue to kill god bandits. These 3 days can be considered an additional reward for all of you. Let's go. The 40-odd martial artists all had their own gains as they happily followed Li Bai and rushed forward. These god bandits really had divine stones. Every martial artist's interspatial ring had a lot of divine stones in it, and everyone had an unexpected windfall. And this was just one kill. If they continued to kill for 3 days, how much would they gain? After continuing forward for a short moment, Li Bai suddenly stopped moving as his divine sense shot out ahead, and he frowned upon inspecting it. Hundreds of god bandits. And dozens of god king formidable martial artists. When everyone heard Li Bai's words, they all tensed up. Dozens of god king formidable martial artists. No matter how strong Li Bai was, he couldn't possibly protect all of them, right? At that time, a casual strike from a god king would be enough to wipe out half of the several dozen people present instantly. Forget it, you guys can't handle this group of people. I will scare them away. After a moment, Li Bai sighed. Then, the suppressed aura on his body was suddenly released, and he released it forward without holding back at all. This was the first time Yi Qinghan felt a fifth-grade war god releasing his aura without reservation. He felt like he was a small boat in a storm. Under Li Bai's imposing aura, he felt like the boat could be destroyed at any time. It wasn't just him, even the wandering battle god's face turned extremely pale. These fifth-grade war gods were all God the Arch-Formidable martial artists. When God the Arch-Formidable martial artists released their aura without reservation, ordinary martial artists with weaker skills would be suppressed to death by this aura. The good thing was that Li Bai's aura was short-lived. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan's blood vessels would have burst. God the Arch-Formidable martial artists. Let's go. The hundreds of people who were advancing in the distance suddenly stopped in midair. After which, a leader's expression darkened. He quietly cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, the group rushed to the other side. Rumble. Yi Qinghan felt his body relax. His divine sense detected that the experts in the distance had started to change direction. He was about to spit out a mouthful of turbid air. But at this time, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. The trembling became more and more violent. He felt like he would fall to the ground if he didn't control his body. He couldn't help but look at Li Bai with an ashen face. What's going on? All the martial artists' faces changed. There was no such thing as an earthquake in the divine realm. Normally, when the ground trembled, it was either a battle between experts who cultivated the law of earth or a battle between powerful demonic beasts. Such a strong tremor, just how strong were the martial artists fighting? If they were affected by the shock waves of such a battle, they would be finished. Don't panic. I'm afraid the sealed God Valley has started to spit out spirit fruits. Everyone, gather around me. I'm afraid the warriors of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range will start to kill crazily. Everyone, be careful. Li Bai's face was still shaken. He released the divine stones without limit and then said indifferently. Swish. It's a blowout. Everyone, fight for the spirit fruits. Kill. Those who block me will die. A moment later, countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. Groups of martial artists could be seen flying in the sky. They were all flying towards the center of the mountain range. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of them. Some were strong, some were weak. However, most of them were god generals and god kings. There were very few God the Arch-Formidable martial artists. Everyone released their aura and were full of killing intent. Chapter 634. The tremors on the ground were getting more and more severe, and there were more and more martial artists in the sky. However, none of them dared to get close to the center of the mountain range. Instead, they formed a huge circle and stared excitedly at the center of the mountain range. At the same time, their divine powers surged as they were secretly on guard against the nearby martial artists. So many formidable martial artists. Their auras are so terrifying. There are probably many God the Arch-Formidable martial artists. What's more, the divine aura of the Phoenix Dawn Mountain Range is already terrifyingly dense. Everyone hurriedly gathered around Li Bai as they widened their eyes and stared at the increasing number of martial artists in midair. They were all shocked. There were indeed many god bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. Putting everything else aside, just the number of martial artists standing in midair alone was already more than 100,000. In addition, there were even more martial artists hidden in the shadows. Is there anyone among you who wants to snatch the fruits? If there is, you can leave now. If you don't leave, don't participate in the snatching later. Otherwise, if anyone dares to take action, I will be the first to kill him. Li Bai's expression became slightly serious as he scanned the crowd. The cold light in his eyes made no one dare to doubt his words. Originally, there were still some martial artists dreaming of a chance to interfere. Now, no one dared to have such a thought. After all, without Li Bai's protection, even if so many formidable martial artists managed to snatch the fruits, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. All right, remember my words. Everyone, follow me now. Let's find a cave and hide from the first round of killing. Later on, everyone must listen to my orders. If you don't blame me for being impolite. Li Bai said coldly once again as he took the lead and started to run forward quietly. Everyone exchanged a look as they felt the seriousness of the situation. However, in their hearts, they were extremely puzzled. Would these god bandits all go crazy later on? Kill everyone on sight. Swish. Abruptly, the ground shook violently as countless seven-colored light shadows shot out from the center of the mountain range in all directions. Their speed was frightening. Countless martial artists were sent flying by these light shadows, some were even pierced through. A portion of these light figures were directly grabbed by powerful cultivators, while the rest of them entered the dense forest of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. Waha, there are actually so many strange fruits this time. Snatch them. I did not snatch the strange fruits. Why are you all chasing after me? Who dares to stop me? This spirit fruit is mine. Kill. In just an instant, countless martial artists pounced towards the ground. Once a martial artist snatched the exotic fruit, he would be besieged by countless martial artists. In an instant, the martial artists in the sky who had snatched the exotic fruit were besieged by countless martial artists. For a moment, there were sounds of killing and explosions from the collision of divine powers everywhere. The entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range was in a riot. Ah! There's a fruit up ahead. A rainbow-colored silhouette happened to fly not far in front of them. With such a fast speed, the silhouette directly sank into the soil, but there was still a faint rainbow-colored light leaking out. The moment everyone saw this, their eyes started burning up. Li Bai had said that the mutant fruits here had unique miraculous uses. Every single one of them was worth at least 10 million god stones and above. If it was a precious mutant fruit, it might even be able to be auctioned off for tens of billions of god stones. Of course, even though everyone's eyes were burning with desire, no one dared to move. Because Li Bai didn't even take a look at that strange fruit, and directly turned and walked towards the other side. Everyone could only blink their eyes embarrassedly and quickly followed him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black silhouette popped out and grabbed the mutant fruit on the ground. After that, it charged straight for Yi Qinghan and the rest. Get lost! Li Bai swept a glance at this martial artist, but his eyes swept behind him. His expression suddenly became incomparably enraged. His hand spat out an incomparably domineering blue stream of air, shooting towards that martial artist like lightning. But that martial artist's expression turned aghast the moment he saw it. The figure that was charging over instantly started to turn illusory, and then actually started rolling on the ground. In the end, he was still swept by the aftershock of Li Bai's attack, and was sent flying. But the moment this martial artist was sent flying, he climbed up right away and started fleeing towards the distance. Everyone, we didn't obtain the mutant fruit. If you dare to attack, we won't be courteous anymore. But Li Bai did not bother about that martial artist who escaped. Instead, his aura surged as he shouted towards the front. Everyone was rather baffled. But when their divine senses detected that a group of martial artists suddenly appeared in front, and their faces were filled with killing intent as they rushed towards their side, only then did they instantly startle awake. Especially when they saw that there was actually a martial artist with an aura similar to Li Bai in the front of the team, all of their complexions turned incomparably pale. There is a cave 3,000 meters to the right. You all go in immediately and wait for me inside. Li Bai saw that the other party did not believe his words at all, and still rushed over here. He sighed bitterly and transmitted a message to everyone. Then, one of them shot forward, and a huge long axe appeared in his hand out of thin air. He rushed towards the other party without any cowardice. Go! Yi Qinghan gave a low shout, and secretly complained. Li Bai was not by his side, and Wandering War God could make a move against him at any time. But at this moment, they had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, in a battle of this level, if they and the others were casually affected, then it would be game over. Go! Wandering War God also gave a low shout to the martial artist beside him. In this kind of situation, even he did not have the slightest confidence in escaping unscathed. Of course, he could not care about completing Lu Chun's task. He first had to protect his life. More than 40 martial artists speed soared to the limit, and they rushed towards the entrance that Li Bai had mentioned. At the same time, their divine senses swept in that direction, and after running for a moment, they easily locked onto that cave entrance. Without any hesitation, they directly rushed inside. Because Sealed God Valley had spat out the spirit fruit, it had already turned into a big chaotic battle. If they stayed outside, they would only fall into an endless chaotic battle. Why didn't this Li Bai bring us back into the pangolin armor? *CK, playing like this will kill us. As Yi Qinghan ran, he secretly transmitted a message to the empty Guyang. The three of them stayed close to each other, guarding each other against the martial artists around them. At this moment, he could not care about his bet with Li Shuwei. In such a chaotic situation, survival was the first priority. The group of people entered the cave, but did not dare to run around. They only went in for a few dozen meters before stopping. Li Bai had said that many of the passages inside were dead ends. In this kind of situation, who would dare to run around? After everyone hid inside, their divine powers were still surging, and their divine senses kept sweeping around, probing the situation outside and inside the passage. At the same time, they were also on guard against their own people's sneak attacks. Xiao He, come out! Yi Qinghan secretly summoned Xiao He and let him hide in his sleeve. As long as the Wandering God of War dared to attack, Yi Qinghan could only let Xiao He block the attack and activate the ancient necklace on his neck. Even if he used the Slaughter God blade, he was not confident that he could protect himself against a God King martial artist. Previously, in the Baleful Yin stream, Qing Yao was a peak God general, but because the distance was too far and his reaction was fast, he managed to escape. If Qing Yao was lucky enough to escape, this Wandering God King would most likely be able to escape as well. It was not important that he managed to escape. What was important was that there were so many God Emperors outside, and they would definitely sense the aura of the Slaughter God blade. At that time, it would be troublesome. Lord Devour was so strong, and she was famous in the divine world for killing people. The item she left for Xiao He was so powerful, and it was definitely not an ordinary item. Activating this necklace would not only kill the Wandering God of War, but it could also scare the experts nearby. Chapter 635. However, it was clear that Wandering War God didn't want to make a move at this moment. He just stood there quietly with a group of martial artists, watching the situation around. Of course, he didn't dare to make a move. After all, Li Bai could come in at any time. Yi Qinghan and Li Bai had a close relationship. He didn't want to court death. As expected. Not long after, Li Bai rushed in. His figure was elegant and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be injured at all. He swept his eyes across the crowd and waved his hand lightly, indicating for everyone to follow him. Then, he rushed into the passage inside. Seniorly, why don't we return to the pangolin armor and leave this place? Yi Qinghan's heart calmed down. He followed Li Bai and rushed forward. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Li Bai and asked in confusion. First, it's too chaotic outside. If you run around outside, even I don't have the confidence to protect you. Second, the pangolin armor is thousands of miles underground. The jade talisman controlling the pangolin armor is in the hands of young Mississippi. If we want to go back, we can only find young Miss first. Young Miss must have entered the cave under the protection of Li He and Li Bai. We are going to meet up with them now. As Li Bai sprinted, he took out a translucent jade talisman and glanced at it, then directly dashed towards a passageway on the left of the fork in the road ahead. After that, he transmitted his voice over to answer Yi Qinghan's doubts. As for the others, he couldn't be bothered to be long-winded. So it's like this. Senior Li, if we rush like this, won't we walk into a dead end? Yi Qinghan reminded him with some worry when he saw that Li Bai had passed by a few forks in the road. He didn't even give it a second thought before directly choosing a path and running madly. Sealed God Valley has just erupted. At this time, the suction force is the strongest. Moreover, it will be continuous. It won't be like usual where it will suddenly come and catch you off guard. These 2 days, the suction force is too strong. You can feel it from far away. So, as long as you feel the suction force, retreat immediately. It will definitely be fine. Li Bai clearly had a detailed understanding of Sealed God Valley. After explaining to Yi Qinghan, he didn't say anything else and started running. Half an hour later, Li Bai, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As he stopped too abruptly, he almost collided with the few war gods behind him. Looking at Li Bai's gloomy expression, everyone knew that there were definitely martial artists rushing over. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, there should be at least a god emperor expert. Otherwise, Li Bai's expression wouldn't be so bad. You guys run back and leave a sign for me at the fork. I'll hold them off first. 2 god emperors. Damn it, what bad luck. Li Bai growled at everyone as his god power surged out violently as he charged forward. When everyone heard this, they were so frightened that they started to run back the way they came. 2 god emperors, even if Li Bai was able to hold on, he probably wouldn't be able to win. Then, if one of the god emperors were to catch up to him, he would be dead meat. Run, run. Run. Everyone was like a bull in heat, running wildly toward the back. When they encountered a fork in the road, the wandering god of war, who was running at the front, would stop and use his weapon to quickly draw the shape of a mountain god's armor on the road. Then, he would continue to run wildly for half an hour before he stopped. After running so far, it should be fine, right? Since Li Bai wasn't around, the wandering god of war became the leader of everyone. He waved his hand and asked everyone to stop. After walking for so long, they had already passed through countless forks. Even if the 2 god emperors wanted to chase after them, they would probably lose them, right? Damn it, do these god emperors have nothing better to do? Why didn't they go up to snatch the spirit fruits? Why did they run to the underground cave? Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and cursed in a low voice. Everyone didn't dare to continue running. Just now, they were in a moment of desperation and escaping was more important. But now, they didn't dare to run recklessly. If they walked into a dead end and got sucked into Sealed God Valley, they would be finished. Damn it. Run. Suddenly, the wandering god of war's body suddenly tensed up as he looked behind him in fear. Then, he let out a loud roar and ignored everyone as he ran forward crazily. Everyone was stunned. Then, they felt countless domineering auras coming from behind them. They were all shocked. These auras were obviously at the God King realm. In this godforsaken place, the passages were narrow and there was killing everywhere. Once they encountered them, there would be no reasoning. They would just kill them directly. T. Yi Qinghan felt bitter in his heart. If he knew that this godforsaken place would be in chaos, he definitely wouldn't have arranged a dog*T competition with Li Shuwei. Out of everyone in the team, he was the one with the lowest cultivation level. Even if he had realized the formless wind and his speed had increased by several times, he was still the slowest in the team. At this moment, everyone was running for their lives. Who would care about him? Hence, Yi Qinghan gradually started to hang at the back. And the outcome of hanging at the back was that once the god bandits caught up to him, he would be the first to die. The group didn't hesitate at all and didn't continue to leave any signs at the forks. At this moment, who would dare to stay? What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan's divine senses detected that the auras behind him were getting closer and closer. They were at most a few hundred meters away. His flexible sword was already in his hand, and he asked Xiao He to be ready at any time. If he really had no choice, he could only let Xiao He hold on for now. If he still couldn't hold on, he could only use the Slaughter God blade to fight for his life. As for the Carefree Pavilion, he didn't dare to use it here. After all, who knew if there were God Thearchs or God Kings nearby? Who knew if they had the ability to seal the Carefree Pavilion spatial door? If they had the ability, not only would he be finished, even the Fire Dragon continent would have to suffer. It was a known fact that the Carefree Pavilion still had a spatial door that was connected to the Yi family castle's Cold Heart Pavilion. Damn it! I'm going all out. Xiao He, get ready. As they turned into another fork in the road, Yi Qinghan could clearly sense the god bandits who were chasing after them. He could also clearly sense the murderous intent in the pair of cold eyes hidden behind the veil. Swish! However, just as Yi Qinghan was about to make a move, that person stopped at the fork. The god kings and god generals who were chasing after them also stopped at the fork. Seeing that they were just a short distance away from catching up, they actually stopped. Boss? Why aren't you chasing anymore? This group of people were all dressed in black armor and had masks over their faces. It was obvious that they were a group of secret bandits. Looking at the God King leading the group, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you blind? Can't you see the hidden markings on this path? If you want to chase, go ahead. This is a dead end. Once we start fighting inside, the suction force will increase by a few times. By then, we will all be finished. The God King leading the group slapped the God King and cursed angrily. After that, a vicious look appeared in his eyes as he said to one of the God Kings beside him, "Damn it, we worked for nothing. Third brother, continue to chase for another 300 meters and then retreat. Remember not to chase too far. Send this group of people into the Seal God Valley to reunite with Battle God Lei Zhen." All right. One of the black-armored formidable martial artists laughed sinisterly as he rushed towards the fork. Chapter 636. Yi Qinghan and the others were puzzled as to why this group of people did not continue to chase after them. Then, they felt a tyrannical aura rushing towards them from behind. They hurriedly increased their speed and continued to run forward. Kong Luo, Gu Yang, stop. After running for 500 or 600 meters, Yi Qinghan felt that something was wrong. A faint suction force came from the front of the passageway, causing everyone to move even faster. Yi Qinghan thought of Li Bai's words and immediately became alert. He stopped in his tracks and immediately transmitted his voice to Kong Luo and Gu Yang. What's wrong? Kong Luo was the first to stop. As soon as he asked, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that his body was moving forward slowly. He was shocked and began to run back desperately. Gu Yang also reacted instantly and began to run back. It was not until he ran to Yi Qinghan's position that the suction was not so strong and he could stabilize his body. Stop. 100 meters in front of the passage, Wandering War God's divine sense was locked behind him. At this moment, he saw Yi Qinghan and the others suddenly stop. He finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly stopped and took out a long sword to stab the wall. Then, he stomped on the wall and turned back the way he came. "Save me, brother wandering, save me. I don't want to die, help." The wandering war god's shout surprised everyone. However, there were still 7 or 8 cultivators who did not stop in time. Their reactions were too slow and they continued to run forward. By the time they came to their senses, they found that the suction was very strong. They desperately wanted to run back, but they still could not resist the suction from the hole in front of them. His body kept moving forward, and his speed was getting faster and faster. After a short while, he disappeared in the passage in front of him. This is a dead end. Everyone looked at the dark hole in front of them and could not help but be shocked. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan stopped in time and Wandering War God shouted in time. If he had been a few seconds later, no one would have escaped and all of them would have been sucked in. "Lord Wandering War God, what should we do now?" Everyone's head started to hurt. The road ahead was a dead end. If they turned back, they would not know if the god bandits were still hiding behind them. At that moment, they were in a dilemma. The wandering war god glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan, his eyes filled with blame and anger. He was very clear that this information was definitely told to him by Li Bai, but he didn't tell everyone. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been sucked in. With a sweep of his divine sense, the wandering war god discovered that the god king's aura behind him had already disappeared. His eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "Wait. We'll wait here." Everyone's expressions turned bitter. Now that this group of god bandits had caused a ruckus, even if Li Bai managed to break out of the encirclement, he would not be able to find them by following their markings. Now, he could only bitterly wait here for a few days, wait for this crazy massacre to slowly calm down and stabilize, only then would he dare to slowly think of a way to walk out and search for Li Bai and the others. Boom! Everyone retreated another 100 meters. When they felt that there was no longer any suction force on their bodies, they then sat down cross-legged quietly. Of course, they also started to use their divine senses to scan the surroundings. 1 hour later, the ground started to shake slightly again, and the passageway started to shake non-stop. As the ground shook, the passageway in front of them actually started to spit out a thick divine aura, causing everyone to be astonished. Mutated fruits, 2 mutated fruits are spat out. A martial artist suddenly shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. The dozens of martial artists present all realized that the 2 rays of 7-colored light had spat out from the passageway in front of them. The passageway was originally dim. How could the 2 rays of 7-colored light not attract everyone's attention? However, no one dared to move. The 2 rays of light had directly entered the walls of the passageway, and that wall was not a safe distance. A few martial artists had been sucked in there just now. Although these 2 mutated fruits looked like they could be obtained easily and could be obtained as long as they went over, no one dared to gamble with their lives. Damn, these are mutated fruits. Maybe they are rare mutated fruits that can be sold for tens of billions of divine stones. A martial artist secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were fiery as he looked at the wall that was emitting a faint 7-colored light. As soon as his words fell, everyone's eyes lit up even more, but no one dared to make a move. The danger was one thing, but the most important thing was that even if he got it, would the martial artists present let him leave safely? Yi Qinghan's eyes did not look at the mutated fruits that were shining with a charming light. Instead, he kept his head slightly lowered, letting his figure hide in the darkness in the corner. At the same time, Kong Luo and Gu Yang also sat quietly beside him, keeping a low profile. It was not that the 3 of them did not think of escaping, but they were afraid that the wandering war god and the others would immediately make a move. At this moment, they did not make a move. Of course, the three of them did not dare to do anything to provoke them. Oh no! Yi Qinghan's divine senses were just quietly locking on the wandering war god and the others. At this moment, he felt that the wandering war god's lips were slightly moving. He began to feel anxious. After transmitting a few words to Kong Luo and Gu Yang, the three of them began to quietly move out of the passage, preparing to escape. Xiao! However, the wandering war god and the others had obviously locked on them with their divine senses. As soon as they moved, the passage behind them was immediately blocked by 7 or 8 martial artists. Moreover, all of them were surging with divine power, and the weapons in their hands were emitting waves of qi. They stared at the three of them maliciously. Han Yi, where do you want to go? The wandering war god stood up quietly and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan. His pair of eyes emitted a dark red light in the dim passage. We want to leave. Why? Can't we, wandering war god? Yi Qinghan stopped and did not hide. Instead, he stood up and shouted in a deep voice. The wandering war god smiled and said, everyone came together, so it's better to leave together. Do you have any plans to leave alone? What plans can we have? I'm afraid that the wandering war god wants to take these 2 fruits for himself and is afraid that we will leak the news. Why, do you want to silence us? Yi Qinghan glanced at the nervous martial artists nearby and made up his mind. There were only 23 people with the wandering war god, and there were more than 40 people in the field. They only had half of the number. If they instigated the martial artists to fight, they might have a chance to escape. Sure enough. As soon as Yi Qinghan said this, the martial artists in the field became even more nervous. They stood up one after another and began to secretly circulate their divine power. They were secretly on guard. Even some of the war gods sent by He Lu Chun began to feel nervous. This fruit was too valuable, and the wandering war god was the only divine king in the field. It was hard to guarantee that he had the idea of taking it for himself. If he wanted to take it for himself and not leak the news, he could only silence them by killing them. The wandering war god laughed and seemed to ignore the flickering eyes of the martial artists around him. He said calmly, of course I want the fruit, but I won't take it for myself. Except for the 3 of them, everyone here has a share. If you don't believe me, we can make a divine emperor blood oath together. I won't make things difficult for the 3 of you. Han Yi, go and get the 2 fruits for me, and I will let you go. How about it? Chapter 637. Divine Emperor Blood Oath. The martial artists who were secretly guarding against the wandering god of war heaved a sigh of relief and turned their weapons to Yi Qinghan and the other 2. The Divine Emperor Blood Oath was the highest oath in the divine realm. The Divine Emperor was the supreme god that everyone in the divine realm believed in. It was said that the Divine Emperor was omnipotent and no one dared to go against his will. It was said that a 9th-grade invincible god of war didn't believe it and scolded the Divine Emperor in public. In the end, a bolt of destructive lightning struck down from the sky, blasting the invincible war god into smithereens. From then on, no one dared to make a joke out of the God Emperor's supremacy. The God Emperor Blood Oath became the highest oath in the God world. Damn! Lord Han Yi, what should we do? Kong Luo's eyes emitted a cold light. It was the cruel light of a lone wolf in a desperate situation. If Yi Qinghan wanted to make a move, he would definitely fight with his life. Don't be impulsive. When the fight really starts, the 2 of you should find a way to leave first and come back in an hour to protect me. Yi Qinghan tilted his head and sent a telepathic message to Kong Luo and Gu Yang. There were only 2 people he could trust here. After all, both of them were indebted to him. Most importantly, the 3 of them took the war god assessment together. Lu Chun should be suspicious of both of them. This meant that the 3 of them were in the same boat. He turned his head and looked at the 2 strange fruits. Then, he looked at the warriors and said, these two strange fruits are not sure if they are rare or not. If they can only be sold for 20 million divine stones, how much can you get? In other words, even if you get the strange fruits, have you thought about it? Can you make it to the city alive? There are hundreds of thousands of god bandits outside. Without the pangolin armor, how can you escape? Once I die, Senior Li will never let you get the pangolin armor. And the only outcome for you is death. So if you want to live, come with me. I have a way to find Senior Li and the others. That's right. If Han Yi dies and we can't find the pangolin armor, everyone will die. Kong Luo hurriedly added. Once the situation was chaotic, they would have a chance to escape. Bullshit. The wandering war god sneered and interrupted Kong Luo's words. If you had a way to contact them, the old man wouldn't have asked us to leave a sign at the fork. Moreover, there are two emperor gods. Who knows if the old man is dead or not? Also, think about it, how long has it been? It hasn't even been a year, there are still 4 years left. Do you still want to continue to enjoy the torture of that perverted woman? After hearing Wandering War God's words, everyone thought of the perverted torture every 3 days. They couldn't help but shiver. However, someone still asked hesitantly, then, Wandering War God, how do we go back to the city? How do we go back? This is simple. The Wandering War God said confidently, everyone just needs to wait here for a few months. After this chaos is over, we will sneak out quietly. Every once in a while, there will be people from the Battle God Pavilion coming to the Phoenix Cloud Mountain to carry out a mission. At that time, I just need to report to those lords that we were separated from our sugar daddy during the chaos in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain. They will naturally bring us back to the city. The Wandering War God didn't wait for anyone to reply. He looked at Yi Qinghan viciously again and said, we have been tortured by that perverted woman for a year. Her subordinates are very strong, and we can't take revenge. This Han Yi battle god has a close relationship with that woman. We can only vent our anger on him. Whoever stands on his side will be my enemy. I will definitely kill him. Ha! Wanderer, don't be a whore and still want to set up a memorial arch. Yi Qinghan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. It seemed that a war was inevitable. Instead of relying on those fence-sitters, it was better to trust the sword in his hand. Since he had made up his mind to fight, Yi Qinghan didn't stand on ceremony. He put away the flexible sword in his hand and grinned at the Wandering War God and the martial artists behind him. I am very curious. How much did Lu Chun secretly offer you for my head? But have you ever thought about why I'm worth so much money? Some bounties are not so easy to get. Yi Qinghan's words and unscrupulous attitude made the pupils of the Wandering War God and the martial artists arranged by Lu Chun shrink. Indeed, Lu Chun offered a very high bounty. As long as they killed Yi Qinghan and brought his head back. Or, as long as they recorded the scene of killing him with a memory worm, they could immediately receive 10 billion god stones. 10 billion god stones was only a part of Lu Chun's wealth. But for the Wandering War God and the others, it was a sky-high price. Hence, these martial artists didn't hesitate and joined the mission readily. Now that Yi Qinghan said this, everyone hesitated and started to think. Since Yi Qinghan could kill Lu Ji and the others, it meant that his strength was far more than what he showed on the surface. What's more, Yi Qinghan had easily killed more than 20 god bandits outside. This made them very wary. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with a complicated expression. What are you afraid of? Can he deal with so many of us by himself? I don't believe that he, a first-stage god general martial artist, can kill someone who is a higher cultivation realm than him. Second Master Lu has 10 billion god stones. Together with these two strange fruits, we can return to Dancing Phoenix City and enjoy ourselves after we finish this mission. Kong Luo and Gu Yang, do the two of you want to die with him? I will give you one last chance. As long as you work together to deal with battle god Hanya, everyone can make a divine emperor blood oath with me and share these god stones. Wandering God caressed the long spear in his hand. His body was filled with killing intent, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he took 2 steps back. The hand behind him took out a dozen or so memory god bugs and quietly released them. The moment those memory god bugs landed on the ground, they burrowed into the ground and then quietly hid themselves in various parts of the tunnel. We don't want to help anyone. We just want to leave. If Wandering God of War doesn't let us leave, the two of us can only fight with battle god Hanya. Yi Qinghan had sent a few voice transmissions to Kong Luo and Gu Yang to leave first. Now that Wandering God of War had spoken, Gu Yang's expression changed. He stood up and took the opportunity to leave. All right. Let the two of them leave. Make way. Wandering God of War was a little wary of Yi Qinghan's strange strength. If Kong Luo, who had strong attacks, was added to the mix, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems. My lord. Kong Luo looked a little anxious. He looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission. Let's go. Come back in 1 hour. If I'm not dead, protect me. If I'm dead, you can meet Li Shuer. Ask him to take care of my woman. Yi Qinghan turned his head and coldly glanced at the two of them. He secretly signaled Kong Luo with his eyes and quickly transmitted his voice to Kong Luo. Then, he sneered and said loudly, when a great calamity is about to befall us, everyone should flee. I don't blame you. Get lost. My lord, take care. Kong Luo cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan. Then he and Gu Yang rushed out of the tunnel. They disappeared from everyone's sight in a few leaps. Chapter 638. Xiao He, returned to the war beast space. Since Kong Luo and the others had left, Yi Qinghan had also arranged a path of retreat for himself. Originally, he thought that if the wandering war god were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do so. He would attack Xiao He and activate the quaint necklace on Xiao He's neck, allowing Xiao He to kill the wandering war god and the others. But just now, he changed his mind. Although Lord Devour was strong, he had killed too many people. And, with so many Emperor God Realm experts out there, perhaps Lord Devour's enemies were there. If Shi Yan could sense Lord Devour's aura from this necklace, the other experts could also sense it. At that time, Xiao He would be in more danger. Hence, he could only rely on the Slaughter God Blade. This was a dead end. As long as he used the Slaughter God Blade, the Wandering Battle God would be affected. As long as he found a way to stand at the safe end of the passage, the Wandering War Gods would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. As for the other war gods, Yi Qinghan did not care about them at all. The only risk of doing this was that they would alert the other formidable martial artists near the passageway. However, Jiang Yi recalled that the god bandits had stopped at the fork in the road. It was obvious that they had recognized that this was a dead end. The only thing he could bet on was that the other experts would recognize this as a dead end and not dare to enter. That way, he would have enough time to recover and think of a way to leave. This was the only feasible solution that he had thought about for a long time. Therefore, after Kong Luo and the others left, Yi Qinghan let Xiao He enter the beast space to prevent Xiao He from getting hurt in the chaotic battle. If he activated that necklace, it would be troublesome. Xiao He knew what Yi Qinghan was thinking, so he did not refute. Instead, he quietly turned into a shadow and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's chest. All right. Wandering War God, do you want to take those 2 mutant fruits or kill me first? After everything was arranged, Yi Qinghan relaxed. He spread his hands and raised his head, revealing his snow-white teeth as he grinned at everyone. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who had nothing in his hands and was not circulating his divine power. he did not seem to be preparing to fight at all. Everyone started to feel afraid. A martial artist was clearly aware that he was going to die, yet he was still smiling so calmly and brilliantly. That meant that this martial artist was either crazy or had something to rely on. Just like what Yi Qinghan had said, since Lu Chun had put such a high bounty on him, there must be something special about him. In addition to that, Li Shuer looked at him differently because of the godly pangolin armor, and his strange strength. Countless people chose to believe the latter. Humph. You guys guard the cave entrance and hold the line for me. I will go and kill him. Wandering War God looked at the martial artists around him, whose eyes were flickering. He knew that if he did not take action now, the momentum of his side would be overwhelmed by Yi Qinghan. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and hold his long spear. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the wall of the passage and stabbed at Yi Qinghan. Wandering War God has only used 30% of his divine power, right? What are you afraid of? Go all out. When Yi Qinghan saw the speed of Wandering War God's long spear, the smile on his face became even brighter. He slid his feet and easily avoided Wandering War God's attack. Then, he continued to ridicule him. 30% of my divine power is enough to deal with a trash martial artist like you. Wandering War God's long spear trembled, and countless spear shadows appeared. These shadows enveloped Yi Qinghan's figure. Although his movement seemed fancy and powerful, his speed was extremely slow. Of course, this was only true for a god king. Everyone present knew that Wandering War God was very afraid of Yi Qinghan and did not dare to use his full strength. Right now, he was just testing the waters. 7% of his divine power was on defense. He was secretly on guard against Yi Qinghan's attack. Ha! You are too slow. Even a first-stage god general like me can easily dodge my attack. Wandering War God, do you dare to use your full strength? Did you cultivate to the God King realm by refining God crystals? Useless. This situation was exactly what Yi Qinghan hoped for. He kept the flexible sword in his hand and did not attack. Instead, he only dodged and mocked Wandering War God continuously. This was to give Wandering War God the illusion that he wanted Wandering War God to attack with his full strength. The more Wandering War God thought about it, the more afraid Wandering War God would be to attack him with his full strength. This way, Jiang Yi would be able to slowly switch their positions. When their positions were completely switched, Jiang Yi would use the Slaughter God blade. Wandering War God became even more careful. Although he did not stop attacking, he did not dare to use too much of his divine power. His divine sense was constantly locked onto Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan made any strange movements, he would immediately escape. As expected, he saw Yi Qinghan suddenly smile strangely. Yi Qinghan touched his ring with one hand, and a long black blade appeared in his hand. The cold and evil aura emitted from the blade caused even Wandering War God to feel a chill down his spine. This is strange. Retreat. Wandering War God did not think too much and retreated decisively. However, halfway through his retreat, he suddenly stopped. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his face turned pale. Unknowingly, his and Yi Qinghan's positions had been switched. Just now, if he had reacted a little slower, he would have retreated to a dangerous area and been sucked into Sealed God Valley. Retreat. Continue to retreat. Wandering War God, now you know why I am worth so much money, right? When Yi Qinghan saw Wandering War God's reaction, the smile on his face became even wider. However, at this moment, his eyes had started to turn red, and his smile looked extremely sinister. With a wave of his hand, the Slaughter God blade gently swung behind him. Instantly, a black fog was released, enveloping the dozens of martial artists behind him. Jiang Yi knew that he had made the right bet. Although the Slaughter God blade could not completely affect Wandering War God, Wandering War God was still afraid of it. As long as Wandering War God did not dare to go near him, Jiang Yi was confident that he could force Wandering War God into a dead end and eventually be sucked into Sealed God Valley. What is this thing? Run. My head hurts. Han Yi, please spare me. The group of peak god generals behind him was instantly enveloped by the slaughter god Blade's black fog. At such a close distance, without any suspense, all of them were hit. They held their heads and rolled on the ground. Those who kill will always be killed. Since you are out to mingle, you have to pay. Yi Qinghan did not care about the ashen-faced wandering war god in front of him. He turned around and walked into the black fog. He started to harvest human lives, divine crystals, and interspatial rings. As for these martial artists who were his comrades just an hour ago, Yi Qinghan did not have the slightest bit of mercy. With a wave of his blade, countless heads fell to the ground. Han Yi, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. Don't kill me. I am willing to offer all my treasures and divine stones to you as long as you let me leave. Otherwise, if I am sucked into Sealed God Valley, you will not get anything. I have more than 100 million divine stones on me. The wandering war god could hear screams coming from the black fog. However, in just a moment, the screams stopped. The black fog became thinner, revealing the corpses on the ground. The green-robed Yi Qinghan slowly walked out of the black fog and walked towards him. The wandering war god knew that if he did not do anything, he would become one of the corpses on the ground. He resolutely knelt on the ground and offered the interspatial ring in his hand with both hands. He continuously kowtowed and begged. At this moment, his life was more important than his pride. More than 100 million divine stones. I don't care about it. Go. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he did not stop walking. The moment he said that, he raised the slaughter god blade in his hand and slashed it down heavily. As the slaughter god blade slashed down, a black aura was emitted from the blade. Along with the evil aura in the blade, it slashed towards the wandering war god. In the face of a god king, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. Although he needed divine stones, his life was more important. Not only did he release the murderous aura in the blade, but he also used the divine power in his body. As long as this murderous aura affected the wandering war god, the blade formed by the divine power would easily send him into the depths of the tunnel. After that, he would be sucked into Sealed God Valley. Then, he would be completely safe. Chapter 639. Rumble. However, as Yi Qinghan slashed down, the passageway started to shake. An extremely strong suction force came from the passageway. In the blink of an eye, the wandering war god who was kneeling on the ground was sucked in by that strong suction force. Damn! What is happening? When Yi Qinghan felt the suction force, he immediately stabbed the slaughter god blade into the wall. He hugged the blade tightly with both hands and started to resist the violent suction force. As he was slightly further away from the wall and his reaction speed was fast, he was able to temporarily stabilize himself. Damn! Xiaohei, come out! Yi Qinghan felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't hold on any longer and quickly summoned Xiaohei. When Xiaohei was just formed, he used all his strength to send him flying towards the other side of the passageway. Xiaohei, let's go. Think of a way to the Soul Devourer manor and ask Lord Devourer to help us by the Fire Dragon dimension. Yi Qinghan felt that the Slaughter God blade was being pulled out bit by the strong suction force. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly shouted, but his heart was filled with sadness. Even his murderous aura seemed to have been suppressed and his mind was clear. Am I finally going to die? He felt the violent suction force behind him. It was like the chains of the Grim Reaper was dragging his body towards the 9 nether realms step by step. Yi Qinghan knew that he was really done for this time. His heaven-defying luck had finally run out. In this godforsaken place, no one could save him. He didn't know where Li Bai was. Of course, even if he was nearby, it would be too late. Even if he could make it in time, he wouldn't be able to pull him out. Qingyu, Qingqing, Qingguo, alluring. I am finally going to die. I hope that all of you will forget about me. I hope that all of you will be happy. Sigh. After coming to this world, I actually didn't leave behind any incense. Could it be that I have some physiological problems? If I die this time, will I transmigrate again? Transmigrate back to Earth? Yi Qinghan felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger. The slaughter god's saber was also being pulled out. Perhaps in the next second, it would be sucked into the black hole. He began to let his imagination run wild. Perhaps this was the wild mentality of every person who was about to die. Xiao. At this moment, a black figure dashed towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes began to enlarge. He was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. His face contorted and he used all the strength in his body to shout, "Xiao He, you idiot! Are you crazy? Get lost!" Yi Qinghan swung his palm at Xiao He again, but he found that Xiao He was still flying toward him at high speed. The suction force was too strong, and the repulsion force was useless. Boss, don't panic. Let me see if there is any use in activating that necklace. If there is no use, then we will die together. I said before that I will accompany you to the Hades realm. Just as Yi Qinghan finished shouting, Xiao Hei's voice transmission arrived. Furthermore, as Xiao He flew over, he took out a dagger from his interspatial ring and ruthlessly stabbed himself in the chest. Buzz! As Xiao He expected, a dazzling light lit up, and the simple necklace on his neck quietly appeared. That suffocating and destructive aura enveloped the entire tunnel. The entire tunnel within a radius of tens of miles trembled. Furthermore, this aura started to spread out through the tunnel. Xiao! However, such a strong and terrifying aura had no effect on the suction force coming from the tunnel. The moment the light shone, the slaughter god blade finally left the tunnel. Yi Qinghan only had enough time to carry Xiao He, who was flying towards him, into her arms. The two of them instantly disappeared into the dark tunnel. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up. Kong Luo and Gu Yang did not go too far away. They walked out of the fork in the tunnel, randomly chose a tunnel, and waited nearby. They were indebted to Yi Qinghan. Furthermore, he had given them instructions just now. It seemed like he was very confident that he could kill the wandering war god and the rest. Therefore, the two of them did not run. Instead, they waited quietly, hoping for a miracle to happen. As expected. Not long after, a cold aura came from the dead end, and the surroundings of the tunnel started to tremble slightly. The two of them looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. Could it be that Yi Qinghan had made a move when they had just walked out of the tunnel? If his move was so powerful, then the situation might really be reversed. There is actually an idiot who made a move in the dead end. Isn't he seeking his own death? As long as someone uses energy attacks in the dead end, the suction force will increase by several times. I wonder which idiot is so impulsive. At this moment, suddenly, a mocking voice came from the fork in the tunnel. The two of them tensed up. Someone was actually so close to them without them noticing. However, when they heard this person's words, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it Yi Qinghan who made a move? Instead, the suction force in the tunnel increased by several times. Wouldn't everyone be sucked into the sealed God Valley? Buzz! Just when the two of them could not decide whether to escape or continue to stay, another wave came from the dead end. Not only the two of them, but even the mysterious expert at the fork in the tunnel had a change of expression. The mysterious expert looked at the road of death with some fear, but he turned around and began to madly run back the way he came. What was going on? Kong Luo and Gu Yang were at a loss. In the end, they gritted their teeth and started to run frantically. Such a powerful aura, such a huge pressure, even if Li Bai released his full strength, it wouldn't be so terrifying. This situation was no longer something the two of them could handle. Similarly, this wave alarmed the nearby martial artists. Everyone's expression changed abruptly, and they started to run frantically without hesitation. Although everyone didn't know what happened, with such a terrifying aura, no matter what, it would be safer to run further away. The aura of the love of the dancing butterfly. Why would young Lord appear in the Phoenix Cloud Mountains? That idiot from the Li clan, why didn't he stay in the pangolin armor and ran to the Phoenix Cloud Mountains to play? If young Lord is sucked into the sealed God Valley, I will die 1,000 times. Thousands of miles in the east of the Phoenix Cloud Mountains, a cold female voice came from a phoenix. On the back of the huge phoenix, there was only a figure sitting there quietly. This figure looked very blurry. They only knew that she was wearing a green robe, and she had a pair of beautiful eyes. Then, the phoenix suddenly changed its direction. Its two huge wings started to flap frantically as it rushed towards the Phoenix Cloud Mountains in the west. In the far north of the ethereal mainland, in the Soul Devourer Manor's City Lord Manor. Two figures suddenly flew out of the City Lord Manor and headed straight for the teleportation array. Their speed was so fast that the guards of the teleportation array thought they were seeing things. However, just as the guards were about to scold the newcomers for not knowing the rules, they saw a black token with the word Devour written on it. It was extremely eye-catching. Greetings, Palace Lord. There was only one person in the Soul Devourer Manor who possessed this token, and that was their Palace Lord. The other second Palace Lords and third Palace Lords only carried this token with the word Soul. All the guards present easily recognized the newcomers. They all stared at the fiery red figure standing quietly in the teleportation array with burning passion. Activate the teleportation array. Immediately teleport to Beacon Smoke Manor, Nether City. The fiery red figure said indifferently before falling silent. A beautiful woman stood beside him. She stood calmly, and her entire body exuded a trace of elegance and tranquility. Her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed as she sent a worried voice transmission. My lord, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Something has happened to Xiao He. He used the love of the dancing butterfly just now, and now I can't sense his aura anymore. Moreover, Yi Qinghan's aura has also disappeared. Mo Xiao Xiao, that trash, can't even look after a person properly. If something has happened to Xiao He, I will definitely kill her. The fiery red figure said indifferently. Her voice was still calm, but the woman beside her could still hear a trace of urgency in her voice. A rainbow light flashed, and the two figures disappeared into the teleportation array. Chapter 640. There was good news in the Flame Dragon continent. The entire Flame Dragon continent had been immersed in joy for more than a year, just like when the Divine Master had killed a god. The entire continent had been in jubilation. This was because news had come from the sacred land of the continent, Zhang City. The Empress was pregnant. Yi Qinghan had been conferred the title of Frost Monarch. His deeds had been deliberately spread by the martial practitioners of the continent. He had become the only god in the hearts of billions of people on the continent. Not long after Frost Monarch had returned from the Divine Realm, news of Empress Yi Qinghui's pregnancy had spread. The Empress's pregnancy was a joyous occasion for the entire continent. Countless people offered incense and prayed for their blessings every day. They prayed for Empress to give birth to a child so that Frost Monarch could have a descendant. The entire Zhang city had become busy because of Yi Qinghui's pregnancy. Dozens of maids had moved into the Chilling Heart Pavilion to take care of Yi Qinghu. Yi Qingwu had been pregnant for almost 2 years. The pregnancy cycle in the Flame Dragon continent was usually 1 year. However, if the mother was a powerful martial practitioner, she could control the cycle and let the baby stay longer in the mother's womb. The longer the baby stayed in the mother's body and received the nourishment of the mother's spiritual energy every day, the stronger and healthier the baby would be after birth. Their cultivation speed would also be faster. Yi Qingwu had already reached the 3rd tier of the martial saint realm. She was naturally a powerful martial practitioner. With her powerful cultivation, she had delayed the pregnancy cycle by 1 year. Half a month ago, she had finally given birth to a child. The news that Frost Monarch had a descendant spread throughout the continent in just 1 day. The continent was in jubilation, and the entire Tsang city was drowned in a sea of joy. Chilling Heart Pavilion. 2nd floor. Yi Qingwu was lying on a large bed. Her face was serene. She hadn't become extremely weak after giving birth. Yu Qingqing sat on the bedside and softly spoke to her. Yi Qingyu, on the other hand, was teasing the little fellow that had just been born. Little Yi Qinghan had been in his mother's womb for 2 years. He was born strong and full of spirit. Now, it was only half a month. His pure black eyes seemed to be able to speak. From time to time, he glanced at the 3 of them. He looked strong and cute. The 3 of them had very warm and peaceful expressions on their faces. As they chatted, they laughed incessantly. However, there was a hidden gloominess in the depths of their eyes. It had been 15 days since the little fellow was born. The moment he was born, Yu Qingqing entered the unfettered pavilion and reported the news to Elder Lu. She wanted to pass on the message to Yi Qinghan and ask him to come back. However, 15 days had passed, but there was still no news, not even a word. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel a little sad. If Yi Qinghan heard about this, he would definitely think of a way to come back. Even if he couldn't see his son, he would come back to see Yi Qingwu. When they thought about the arrangements that Yi Qinghan had made when he came back, the 3 of them had a bad feeling. When Yi Qinghan was 1 month old, Yi Qingwu couldn't bear it anymore. She entered the unfettered pavilion with Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu. You don't have to worry. I have already sent a message to little Han. Maybe it's not convenient for him to send a message or come back. You know that there are many experts in the immortal world. If he opens the doors of the unfettered pavilion, he will be easily exposed. It will be troublesome if he is spied on. Apart from the Chilling Heart Pavilion, Elder Lu spent the rest of his time cultivating in the unfettered pavilion. When he saw the 3 of them coming together, he obviously knew what they were thinking. He smiled and tried to persuade them. All right. Elder Lu, if you have any news, please pass on the message to us immediately. Yi Qingwu knew that Elder Lu was telling the truth. She exchanged a look with the other 2 and smiled bitterly. Then, she teleported away under Elder Lu's calm and gentle gaze. However, as soon as the 3 of them left, Elder Lu's calm and gentle gaze suddenly turned cold. His face, which was originally smiling, instantly became incomparably pale. He had lied to the 3 of them. He didn't send a message to Yi Qinghan. It wasn't because he didn't want to. It was because his divine sense couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's situation. He couldn't contact Yi Qinghan. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was terrified and worried. He was the guardian of the unfettered pavilion. He was very familiar with the unfettered pavilion, even in a place where space was extremely unstable like the murderous stream. At the same time, his divine sense could spread out from the carefree ring through the connection between the carefree pavilion and the carefree ring. Thus, he could easily sense Yi Qinghan's existence and transmit his divine sense to him. However, his divine sense couldn't pass through the unfettered pavilion and sense the unfettered ring. The unfettered pavilion was a parallel space. A parallel space was actually a small space within space. It was connected to space everywhere. That was why powerful cultivators could use the transportation door to lock onto this parallel space and refine it. This was why Elder Lu had instructed Yi Qinghan not to open the transportation door to the unfettered pavilion in front of powerful cultivators. However, the connection between the unfettered pavilion and the unfettered ring had been severed. This situation terrified Elder Lu. This meant that either the unfettered ring had been destroyed by force, or the unfettered ring was in a special space that had been cut off from the unfettered pavilion. No matter which answer it was, something had happened to Yi Qinghan. If the unfettered ring had been destroyed, then Yi Qinghan was definitely dead. The other possibility was that Yi Qinghan was in a special space. However, Elder Lu hadn't heard of any place that could be cut off from a parallel space. Even if there was, it would be an extremely dangerous place. Elder Lu tried to sense the location of the unfettered ring through the unfettered pavilion again. However, he couldn't sense it even after a long time. After staying in the training room for half a day, he couldn't sit still anymore. In a flash, he left the unfettered pavilion and appeared on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion. As soon as he appeared, Elder Lu teleported away. After a few teleportations, he arrived at the castle in the dark forest. Lord Devour had gone to the divine world. However, Elder Lu deduced that since she had promised Yi Qinghan to protect the Flame Dragon continent for 1,000 years, she would definitely keep her promise. As such, she would definitely leave a spy in the Dark Castle who would be able to transmit information about the Flame Dragon continent to her at any time. The entire Dark Castle was quiet. There wasn't a single person in sight. Only a snow-white rabbit was dozing off under the grape trellis on the rooftop. Elder Lu knew that this rabbit, which seemed to be only at the martial sage level, definitely had a way to contact Lord Devour. Therefore, he teleported to the rooftop of the castle and cupped his hands in greeting to the rabbit. Then, he quickly transmitted his voice, "Lu Shi pays his respects to Lord Devour." "What's the matter?" "Indeed." The rabbit opened its eyes and glanced at Elder Lu. However, it didn't attack. Instead, it opened its mouth and spoke calmly. "Please send a message to Lord Devour. I can't sense anything from the unfettered ring. I think something bad has happened to little Han." Elder Lu didn't waste any time and told the rabbit his deduction. She already knows about it and is dealing with it now. A trace of helplessness flashed in the rabbit's eyes. Then, she looked to the south and said, "Don't let those girls know about this. I will inform you if there is any news." Elder Lu's heart sank. Indeed, his deduction was right. Something bad had happened to Yi Qinghan. However, from the rabbit's words, it seemed that Lord Devour already knew about it. Moreover, he had sent a message to her so quickly. What was the relationship between this rabbit and Lord Devour? However, Elder Lu didn't dare to ask. He bowed to the rabbit respectfully and left with teleportation. Since Lord Devour already knew about it, with her formidable strength, she should be able to deal with it easily. Elder Lu thought. Chapter 641. The killing in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range continued. This time, the Seal God Valley spat out a large number of mutant fruits, causing hundreds of thousands of god bandits to go crazy. The number of mutant fruits this time was many times more than the previous one. The most important thing was that there would be another eruption later, although the quantity was not much. However, many old fogies who roamed the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range knew that if the Sealed God Valley experienced a second well eruption, the second mutant fruit would definitely be extremely rare. The mutant fruit that had been auctioned for tens of billions was a product of the second well eruption. Hence, after the second eruption, the entire Phoenix Glow Mountain Range went crazy. They searched for the mutant fruits in a frenzy. Those martial artists who were lucky enough to obtain the mutant fruit started to think of ways to avoid being hunted down by other martial artists. If they could survive, they would have struck gold. As for those martial artists who did not obtain the mutant fruits, they started to kill crazily. They killed every martial artist they saw. As long as they were weaker than their own team, they would kill them. Not only these low-grade martial artists, but even those strong martial artists hidden in the depths of the mountain range also started to move. The situation became even more chaotic. Roar! At this time, a huge beast flew over from the east of the mountain range. Everyone who was fighting was stunned for a moment. Then, they continued to fight. However, when they used their divine senses to detect a green figure flying out from the huge beast, they were all secretly shocked. Even many the arch-formidable martial artists were secretly on guard. Many teams that were originally fighting also quickly split up and started to hide in the forest. They all recognized that this was the battle god pavilion celestial phoenix. This green figure was obviously a battle god. This was not important. At this time, there were many martial artists in the Phoenix Glow mountain range who had taken off their battle god robes and put on their black robes. They had turned from battle gods into secret bandits. What was important was this lady's strength. She was very fast, but not so fast that everyone was afraid. What shocked many formidable martial artists was that they could not see this martial artist's face clearly. They could only see that she was wearing a green dress and had a pair of beautiful eyes. Even more than 10 the arch-formidable martial artists could not see this person's face clearly. Many people understood what this strange phenomenon meant. This was a soul cultivator, a powerful soul cultivator. The woman flew out from the celestial bird. With a wave of her hand, the celestial bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The woman stood in the sky in silence. She didn't bother about the countless warriors who were looking at her in fear. She also didn't bother about the few emperor gods who were fighting in the sky. Instead, it closed its beautiful big eyes, then started to spread its divine sense, sweeping across the entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range without the slightest restraint. Hua! The woman's arrogance and her attitude of looking down on hundreds of thousands of experts made many experts somewhat angry. Even if you're a soul cultivator, you can't be so arrogant. Such an arrogant attitude, wasn't this a blatant provocation? However, when they sensed the woman's divine sense, they all concealed the trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Then, he began to quietly flash into the distance. It was as if the person in the sky was not a beautiful woman, but a dreadful beast. Even the god emperors who were fighting in the sky quickly stopped fighting. Both of them looked at the woman with extreme fear. Then, both of them dashed downwards and disappeared into the vast forest. The space in the immortal world was incomparably stable, and the divine sense of a heavenly god could only spread out to a distance of 1,000 meters. However, this woman had instantly enveloped the entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range. All the god emperors present did not have the ability to envelop the entire Phoenix Cloud mountain range with their divine senses. With this strange situation, everyone understood that this woman had already reached the god emperor realm. Moreover, she was a god emperor realm soul cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such a powerful divine sense. Soul cultivators cultivated their souls. It was hard to cultivate the soul, but it was hard to improve one's cultivation level. Once a soul cultivator broke through to the god emperor realm, his strength would reach the level of a 7th grade war god. The strength of a 7th grade war god was the strongest among those present. Most importantly, the attacks of soul cultivators were extremely strange and could kill without leaving a trace. No one dared to stay in the air, and no one dared to continue fighting. Such a powerful expert had descended, especially when the sealed God Valley was erupting. Everyone became extremely nervous. If this woman was here to snatch the strange fruits, it would be troublesome. As expected, the auras of Lord Xiaohe and Yi Qinghan are nowhere to be found. It seems like the two of them have been sucked into the sealed God Valley. A trace of anger and worry flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes. Her divine sense continued to sweep across the Phoenix Cloud mountain range, but her eyes became even dimmer. Everyone, get into the air. Whoever dares to stay below for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn will be killed without mercy." A moment later, a faint voice sounded in the ears of everyone below. No one was left behind. Even the martial artists who were tens of thousands of meters below the mountain range received this voice transmission. Such a method was simply shocking. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range had already stopped fighting when the woman released her overbearing divine sense and swept it across the mountain range again and again. Instead, they kept a low profile and hid, afraid that they would anger this expert. It was rumored that soul cultivators could use their divine sense to kill. Once they were targeted by this woman, there was no way to escape. Now that they received this woman's voice transmission, everyone became even more apprehensive. Since this woman could instantly send a voice transmission to them, it meant that her divine sense could easily lock onto everyone present. That also meant that she could easily kill them. The god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range were very clear that the reason why they could run amok here and not be wiped out by the nearby formidable martial artists was because there were no powerful soul cultivators in the nearby prefectures. It was because there were no powerful soul cultivators in the nearby prefectures. If powerful soul cultivators came to wipe them out, none of the god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range would be able to escape. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range had been completely wiped out once. It was a powerful soul cultivator from the Grace mainland who had passed by Longyang Prefecture and accepted the invitation of the Prefecture Lord of Longyang Prefecture. Finally, he made his move. Hundreds of thousands of god bandits in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range were all killed. It was only now, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, that the god bandits had once again flourished. Swish! Countless air-piercing sounds rang out. In the forest, in the passageways, under the soil, countless figures instantly rose into the air. All of them stood there obediently in the air and bowed to this woman. They looked at her with complicated expressions and remained silent. Swish! At the same time, countless martial artists started to run into the distance. These were all the martial artists who had obtained the strange fruits. At this moment, everyone could not help but suspect that this woman was here to snatch the strange fruits. They were risking their lives for these strange fruits. Of course, they would not hand over the strange fruits just because this woman said so. "Ah, my lady, please spare my life. I have the strange fruits, and I am willing to give them to my lady." However, these people started to grab their heads at the same time and started to roll on the ground. Their faces were filled with pain. It was obvious that they had suffered a soul spirit attack. I am not here to snatch the strange fruits. I will say it again. Everyone, rise into the sky. If anyone dares to escape, kill without mercy. The green-robed woman scanned the fleeing figures indifferently. These martial artists instantly felt that the intense pain in their soul spirits had disappeared. All of them had bitter expressions as they flew into the sky helplessly. No one dared to escape anymore. There were 3 god thearchs among the martial artists who had escaped just now. Even they could not retaliate. Who would dare to send themselves to their deaths? What's more, when they heard this woman say that she was not here to snatch the strange fruits, they also relaxed. Since such a big shot had spoken, she would definitely not be here to snatch the strange fruits in their hands. There were more and more warriors in the sky. It was a dark mass, like a huge dark cloud. The Phoenix Cloud Mountain, which was filled with killings just now, had suddenly quietened down. It was dead silent. In just a moment, the huge Phoenix Cloud Mountain had become empty. All that was left were countless corpses and a mountain full of fresh blood. Among you, who has seen this man and this small beast, step forward. Don't try to hide. I can easily check your soul spirit.